Good morning. Our program will begin momentarily. Please go ahead and find your seats. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the 8th Annual Aspen Cyber Summit. My name is Vivian Schiller. I'm Executive Director of Aspen Digital, the program that puts all this on. We are so thrilled to see you all here. So many, as I was wandering around outside, so many familiar faces with us and a lot of new faces, which is just fantastic. And also particular welcome to those who are joining us virtually from all over the world. So if you're in this room, you already are aware of the importance of cybersecurity. You don't need me to persuade you of that, or you wouldn't be here. But it's becoming clearer and clearer that the public needs to be engaged in these conversations as well. Just even since we gathered here exactly a year ago, there's been vast leaps in generative AI technology that's changing the security landscape, highly visible attacks on MGM and other institutions, and of course, an escalation of global conflict. So all of these issues are on our minds as we go into today's summit. I want to thank our co-host, 92NY. They are approaching their 150th anniversary of bringing dynamic, community-focused programming to the Upper East Side. We hope you enjoy the vibe here, particularly the little boys and girls going to their swim class mixed together with us. It just gives it a certain je ne sais quoi that we just love. And we also want to thank our sponsors, without whom today would not be possible. We are generously supported by The Record from Recorded Future News, OneSpan, Google, Insight Partners, PwC, Paladin Capital Management, Splunk, Coalition, Amazon Web Services, and Apple. Their support, your support, lets us open our doors to so many groups of people on the front lines every day. And we're particularly grateful for the great turnout today, especially from All Tech is Human, Tech Congress, Share the Mic in Cyber, and the Cyber Civil Defense partners. In addition to the printed programs that you have, you can learn more about today's agenda and speakers at aspencybersummit.org, aspencybersummit.org. A little bit, should you choose to tweet, if you still do such a thing, on, I guess it's now called X, you can please tag us at Aspen Digital, and use the hashtag Aspen Cyber on your posts. We're also on LinkedIn at Aspen Digital. So just a little bit more housekeeping before we get started. We're going to do Q&A for most of the programs at the end. What we will have is stationary mics in the aisles. If you see a bunch of people lined up, please don't line up behind them. We're only in each case going to have time for a couple of questions. And just a reminder, when we have a solicitation for questions, please, we actually mean questions. I know everybody has a lot to say. That's great. That's what our breaks are for. And I just feel like I need to say, in the event of emergency, which of course there will not be one, the 92NY staff will provide instructions, but please take a moment, of course, to locate fire exits around the room. And with that, it is my pleasure to introduce our first conversation of the morning. Lori Locascio is Undersecretary of Commerce for Standards and Technology and the 17th Director of the National Institute of Standards and Technology, known to most of us as NIST. She is joined this morning by my colleague, Jeff Green, who leads all our cybersecurity programming at Aspen Digital. So welcome, Lori and Jeff. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, everyone, for joining us today. Welcome to our 8th Aspen Cyber Summit. We have a great day ahead of us. We're looking forward to some great conversations. Very fortunate to kick off the day with Dr. Locascio, Lori. In addition to serving as the head of NIST and the 4th Undersecretary, she served as Vice President for Research at the University of Maryland, College Park, and the University of Maryland, Baltimore, where she was a professor in the departments of bioengineering and pharmacology. Before that, she was 31 years at NIST, rising from a research biomedical engineer to leading the entire material measurement laboratory, and recently was elected to the National Academy of Engineering. Congratulations on that. So I think we're going to start with a topic that no one's really talking about, artificial intelligence. But we held this summit a year ago, almost to the day, and we didn't talk about AI pretty much at all. And then a couple weeks later, ChatGPT was released, and everything changed. And it pretty much sucks the oxygen out of most conversations. So we're going to talk a bit about AI, but try to hit other topics as well. But generative AI now is at the point where late-night comedians are talking about it. Central issue in some of the major strikes. At my son's high school graduation in the spring, the principal made not one, not two, but 3 ChatGPT jokes, none of which were funny. But so this has hit like nothing before. And Lori, I guess I'm curious, like you've been around science and technology your whole career. Have you ever seen anything like this? And what are your thoughts on why this hit so big?
I thought you were going to say you've been around science and technology a long time, and I have. I've been around science and technology a long time, and it's interesting because science and technology do advance. We advance based on what has happened before, and we keep building and building and building and accelerating technology and science until one day it just seems like bang, and then there's something happens that is really disruptive, right? And that's where we are, obviously, with AI and generative AI and ChatGPT. Have I seen anything like this before? I love that question because my background is biomedical engineering, and I think the closest that in my lifetime that I can think of is really like CRISPR-Cas or gene editing. When all of a sudden, had all the science developing, then all of a sudden you could edit genes, and people were freaking out because it was, you could either use it for good, where you could solve some of the biggest health problems in the world, cancer, and et cetera, or you could have designer babies, right? And so the ethicists came together and everybody came together to think about what are the rules of the road for moving forward. And I feel like we're there with AI, right? We've been building and building and building. It's not brand new, but we've been building and building. And then all of a sudden we had this major breakthrough that changed the landscape and changed the conversation. And now it's so exciting because we're in this place where it can be used for amazingly good things, right? It can be used to honestly just make our lives easier, or it could be used to accelerate scientific discovery. It could be used for so many good things. It could be used to solve climate change. But it can also be used for bad. It could be used to disrupt society at large, right? So I think that's the conversation is timely. We have to think about when we have huge disruptions, which we will always have huge disruptions in science and technology. How do we deal with it? And then what are the rules of the road moving forward?
That comparison to the gene editing actually is fantastic, because people keep trying to apply a nuclear construct to this, and for a number of reasons we could talk about all day. It's not a great fit, if only for the timeline. But what you're talking about exploded, and we were able to come up with some rules relatively quickly.
We were.
So.
The community was very interested, and I see the same thing happening in AI. Everybody involved wants to be involved in the solution, wanting to make sure that we come together as a society, as scientists, as technologists, as the public, and think about AI for good. How can we really accelerate AI for good? So it is. We're kind of in that same spot, and I think that that's a great place to be because everyone cares and everybody wants to get it right.
Yeah. Note to Aspen staff: let's build that into our analysis of AI, looking at the gene editing. I think that's a great place to look. Talk about the White House a little bit, because they issued a series of new policies to deal with a lot of the things we've been talking about. Obviously, it's been brewing over the past year. The president recently signed an executive order on AI, and they handed NIST, they handed you, several of the hot potatoes.
Yeah.
Can you talk about how you intend to carry out those tasks and also maintain the huge body of work well beyond cybersecurity that NIST does on the everyday?
Yeah, it's been a big couple of years since I got back to NIST. And just right now, besides the AI executive order, which I'll talk about in a minute, and some of the things that we're responsible for, and basically how we want to go about accomplishing it, which is really based on our tradition of how we work. But also the National Quantum Initiative is being is under consideration for reauthorization in Congress. NIST has a seminal role in that as well. NIST is leading the $50 billion implementation of the CHIPS Act in the Department of Commerce. And we're also leading the National Standard Strategy for Critical and Emerging Technologies that came out of the White House. Really so many exciting things. It's sort of because we are at this incredible cusp where these critical and emerging technologies are becoming a potentially big part of the domestic market, right, and of the global marketplace. And so NIST's mission for really all its life since 1901 is to advance innovation and economic competitiveness and industrial competitiveness. And I think it's a really exciting mission. In 1901, when we were formed, of course, that meant we wanted to make sure that all the nuts fit with the bolts. And, so it's a little bit of a different domestic ecosystem, marketplace at that time. Now, of course, we're in the digital economy where we're working in cybersecurity and AI and so many other things. But the way that we do our work, we have a lot going on in the AIEO that the president just signed. A lot of responsibility, but the way that we do our work is not to do it alone. We never do our work alone. We have some really smart people. Some of them are in the audience, and many of you may know them. But we leverage our capabilities against the best other minds in the country and in the world, and we come together in an open and transparent way to try to make sure we come up with the best solution. And honestly, what that means is that we are ultimately trying to develop trust in technology. We've developed trust in technology in 1901. We developed trust in technology today. Today, we're looking at how do you develop the framework for trust in technology related to AI. And the way that we're going to do it is we are going to partner with people all over the country and all over the world to make sure we come up with the best solutions that are easily implemented or rightly implemented, implementable, I guess is the best word to say, but also that answer the needs for the time. And so when we were talking backstage, Jeff, you had mentioned that NIST is trusted by industry. That's our calling card, really. We value that above everything else, that trust that industry places in us, the trust that other government agencies place in us, the trust that academics place in us. And so our ultimate goal is to be able to use that trust and leverage it to build partnerships, to build trust in technology like AI. Under the executive order, we're supposed to be building out the framework, guidelines, best practices that support the development of safe, secure, and trustworthy AI. But following the release or the signing of the executive order, the following week, it was announced at the AI Summit that NIST will also be responsible for starting the U.S. AI Safety Institute. And that is particularly going to be a place where we need your partnership. It's going to be a place where people come together to collaborate, to figure out the ways to measure safe, secure, and trusted AI. Right? That's a hard thing to do. You have to measure things like robustness and accuracy, things that are easier to measure, technical characteristics, but you also have to consider that the human is deeply involved in this. And so there are socio-technical characteristics that we have to figure out to measure that no one knows how to measure. So the community has to come together, put the best brains together, and do this as a team. And so
I think one of the examples where that has happened in cybersecurity over the past decades is the cybersecurity framework. Yeah. There have been a lot of different efforts by governments around the world to develop documents, but nothing has endured or been used as much as the framework, I think, because of the trust you talked about. So I guess, is that the model you have in mind? And also, you're also updating the framework now. Do you have any thoughts? Are those two going to intertwine, or how are you going to take them both forward at the same time?
Yeah, so we are updating the framework, and that's exactly how that was developed, right? In 2013, when we released it, we had pulled the whole community together to help us develop it and come up with the right technical solutions. And then we also listened to you when you said, hey, this needs revised, right? And so we kicked that off last year. When we kicked that off, that revision, in response to the call from community, we had 7,000 people sign up for that first meeting, right? From 100 different countries. That is how big the impact and how broad it is. It's now translated into 12 countries. One of the last, into 12 languages. One of the last translations was Ukrainian, right after the war started. And so it has very broad impact, very broad reach. We're excited about that. But we heard the community say, hey, you need to update this. It's not, it needs to keep evolving to respond to the needs of today. And so we're anticipating the release next year. There's going to be a couple new things that are really important. One is an increased emphasis on governance, and that's not governing, not me governing you, but that's organizational governance. How do you take care of cybersecurity within your organization? So governance is one part of it. The other part is really focusing more discreetly on supply chain cybersecurity, which of course we've found to be a very important issue over the past several years.
I smile at both of those because having been there when the framework was being developed, I was in the private sector. The private sector advocated strongly to keep both of those issues out of the framework. So it's an indication of how far the framework has come, is now you have the private sector advocating for the framework to tackle those. There are other issues beyond AI, though, and I want to turn back to that. And one that we were talking about in the past years, but it's died down a bit, is quantum computing, and particularly relevant to this, post-quantum cryptography. This could have significant national security, economic security issues. Can you briefly explain what the issue is here and talk about the things that NIST is doing in this space?
Yeah, sure. So like AI, NIST has had decades-long research that really led up to our work in post-quantum cryptography today. We have had a quantum program at NIST for decades, and that led to 4 Nobel Prizes at NIST related to quantum. So we continue to really do some very deep technical research on quantum computing, quantum sensing, quantum networking. But about in 2016, a team at NIST realized that, when the quantum computer comes, that essentially has the potential to be very disruptive in terms of its ability to break current encryption algorithms. And so we started a program in post-quantum cryptography. We engaged globally. We asked everyone all over the world, hey, we are looking for algorithms that could stand up against a quantum computer in the future, right? The quantum computer isn't here today that can break current encryption algorithms, but in the future, you don't know what's coming, or we hope we know what's coming, that there will be a quantum computer it's that powerful, because that will lead to incredible, exciting breakthroughs, right? It will have really the power of good as well. But the power on the other side is to be able to break through current encryption algorithms. So the post-quantum cryptography program, again, we launched in 2016. We had response from, again, all over the globe, people submitting algorithms. We're down to 4 algorithms that have been thoroughly tested. People have been trying to break them and hack them, and that has been happening globally too, with really the best minds all over the world. And these 4 public key encryption algorithms are out as draft standards now, and we're anticipating that they'll be finalized next year. But again, it's, we have a relatively small team. We don't have thousands of people working on this. We have a relatively small team. We asked the world to give us their best solutions, and we asked the world to help us try to break through them. And so again, working with our very, very smart team, I think we were able to come up with a really, really good solution, and that will be released, as I said, as standards soon.
And organizations need to start doing this now, because the transition to a new algorithm won't happen overnight. And in addition, anything that's out there now that is vacuumed up is potentially decryptable in the future.
That's right. There's a lot of public discussion about that right now, that people are basically saving data right now so that in the future they can break it with a quantum computer. So that's a concern. People are very much worried about that. I mean, we have to think about you personally, what's going to happen to your private information, what's going to happen to data in the future. So there's a lot of attention to the fact that that's a potential issue. But I will say that migrating to post-quantum cryptography is going to take years and years. It's going to be very expensive. It's not going to be cheap. I attended a conference in Washington, D.C. It was before we announced the four finalists. And I was approached very rapidly by the CEO of a major US company, who I didn't know, and I didn't know he knew me. And he just said, when are the post-quantum cryptography algorithms going to be announced? And I said, oh, I'm Laurie Locascio. He's like, yeah, I know. So he was just really set on getting that information, because it will take a lot of time, a lot of attention, and honestly, a lot of effort and funding in order to do the migration. So they're preparing, all the big companies, the government, everybody is really starting to think about that and how to prepare for it, which could take years and years to be there.
Before I go to the audience, I want to ask one question that I know many of you have been wondering about. I'm not talking the bird drone conspiracy, because we're going to talk about that after lunch. But I want to talk about peanut butter. Is it true that NIST maintains a standard for peanut butter? I guess, is it as old as the 1901? And how do you do that and do everything else that you need to do?
It's not as old as 1901, but we do have peanut butter that's $1,100 if you want to buy it. Now, the interesting thing about our peanut butter is that you are not buying just peanut butter. What you're buying is data, actually, right? So that's what the price tag on our standard, we call them standard reference
There's going to be a headline, the $1,000 washer and the $1,100 peanut butter.
But the important thing about it is that we measure very accurately, characterize these materials like peanut butter, like steel, we have 1,200 different reference materials that we sell, various materials from a whole human genome to peanut butter to steel, and they're very, very accurately characterized, very well characterized. And then these are used and sold all over the world to benchmark measurements to make sure that, that the peanut butter that you buy has the correct amount of nutrients, has the correct amount of fats and salts and sugar. So that's basically why we sell these, so that when you buy peanut butter in this country, you know what you're getting. And we also sell, for instance, reference materials to measure the strength of steel. Very important. You want to know that the buildings that you are sitting in have steel that's really held up to the gold standard, and we sell the gold standard, and that's the gold standard costs a lot because you're buying data. You're buying essentially truth in a bottle is basically what you're buying.
I like that. We have a few minutes left. I'm going to turn to the...
Can I just say one more thing about that? Because, a lot of people don't know very much about NIST, but Nate Bargatze, since we're in New York, I just wanted to mention that we are the National Metrology Institute for the United States, and he had a skit on Saturday Night Live that talked about the importance of weights and measures. And so if you haven't seen that, it was all the rage at the National Institute of Standards and Technology, but it's also got 4 million hits, and it's hilarious, and it talks about how important a measurement system is in the United States, and we are the protector and defender of that. So watch it if you haven't seen it.
I cannot imagine NIST's email system that night when it came on.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic.
So I think we have time for one question. I can barely see, so I'd ask you just to keep it brief and make sure there's a question mark at the end. Do I see anyone out there? I think not. All right, I have a question then, not peanut butter related. But it is, with 31 years at NIST, time at University of Maryland, and now back, just focusing on cybersecurity, how have you seen that issue? It obviously was not probably even called cybersecurity then, evolve, and where is it today in the level of significance and crossing over into the other work that NIST does?
Yeah, I think the most exciting thing that I've found when I came back to NIST is that I had a chief cybersecurity advisor, because cybersecurity is such a critically important issue, not just for, just for everything that we do in life today, right? We have to have systems that are secure. We have to have privacy that's protected. But the intersection of cybersecurity with really everything that we do in our life, and also the development of every other technology that we are developing today, every other emerging technology, from AI to quantum, to semiconductors. I mean, everything relies on us being able to protect the information and the data that we hold so valuable. So for me, I guess one of the biggest surprises in coming back to NIST was that we have grown our program tremendously over the years. I left for 5 years, went to academia, came back, and the program had grown tremendously to meet the demands of the country. But there's a lot of work to do. And again, it requires partnering, not just with industry and academia, but of course with the other agencies like CISA, who will also be represented here today.
When you travel the world, is cyber a pretty regular topic of conversation with your counterparts, whether in similar agencies or leadership of other countries?
Yeah, absolutely. I was just about a month ago in Taiwan on a cybersecurity trade mission, and cybersecurity was really critically important. The discussion was, I met with the president and many other cabinet members who all brought up the issues related to cybersecurity and how important that is for them moving forward as a country. I mean, as an economy. Of course, Taiwan is not recognized, so as an economy. And so when I was there visiting Taiwan, the conversations with each one of the people that I met with were really designed around what is coming next related to production of infrastructure or production of companies' data. So just same conversations we have globally with really every place that we go, every economy that we meet with around the world.
And I will close by just inviting everyone to engage with NIST on the cybersecurity framework update. They are seeking comments. I can tell you from personal experience, they will adjudicate every comment that is submitted. Same thing on the AI work going forward. So Dr. Locascio, Lori, thank you so much for joining us, for helping us start a great day.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Steve Ward. I'm a partner at Insight Partners, where we're invested in 64 cybersecurity companies across the globe. We're a proud sponsor of the Cyber Summit, and your next panel is going to be on artificial intelligence and its impact on cybersecurity, the good, the bad, and some would say the ugly. My job today is to introduce Suzanne Smalley, who is a reporter for The Recorded Future company, and she's going to lead the next panel. So, Suzanne.
Hi, everyone. We're all very happy to be here. I'm a reporter at Recorded Future News, and we have an incredible panel for you. So I decided to let them introduce themselves because they have more accomplishments than I can even memorize. So please, Sean, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sean Joyce. I'm PwC's Global Cybersecurity and Privacy Leader. I am also the U.S. Cybersecurity Privacy Risk and Reg Leader, and then I own Responsible AI for the firm.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Iranga Kahan-Gama. I'm with the Department of Homeland Security, where I serve as the Assistant Secretary for Cyber Infrastructure Risk and Resilience.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shamika Green-Aaron. I am the Chief Information Security Officer of Okta's Customer Identity Cloud, powered by Auth0. I have responsibility for the holistic protection of the product and defense of the product.
And I'm Heather Adkins, Vice President of Security Engineering at Google, where I've been for over career in cybersecurity for over 25 years, and I'm also Deputy Chair of the Cyber Safety Review Board for CISA.
Great. Sean, I'm going to start with you. Given your role advising clients on the impact AI will have on cybersecurity, what are you hearing from clients? What are you telling them? And especially with the President's recent executive order on AI, how is that changing what you're saying?
So I think companies are asking two questions. And the first one was, how do I actually leverage Gen AI to really bring opportunities and bring efficiencies into the organization? So specifically in cyber, I think we're seeing in the Security Operations Center, we're seeing basically Gen AI being used for incident summaries. We're seeing it be used for remediation recommendations, also summary of regulations. What are their obligations from that perspective? A kind of a neat application we're dealing with one company is name your email software that you're doing to screen for phishing, whether it's Proofpoint, Mimecast, Defender, whatever you might be using. But all of us know in our email inboxes, it's that usually that place over here saying, hey, suspicious email. What some folks are doing is actually training the model to take those emails and then push them through a model to actually detect whether it is truly malicious or it shouldn't be quarantined. So those of you who don't know, in the SOX, probably 20% in a mature cyber organization to 40% in an immature, these SOC analysts are spending that time doing those type of things. So everyone, I would just say it is a little bit, and I'm going to plug the Aspen Cyber paper because we were looking at the light and the dark side of Gen AI. I would just say one of the things is don't sort of follow all the hype. Look at truly those boring, repetitive tasks that you can leverage Gen AI very quickly. The other area where we're seeing, and I would say the use cases are going like a Corvette down the highway. The risk side, the governance, that's a little bit going on the bumpy country road. And I think a lot of companies are trying to catch up with different parts of their organization leveraging specifically Gen AI. And we're all saying Gen AI, AI has been around for a long time. Right? It's just that I think this to the consumer is the unique part of this. And when I see companies now, they're saying, hey, how do I actually govern this risk responsibly? What stakeholders do I bring in? What does the risk taxonomy look like? How are we actually going to test and validate? Like do the pen testing that NIST has as part of the executive order and they're tasked with doing. So I think those are the general areas. I would just say I don't think there's any lack of the use case part. Yeah. I do worry a little bit about the risk part.
Thanks. Aranga, I'm wondering how the rise of generative AI is impacting or shaping DHS's plans for the future and operative plans, how you'll deal with operations, and if you're preparing almost for a future you can't see.
Sure. So I think, like all of us, our experience with AI has come very rapidly. I think DHS is a unique organization. It's 260,000 some odd people, many mission sets. And so one of the unique things, and this is the experience we had when we were helping put together the executive order that President Biden just signed, is looking across all of our mission sets and seeing what role we have. And I think that the unique part for DHS is that it's twofold, right? I think we have many different operational applications of AI that we are actively using and looking to improve upon using, whether that's on the generative AI side or more traditional machine learning type implications. So, that is, leveraging AI to make our casework more efficient for human trafficking or child sex abuse material online and combating that. Obviously, we use it in our cybersecurity mission. We also have a countering weapons of mass destruction mission that we've been tasked in the executive order with leveraging AI to create systems to detect when malicious types of chemical, biological materials are being created. So I think in the day-to-day mission space of how we will effectuate our mission, we're looking at upping the ante and doing that in concert with AI. But on the other side, I think we also have an externally facing obligation as an agency focused on homeland security, on public safety, and critical infrastructure security. And so if you look in the AI executive order, we also have very explicit roles to work with industry, to work with critical infrastructure partners, and to work with sector risk management agencies as they do risk assessments in their sectors and then turn it over to us to help create those guidelines. Because I think as Sean mentioned, we're kind of starting to lag behind in what the guidelines look like. I meet with critical infrastructure owners and they don't know where to go with these. And so I think the time has come for the government to start, thinking through with industry, with owners and operators, what those guidelines look like, where we can be helpful. And we have some interesting ideas at DHS, including us standing up an AI safety security board with private industry to do those types of evaluations, to do that type of guidance issuance as well.
Great. Jamika, you're on the front lines. How have you used AI in the past at Okta? How are you using it now, and how do you foresee using it in the future?
So Sean kind of said that it was a Corvette rolling down the highway. I think it's more like children running with scissors. I think one of the things that we are tasked with doing as a public company is making sure that we are implementing AI. One of the best defenses against the nefarious parts of AI, which there are many of them, otherwise I wouldn't have a job, is that we have to defend against AI. And so we have integrated this into both sides of our product, both the customer and the workforce side, to ensure that we're creating the kinds of tools that empower security professionals with the latest data that's AI infused to help them actually remediate what is happening. And I think for us, this is going to be a critical part of how we move forward in the future. I think what you're going to see from public companies is that AI is a part of the ecosystem of our product. You won't actually see it sitting right out in front. It might say something like powered by AI, but I think what you're going to see is us really making sure that we're using it within the infrastructure of our product, the development of our product. And when we think about secure by design, that's going to be a critical fuel point for us within our product to make sure that our products are secure. I think we also understand that it is our responsibility not to just build solid products, but to protect the consumer. And that's our critical workforce. And so we want to make sure that we are using the best in class. And AI right now is going to be one of the best in class. It also empowers our security operations teams and our security engineering teams to move at rapid fire pace. And I think this is one of the things that is going to make generative AI and has made generative AI so provocative is that it's not going to replace humans. It's going to make us superhuman. And I think we have to really dig into that concept.
Great. Heather, you've said that AI hasn't changed anything about hackers other than the scale. And given your national security perspective on this, I'd love for you to expand on that, but also discuss how AI has changed cybersecurity. I mean, it's been around for a long time. What's different now?
Well, I think it's really interesting when you think about the history of AI. Some of the first papers that came out on applying, whether it's neural networks or sort of machine learning to security issues actually comes out in, I think the earliest paper I've read is sometime in the 90s. So we've been thinking about how to do this for a long time. And one of the things we learned at Google is that it is actually very good for looking at content and sort of determining whether it's good or bad. So today, 99.9% of all spam, phishing, and fraud attacks actually get automatically detected using AI models and put in your spam mailbox. Also, if you've ever gotten a CAPTCHA when trying to log into your Gmail, that is also AI backed. So we've been doing this for a long time. The industry has known how to do this for a long time. What I do think is different today than, say, 18 months ago is generative AI, right? We are at this pivot moment where we have a new type of model, large language models, that both offense and defense can use. And we're still trying to figure out how attackers are leveraging this. We see experimental tweets from researchers all over, so we have to assume that actual threat actors are doing this as well. So one great example that benefits both defense and offense is finding vulnerabilities in code. Now, we as defenders, and in fact, kind of we as an industry and public-private partnership, know that we think we can find vulnerabilities in code using large language models. And DARPA just kicked off a grand challenge to this purpose. We launched it in collaboration with partners in the industry and DARPA, a 2-year challenge to encourage entrepreneurs to figure out how to use LLMs to find bugs in code. Then we can fix them quickly. And actually, we think there's a world where we can assist developers in writing code where they create new vulnerabilities, which is great. But we think this same kind of approach can be used and may in fact be used already for the bad guys to find these vulnerabilities. And when you look at the number of 0 days this year, it has spiked significantly. It's a hypothesis I have. We have no way to prove that. But I think it's an example of dual use of this technology where you could do both sides.
Great, thank you. Sean, I'd love to dig into the President's executive order with you a little bit more. There are many references to responsible AI. And he uses the phrasing that we need to find ways to use AI's, or leverage AI's promise and avoid the perils. So can you dig a little bit more into that than you did previously? What does that mean to you?
So a couple of things, and I'd like to build off what Heather was saying. I would tell you, I'm concerned that in cybersecurity, with sort of Gen AI being ubiquitous, that it's becoming the haves and the have-nots. And what I mean by that is companies that have the ability and tools and that are mature in cybersecurity are actually going to leverage Gen AI, and it's going to make them stronger and better. The companies, which are the majority, that are not at that maturity level, it's actually giving the adversaries like great tools, right? The phishing is going to become a lot easier. You're not going to see those misspellings and the URLs that are off, and you're going to see them actually be able to scan for vulnerabilities a lot quicker and act a lot faster. So I'm worried about that. On the getting back to the executive order, listen, I think overall the executive order was great. It was definitely a leap forward. I think we also, though, have to be looking at that with a critical eye. So I would tell you, I like all of the things, but as Iranga mentioned, when you look at all the sector risk management agencies that they identify in the 111-page executive order, I am petrified that all of those agencies are going to come out with their own regulations for AI, right? So how do we learn from, I think what CISA did a great job in cybersecurity, how do we bring that into the fold? The second thing is on watermarking. That is those of you, what is AI? What is Gen AI? What is AI generated content? Is it your Photoshop? What you do on Photoshop when you touch it up? Right. So how do you, every musician uses some type of AI when they kind of adjust their digital sound. So first identifying what is AI content, and then the technical challenge of watermarking that, I think is going to be extremely difficult. The third thing that I worry about is, are we worried more about the inputs versus the outcomes? And so are we looking to regulate something that hasn't happened, or are we looking at actually the outcomes and looking at that? All those things being said, right, I think the AI is a monumental step forward. I think it's great looking at how do we promote innovation, how do we make sure that we're looking at the safeguards. I would tell you, though, if you look, it's 90 to 270 days on a lot of the implementation. Sort of the no-regret moves, in my estimation, are how are you actually establishing the governance in your organization? What does the risk taxonomy look like in your organization, and actually defining that? And not creating necessarily everything new. I'm not sure yet where I am on an AI officer in every organization. I'm not sure I want to go down that route, right? But then the last point would be, how do you actually set up the policies, right? The testing and validation that you go through. I think every organization, you want to be doing sort of those three steps, and regardless of the next administration, or if this one is reelected, it's one of those things where I think there's bipartisan support, and there's no downside from not doing it.
Great. Iranga, speaking of CISA, yesterday it rolled out its AI roadmap, and just for those who don't know, CISA is hosted in the Department of Homeland Security. What do you see as the most critical elements of that roadmap?
Thanks. Yeah, I think it's a good roadmap. It's a good set of parameters that are going to be guiding a lot of the work that CISA does. For those that don't know, I think there's 5 pillars. Responsible, being guided by responsible use, being integrating it within our workforce, coordinating with partners and other stakeholders in the community. But then there's 2 others that I think are going to be substantively really vital, both to CISA's work and the broader community's work. And that's one, CISA's work to start red teaming and actually put out guidance in line with its existing cybersecurity guidance around the secure, safe, appropriate development of the software of AI and AI tools themselves. And then the other side of the coin is that they're going to be working with sector risk management agencies and other stakeholders to help outside stakeholders implement safe and secure use of those AI models. And so I think if you look at this work that CISA is going to be doing, it's emblematic more broadly of what the department is trying to do, as I previously mentioned, about securing things that we're going to be using, but also helping those that are on the outside. I think it's in line really well with the overall tenor of President Biden's executive order, right? When we were developing and writing it with it, it obviously ballooned to 111 pages. I think DHS's contributions alone added a couple pages. But I think it does a really interesting job of trying to set the benchmark for flagging the potential risks that exist and how not just government agencies should be looking at it, but how it can be a model for those out there that don't really know how to think about that. And I think there are a lot of pivot points within the EO that does that. But on the other side, it also allows, it gives agencies like CISA the space, the authority, the agency to begin moving out on this. I think, as Sean said, I think, within the federal government, we're also very varied in how, the haves and the have-nots, I'm sure, and how we're looking at AI, how we're using AI. And so I think the goal of the EO partly is to create a more level playing field across the federal government and make people think about doing it. At DHS, we made our CIO the chief AI officer, right? And a lot of that is the import that we put on how we use it and making sure we're using it responsibly, ethically, in an inclusive way. I don't know that other agencies were necessarily thinking about that. So I think there will be a little bit of a leveling of a playing field. And then hopefully when we get back to talking about what CISA is doing on the cybersecurity side, CISA can be additive in how the federal government's using it. How we're going to be piloting some programs on upgrading the use of AI and how we're defending federal civilian executive branch networks. But at the flip side, we're hoping to get some stuff out there so that SRMAs, critical infrastructure owners and operators, can also have some of those guardrails. So I'm looking forward to the work, but I think of all the pillars, those two, in my opinion at least, are going to be really key.
Great. Jamika, you're at an identity company. How are you thinking about taking new tools and technologies and infusing them with AI, especially in order to kind of complement what you're already doing around identity?
Well, I think I'm of two minds with this. I think identity is such a unique space. Our identity is one that we own, it belongs to us, and it'll always belong to us. And so I think there's the thought process of how unique our identities are and how they belong to us. And then there's the thought process of how do we protect those identities. And so when I think about what Sean said, the have and the have-nots, I think there's a couple of pieces to the have and the have-nots. I think AI is actually going to enable some of the have-nots as well. And when we think about deepfakes and we think about some of the new capabilities that AI has around code review and the ability to inject, and we think about what that looks like for our platform of users, it's going to be very interesting for us to try to protect when we don't really know if this is real or not. And so one of our big challenges is around making sure that we understand and we inject the ability to understand what is AI and what is not. That capability is going to come from our partnership with those who actually build AI. I think certainly AI should always have the ability to understand if it is AI generated or not. I think this is not something that we can put on the onus of a user. And right now I see there's some new information around like YouTube, and it's requiring that you actually tell users if your content is AI generated. I don't think that's good enough because people are prone to lying. So, why would I tell you if this was AI generated content if it's going to make me more money? And so I think there's that piece. We have to have the capability within our identity systems to detect if something is real or if it's AI generated or if it's a deep fake. On the other side of it, I think about the things that make me who I am. And I recently kind of shared that there's a new AI-generated robot that's out. It's a CEO, and the CEO's name happened to be Mika. And I thought, well, that's kind of my nickname, and it happens to be a black woman. And I was like, that's interesting. So you've now created this likeness of a black woman as an AI CEO, and I thought, yeah, I don't think I like that. I think that it definitely is someone else defining what is an identity of a black woman. And I think that only a real person can truly define that identity. And so I'm of two minds in this space, I think, and I think that the duality of it is something that is truly interesting about AI. There's this idea that it can help drive us forward, drive society forward, but there's this idea that yeah, I wouldn't be a CISO if there weren't people who weren't trying to drive us backwards as well. And so I think that it's really interesting to be in the identity space and be in this position where you have to defend, but also protect. And how do we do that in a way that makes sense for identity? And it's going to be something that we have not clearly defined. I think it's going to be on society to define that.
Great, thank you. And by the way, anybody jump in when you have a response to what somebody else says. Heather, I'm wondering, AI companies are clearly the arbiters of whether they train models on anonymized or personalized data. But as a cloud provider, you need to think about the enterprise as a whole's needs. How do you think about training data broadly?
Yeah, I think training data is a great topic, and I'll get to it. I want to react first to something that Sean said on the haves and the have-nots, because I think it ties in pretty closely to that. I want to credit U.S. government, CISA especially, in helping us build a model for thinking about the responsibility of cloud providers in particular to sort of create secure by default solutions and to really own solving some of these cybersecurity challenges from the beginning so that we can enable people who maybe would think of themselves as the have-nots, they don't have 1,000-person security teams, to actually get security by default right out of the box. And I think that's how we're going to solve the cyber problem. I was in my dentist chair a couple months ago, and I was already really nervous. And then I looked over, and she had Windows 7 installed. Nothing against Windows. It's a wonderful platform. We have lots of it in my house, but it's an older platform, and she hadn't upgraded. And I think these are the kinds of small to medium-sized businesses we have to help as technology platforms. And I think we take that responsibility very seriously. That now extends into the AI conversation, right? And making sure that we're thinking about safety, but I think also thinking about what AI really is. It's not a chatbot. It's a scientific instrument. It's a tool that is going to help people do their jobs, whether you're a car mechanic, whether you're a photographer, a doctor, a lawyer. We're going to be able to create platforms. You're already using these platforms in your jobs. My dentist already uses fairly advanced systems in the practice, and eventually AI will be there to help with interpreting images and things like that. So the haves and have-nots, I think actually some of these concepts we're already building for cyber are going to extend very naturally there. When we think about training on data, just to get back to your question, Susan, one of the things we're looking at is what are we studying in the supply chain problem? Because that's also where we're putting a lot of energy, is the safety of software supply chain. How do we know where the data comes from? How are we validating it? When we train the models, how do we know what data we want to go into the foundation model? How are we refining that model? And looking at the principles end-to-end of integrity and validity all the way. This is something we're deeply thinking about. It's something that is being thought about in forums like there's a new Frontier Models Foundation Forum that we're now participating in cross-functionally, horizontally as an industry, has all the big players in it, and it's part of the SAFE framework that we're also working on. So I think you're going to see the industry look at that very carefully, but again, tying into cyber, because we're already thinking about some of these things for cyber.
And I would add, the OWASP Top 10 for large language models gives a really, really great overview of what we are actually facing right now in terms of the cyber threat for the large language model. And it's a great read, a quick read, also super, super helpful for the software companies.
What I was going to mention on top of Heather is it's been really interesting inside government as we've tried to think through what these principles, what these governing organizational thoughts should be around cybersecurity on AI. And a lot of the material we write, it's rather repetitive of what we've already been saying on cybersecurity, right? And so sometimes we'll be in these meetings where we're trying to present the golden key or the golden bullet around how to secure these, and it's a lot of repetitiveness. And so I think that's just reinforcing the fact that we're in a period where there's a lot of blocking and tackling and basics that can still be reinforced, and I think that's going to be a really interesting road to go down. But the other thing that I always think about too is that it seems like we've already, as a country, as a society, begun on a different footing with this AI conversation, at least nationally. I feel like in early days of cyber, it kind of just cyber and cybersecurity specifically kind of came upon us, and I think the onslaught of generative AI has made us more receptive to putting guardrails on these early. And I think thinking through how we can almost look back with the benefit of hindsight of what we didn't do in cybersecurity, baking it in from the start, we have the opportunity to bake that in with AI right now. And I think from the government side, to kind of a lot of the things Heather was mentioning, that's what we're trying to institutionalize.
So, Iranga, I think that's a great point as far as, listen, it comes back to the fundamentals of what you're doing in cybersecurity. But then I think what people I'm finding are struggling a little bit with is, okay, what are the specific risks that are different, and what are the controls I can use to mitigate? So I think it gets into, I would agree, I don't think there is, like, I'm not an advocate of, oh, we gotta have to create all of these new structures with the same sense of just understanding, like, we break down our risk taxonomy. We look at, like, our level 0 risk, so like model risk, data risk, user risk, and then infrastructure risk. And then you have legal and compliance and process risks here. But those are those, and then we break it down to a level 1 risk on each of those. And what are the controls you're actually gonna put? So I would say you're not creating anything new, but just looking at it from a different perspective that I would say I've seen some companies trying to understand, what am I going to do different? Like, how do you do a pen test on an AI model?
Well, we know. We actually brought together about a few thousand hackers at the big hacker conference called DEF CON this year in August. We set up Chromebooks. There were 3 or 4 different companies participating in that. And we invited the hackers in for 2 days to just hack on AI, and it was remarkable. I thought nobody would come, and there was a line outside the door. So we learned quite a lot. And I think, there's an element of red teaming in the EO, and I think that's a really beneficial thing for the ecosystem. I think we've also got to think a little bit carefully as the rulemaking happens, sort of how do we protect intellectual property and kind of maintain the competitiveness so that we can create the innovation over time. But I think all these models we've been hacking for a long time, I think we'll be able to adapt them.
And how do you actually test the efficacy of the training data that's used in a model? Because I think when you think about attack threat vectors for a large language model, data poisoning is one of those ones that, how do you actually understand? I mean, protecting data is not new. How we protect it, we're not good at it, but how we protect data, that's not new. Those tenets are not new. But when we think about the amount of data that goes into generative AI and into large language models, and we think about a pen test against that, that's gargantuan. How do we actually do that effectively? And I mean, again, I'm sure that we will figure this out quite quickly, but how do we actually look at that? How do we understand when a model has been poisoned? How do we understand when it's now spitting out information that's inaccurate? And we're seeing that now. We're seeing where models have been poisoned and information is being propagated, propaganda is being propagated, and it's inaccurate. And so how do we actually go about fixing that? How do we detect it, and how do we fix it and make sure that it doesn't happen again? And we don't have answers for that. And that's the kind of running with scissors thing. There are spaces right now, AI is moving so rapidly that I wouldn't even say it's the have-nots that are on the loose. The threat actors are on the loose as quickly as we are propagating information into these large language models. And I think it's going to be critically important that we understand what the accuracy of the data that we receive when we're using AI from different vectors. Is it accurate? Is it data that we should be using that's knowledgeable and trustable? And I think that's going to be a huge challenge.
And I think that testing is so important. It's also an element of the EO. And the EO kind of lays out this concept of looking at kind of how big the model is, the kind of how many flops there are, how much networking speed. I think actually performance testing the model is a really good approach. So I'm hoping we get to have a nice conversation and thought about that as we do the rulemaking. But I also, what I see is, we talk about large language models, but the industry is also talking about micro models. Right, and so you got to think about the small models, not the ones with lots of flops, but the ones with a little bit of flops. And because I think that's how we get the training data to be really good, is so we train on smaller sets of data that we really, really trust.
And then we go broad.
And then we go broad. And so, for example, we've got SecPalm, which is something that we've released. It's trained just on very, very nice, clean security data. It does one thing, right? We're not deploying a very, very large language model for something that has quite a very specific task, right? Could you imagine ChatGPT looking at X-rays? No, you could make a smaller model that just knows how to do that.
Yes.
Right? So that's one way also that we can look at the integrity problem a little bit better.
That's some of the use cases we're thinking through about those smaller use cases. We've already started at DHS thinking through how to use that for, how CBP is looking at, goods coming in and how we can make the person more efficient, or how we can sift through a number of reports that are coming through our Homeland Security investigations to pick out license plates or names or identifiers around, human trafficking and things like that.
That's very interesting. I'm learning so much. So I just want to kind of throw out a jump ball and maybe have a quick round of answers, since we want to have time for questions in the audience. But I'm very curious, and all of you have touched on this a little bit in your answers, but let's crystallize it. Who is going to benefit more from AI, adversaries or defenders?
Defenders. I'm going to win.
Defenders.
Yeah, I have to say defenders.
For a small majority, defenders. For the vast majority, adversaries.
Oh, well, interesting.
Okay, well, with that, I think we'll take audience questions. I have just a few ground rules. There are standing mics. Please don't form really long lines, maybe 1 or 2 people at each station. And please introduce yourself and keep your questions brief, and keep your question in the form of a question. Sometimes people tend to offer soliloquies, and we don't have a lot of time. So with that, please go first, whoever is first.
Hello?
Yes.
A little bit low. So I'm an adjunct professor at NYU. I'm also on the working group for teaching generative tools. And I'd be curious to hear your thoughts about how we can use generative AI to help education move beyond this 40-year-old product and teach people critical thinking.
Well, I, for one, as a student that didn't enjoy all of my math professors, would love to have the option of learning in different kinds of ways. I think generative AI, just for context, my husband's a software programmer. He's been programming for a really long time. He's actually now using, despite being very experienced, he's now using a Bard, which is ours, to teach him about the intricate nature of the programming language that just he hasn't ever used before. It was never taught in a classroom. You can ask it different questions and not feel judged. So think, people coming into a profession for the first time. You've got, you're in a professional environment, not quite psychologically safe. You want to ask some questions. Nobody's going to judge, the bot's not going to judge you for that. So I think there's lots to learn here, but I think there's something in there that's going to change the way students learn. But I also, the question back to professors is, are we going to go back to oral exams if you really need to test knowledge?
So I would just tell you, I am certainly not an educational expert, but I would just say I love the multimodal opportunity it gives you, because some of us, I'm a visual learner. So I enjoy the opportunity to look at things with pictures, right? So I think it does offer, other than maybe lazy students like myself writing papers easier, I think it does offer that opportunity to sort of learn very differently that isn't necessarily the professor's way of teaching something. So I actually think it will, obviously every generation I think is getting smarter and smarter. They were calling me the pessimist up here. I am an eternal optimist. But I really think in education, the application is phenomenal.
I think it's my hope that sometimes there are gaps between academia and industry. It's my hope that AI will help us bridge those gaps. AI is really, really good at understanding models and identifying trends very quickly and very, very rapidly. It's my hope that that identification of those trends will help benefit academia as well as benefit industry, and bridge the gap between the two of us.
I think it's an interesting use case of what to test against. I think when you think about who we need to be as people, as critical thinkers, there's still a gap in what these models spit out, right? And so I can see certain scenarios that are very educational when you test yourself and critique yourself versus the output of a generative AI model. What did the model miss? What nuance did it miss? What data could it have used? I think testing yourself versus the output of a model is a really interesting concept.
Great. Well, we have a question over here. Please go ahead.
Hi, good morning. My name is Leanne DeLizer. I'm the Executive Director of Computer Science for All and a former Carnegie Mellon Professor of Computer Science as well. I'm really interested in hearing you all be so positive about education. And if we think about education, it's the last place where we always lead with this optimism, and it's the last place security lands. Think about how slow schools are to adopt cybersecurity principles. How do we think about what the lessons we've learned from early cyber as we think about AI? And if you look at the president's generative AI statement, it is be careful, be careful, be careful, be careful, be careful. Education, do everything. So how do we take lessons from cybersecurity as we think about implementing these technologies, as we should, for every student to learn in schools?
I'll just ask one of you to answer that because we're at the 30-second mark, and I'm going to get in trouble if we go over. So I don't know if
We're all looking at you.
Rock, paper, scissors.
I mean, it's a good question. I think we have an opportunity here on the cusp of a technology to integrate it more securely and more by default in what we're doing. I think what the EO did as a whole, what we hope to, is raise the bar of attention, right? I think when I go to international conferences, when I go to other things, people are asking questions. I think, as I mentioned before, cyber kind of crept up on a lot of people, right? There's a small niche community. You think you mentioned Carnegie Mellon, that you had no doubt that it was happening, but I think it kind of came fully baked afterwards to that. And I think there's going to be a little bit of a gap. I think people far younger than me, already know way more than me on AI when I look at, little cousins and things like that looking at AI. So I think they will naturally come with a bit more education, but I think if we bake it in from the start, there's at least the attention that we've raised to it at this point. And so hopefully the EO and other government stuff can support that.
Great. Well, thank you so much to our panel. This is really educational for me and hopefully for all of you. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
Please welcome to the Aspen Cyber Summit, Kashmir Hill, technology reporter for the New York Times, joining us to talk about her new book, Your Face Belongs to Us.
Good morning. So in 2019, I discovered a New York-based startup that had done something extraordinary. It had created a facial recognition app that looked through a database of billions of faces scraped from the public internet, including all your favorite social media sites. And with their technology, you could upload a photo of an unknown person, and it could link them to their name, their social media profile, and maybe even to photos on the internet that they didn't know about. The company was called Clearview AI. Their database at the time had 3 billion faces. They now say they have 30 billion faces in the database. It was beyond anything created by the government or the big technology companies. At the time I first learned about Clearview AI, they were selling their technology primarily to law enforcement agencies, police departments, but they were keeping what they'd built a secret from the general public. And the company did not initially want to engage with me, a New York Times reporter. They did not want a big story about them out in public. So instead, I tracked down police officers who had used the app, and they said that it worked better than any facial recognition tool that they had previously had access to, such as state-run tools that relied on databases of criminal mugshots and maybe driver's license photos, depending on the state. One of the officers, the first officer I talked to, was a detective in Gainesville, Florida. He had signed up for a free 30-day trial with Clearview AI after seeing it on a listserv for financial crime investigators. He told me he had had a stack of unsolved cases on his desk, photos of people that had been taken at ATMs or bank counters. And he hadn't been able to get any hits when he ran it through Florida's kind of state face recognition system. But then he had run the photos through Clearview AI, and he'd gotten hit after hit after hit. He said it was amazing. He said, I'd be the company's spokesperson if they wanted me. And I said, wow, that sounds pretty incredible. I'd love to see how it works. And so he said, well, why don't you send me your photo, and I'll send you a screenshot of the results. And so I did that, and then he ghosted me. He suddenly would not respond to any of my messages. This happened with another officer, and eventually I would find out that Clearview AI had put an alert on my face. And when an officer uploaded my photo, the company got a notification, called the officer, and told them to stop talking to me. I think the intention was to deter me from doing the story, but it just made me more interested than ever. Who was this strange company, and how had they built this powerful app? And so in my reporting for the book, I trace this kind of history of facial recognition technology and how we got here. And I found that the desire to kind of unlock the secrets of the human face goes back centuries, and the attempts to get computers to do it goes back decades. In the early 1960s, in the area that was not yet known as Silicon Valley, engineers tried to build the first facial recognition system with funding, secret funding from the CIA. It didn't work that well back then. The technology improved over the years in fits and starts, but it wasn't until this century that it really reached fruition, and that was thanks to more powerful computers, advances in machine learning, and an endless supply of high-resolution photos taken with digital cameras and put all over the internet. There had been this long chain of people that were working over years and decades to try to solve this problem, getting a computer to be able to recognize a face as well as a human, if not better. And I interviewed many of them for the book. And everyone in the chain assumed that someone else in the chain would deal with the societal implications of what it would look like if they perfected automated facial recognition. This is not uncommon in the tech space. The concept is often called technical sweetness, based on a quote from Robert Oppenheimer talking about his work on the nuclear bomb. He said, when you see something that is technically sweet, you go ahead and do it, and you argue about what to do about it only after you have had your technical success. Or put another way, by the great doctor Ian Malcolm in Jurassic Park. Scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not they could, they didn't stop to think if they should. That said, some companies who achieved this sweetness opted not to share it with the world. Before Clearview AI came along, Facebook and Google had developed similar technology internally, able to identify a stranger, but they deemed it a tool that was too dangerous to release. Clearview's edge was ethical arbitrage. They were willing to release a tool that others hadn't dared to. The company's primary founder was a guy named Hoan Ton-Tat. He was a computer whiz. He grew up in Australia. At 19 years old, he dropped out of college and moved to San Francisco to chase the tech boom. His experience before Clearview AI was building Facebook apps, building Facebook quizzes, iPhone games, and an app called Trump Hair. That he was able to go from apps like that to creating this astounding technology speaks to what is possible with open source technology. The building blocks for powerful AI-based applications are increasingly widely available to anyone with technical savvy. Hoan Ton-Tat acknowledged that kind of chain of AI pioneers who paved the way for him. He name-checked people like the computer vision expert Geoffrey Hinton, who's often called the godfather of AI. He said, I was standing on the shoulders of giants. So facial recognition is on the leading edge of the debate about AI. Technical sweetness has been achieved, and now we must decide what to do about it. Here's what's happening now. Police are using Clearview AI and other facial recognition vendors to identify criminal suspects. We're using it at airports and at borders to verify our identities. Casinos can identify high rollers as they approach the doors and turn away cheaters and people with gambling problems. Macy's and grocery stores here in New York have used it to kick out shoplifters. And one of the most troubling deployments in the US, the owner of Madison Square Garden decided to use it against his enemies namely lawyers who worked at firms that had lawsuits against the company, using their headshots scraped from their own firm's websites. I've actually seen this happen. I bought tickets to a Rangers game and invited one of the band lawyers to come with me. And there's thousands of people that are streaming into Madison Square Garden. And as we walked through the doors, put our bags down on the security belt, by the time we picked them up, a security guard approached us, asked her for ID, and then told her she had to leave and gave her this note saying she's not welcome back until her law firm drops its suit. This is what is unique about facial recognition technology. Sorry, I have like the cough. Our face becomes a key to knowing everything about us, linking ourselves in the real world to everything that's knowable about us online. It is also a great example of what's called surveillance creep. When we create technological infrastructures for security purposes, which is what Madison Square Garden initially did when it was installed facial recognition technology in 2018, the idea is always, initially, we'll use it for safety reasons. But once you put this infrastructure in place, it's often repurposed to monitor opponents, suppress dissent, discourage other lawful activities. China, which is much farther along in the deployment of facial recognition technology than we are, initially rolled it out for safety and security reasons, and now they use it to identify protesters and dissidents, to automatically ticket jaywalkers, and to control how much toilet paper people take in a public restroom in Beijing. The question we face with this particular AI is, where should we draw the line? Should police be searching databases of billions of faces every time a crime is caught on camera, or should the databases be smaller, more localized? Do we have effective systems in place to question the machine's judgment? Because while facial recognition technology is powerful, it still makes mistakes. We know about a handful of people, all black, who have been arrested for the crime of looking like someone else. Once a system identifies a person, investigators can fall prey to automation bias, where they rely too heavily on the computer's judgment and don't do a thorough enough investigation beyond that. And when it comes to facial recognition technology, we have talked a lot about mistakes and bias, but it is improving all the time, and I think we increasingly need to grapple with the idea of a world where it works near perfectly, and if it was widely deployed then, it would be potentially quite chilling. Should we have facial recognition algorithms running on all the cameras all the time, as they are in Moscow, allowing police to find missing or wanted persons, but also to identify protesters against the war in Ukraine? Should businesses be identifying us as we walk through the door, able to immediately link us to our online dossiers? Should we in this room be able to recognize one another with Clearview-like software on our phones or in augmented reality glasses? Clearview is limited to police use, but there are other face search engines on the internet right now. They have smaller databases, but you could use them, to identify other people at this conference. Anyone on the subway, in a restaurant, in a pharmacy, outside a medical clinic could snap your photo and potentially learn who you are. Should face scraping companies have the right to put us in these databases? Should that be legal? Europe, Australia, and Canada have said no, that it violates their privacy law. But here in the US, the answer to that question so far is mostly yes. You may be feeling hopeless at this point in the talk, but this is far from the first time we have confronted an invasive technology with scary implications. At the same time the CIA was funding those early engineers to work on facial recognition technology in the area that wasn't known as Silicon Valley yet, the nation was beset by the electronic listening invasion. Wiretaps and tiny bugs that had Americans worrying that they could never have another private conversation again. The country at that time succeeded in passing regulations to rein in what could be done with that technology. And it's the reason why the vast majority of the surveillance cameras that dot our urban landscape, that are everywhere, record only our images and not audio or sound. We decided as a country that conversational privacy was important. We can and should choose the future we want, not simply let what technology is capable of dictate it for us. If we think anonymity is important, we are going to have to protect it. Thank you so much.
time for a short break. Grab a coffee and a quick snack, and we'll see you right back here at 10:35.
Tours.
Please return to your seats. Our program will begin in just a moment. Welcome back to the Aspen Cyber Summit. Joining us now for a conversation about nation-state threats to critical infrastructure, please welcome Elka Soberai, Associate Chief for Policy at the U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, Piyush Kumar, Director for the Office of Cybersecurity, Energy, and Emergency Response at the U.S. Department of Energy, Rob Joyce, Cybersecurity Director at the National Security Agency, and Craig Adams, Chief of Product and Engineering at Recorded Future. Leading the conversation is Jeff Green, Senior Director with Aspen Digital.
Everybody, welcome back. We'll be a break. We thought we would come back with something uplifting. Other countries attacking our critical infrastructure, energy, water pipeline. So I'll have our panelists introduce themselves real quick. Elka, start with you.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Elka Soberai. I'm the Associate Chief at CISA for Policy. I just wrapped up an 18-month tour at the White House at the National Security Council working on cyber policy.
Piyush.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Piyush Kumar. I lead the U.S. Department of Energy's Office of Cybersecurity, Energy Security, and Emergency Response, or CSER. We are the policy side of looking at security and resilience from an all hazards perspective to the U.S. energy sector, and that includes electricity, oil, and natural gas across the country.
and they are a finalist for Best Acronym for Cyber Entity in the U.S. government. Rob.
Hi, I'm Rob Joyce. I'm the Director of Cybersecurity at the National Security Agency. I've been there 34 years, had some out-of-body experience at the White House, and look at the threats to the cyber infrastructure as well as work the defense industrial base.
Craig.
I'm Rob's doppelganger, Craig Adams, Chief Product and Engineering Officer, Recorded Future.
Great. Before we jump in, though, I do want to address one question that has come up repeatedly over the past few days. There is not actually a typo in the name of the panel. If we could flash the slide up to give people a little context. Can I see a show of hands who actually got this? Anyone? Thank you. That's better than I thought. I thought it would be me and Rob up here. But this is for those who didn't get it, which is probably most people under the age of 40. This is a very early but widespread internet meme. And I fought hard with Aspen people to let me have a typo in our headlines. So thank you to the Aspen staff for allowing that, and thanks all for playing. But no, we're going to turn now to nation-state critical infrastructure, and I want to set some context for the conversation. So bear with me. In February, Director of National Intelligence Avril Haines released the annual threat assessment document that comes out every year, public, unclassified. This version warned, and I'm quoting, if Beijing feared that a major conflict with the United States were imminent, it almost certainly would consider undertaking aggressive cyber operations against U.S. homeland critical infrastructure and military assets worldwide. The document went on to say that the purpose of these attacks would be, quote, to deter U.S. military action by impeding U.S. decision-making, inducing societal panic, and interfering with deployment of U.S. forces. And it went on to conclude that China almost certainly is capable of launching cyber attacks, and it cited oil, gas pipelines, and rail systems within the U.S. For those of you who don't read these threat assessments on the regular, this is a pretty forward-leaning statement, particularly when it comes to cyber. So I want to kick it off there. Rob, I want to, I guess, start with you. Am I wrong in thinking that it's pretty significant for the DNI to be this out there, and in particular, phrases like inducing societal panic are pretty specific and somewhat stark? So any color you can add there?
Yeah, so I think the idea of getting that threat assessment out to the people who own and operate the critical infrastructure was the real driving force behind the way those words were formed up. There is a real and tangible threat from the PRC against our critical infrastructure. And for the last several months, across the US government, we've been talking about the observed pre-positioning in critical infrastructure. And that's not just something from the intel community. That's also joined by entities in the commercial world who have looked and found some of those intrusions in places that have no intel benefit, right? They don't have a financial incentive to be in these places. It matches the intelligence picture that the DNI put out there, which is this is pre-positioning for advantage in the time of conflict. That's pretty serious.
Piyush, I mean, obviously, energy sector is where you focus. What do you think the sector should be doing with this warning? What are you telling your partners that you engage with?
It's a great question. And so the Worldwide Threat Assessment certainly, on an annual basis has this assessment of capabilities by China, Russia, and others. This actually goes even farther back to 2019, because that was one of the first references that I had seen in the Worldwide Threat Assessment, talking about Russia's capabilities to cause temporary disruptive attacks on the electrical grid, and then, of course, China's capabilities when it comes to oil and natural gas. And so this is a very real threat, and I know the energy sector in the United States takes it very seriously. It's what do we do with this information? And that's what we need to be really talking about, is how do we make this information actionable, and so that we can buy down this risk. Some big areas we are thinking about at the Department of Energy is, we need to continue investing in sector hardening. We need to have some baselines for cybersecurity for the U.S. energy system. We need to continue doing things like capacity building, training, exercises, workforce development that was just talked about a little bit. And then there's a new area that, particularly with a lot of the new reporting that we're seeing, I really think we need more focus on how do we operate through compromise. We have to assume our systems are going to be compromised. How do we ensure that they can continue operating how we expect them to during those compromises. And so that gets into the concept of resilience, building resilience into our energy systems, building security by design into our energy system. So you're going to see a lot more focus in that space, certainly by us at the Department of Energy, but I know our colleagues at CISA and other places are also thinking along those lines.
Speaking of CISA, Elka, actually you have a couple hats you could wear up here. I'm wondering if you could go back and put on your White House hat and talk generally about the administration's approach to critical infrastructure security, because it seems, having watched this for 15 years, a fairly hard break from reliance on entirely voluntary measures. So can you talk about how the administration is approaching this issue generally?
So I think the administration has been very focused on building a foundation of security and resilience for critical infrastructure. And if you look across the last few years, we saw Colonial Pipeline, we saw the Russia-Ukraine, we then saw, and now we see this threat. So the message has remained the same, that voluntary partnerships have gotten us so far, but now we are faced with these significant threats, and now we're at a place where no longer this public-private partnership or voluntary partnership can get us to where we need in terms of a secure cybersecurity posture to get against these threats. I think the administration has been very focused on making sure that owners and operators have those cybersecurity protections in place to make sure that they can be resilient and they can recover from if an adversary disrupts their systems. And I think when you look across the existing regulatory systems, and there's significant gaps. And so the administration's been very focused on, all right, let's look at existing regulation and authorities, fill those, and then where we can add cybersecurity into those, and then also where are the gaps across the significant critical infrastructure sectors. I will say that when you start talking regulation, the administration's been very clear that there are a few aspects that they're considering as they're building out this kind of regulatory model. One is that it has to be very focused and based on risk. And so it's sector focused, based on the sector risk. Second, it's in coordination with industry. And I think the administration's done a great job bringing in the private sector, having threat briefings, briefing them on the threat so that they understand why we are asking them to put these certain measures in place. And then last, making sure that it is harmonized to the biggest extent possible, just to try to reduce the compliance burden that's already out there. And then last, I will say that regulation is one piece, it's one tool in the toolkit, but it's by no means the entire picture that we need to consider.
So Craig, you and your company work with these companies, these providers every day. Piyush talked a bit about the things they can do. Are you hearing, like when things like this come out, do you hear from your customers, holy hell, what do we do? And what is your answer? What are some of the things these organizations can do to become a harder target?
Yeah, so first, just a level set on a few facts. One of the things we see the most is APTs, particularly targeting hardware-based 0 days. Like that's a common pattern. It takes about 45 minutes to scan the entire internet to look for a specific vulnerability. So that's your window of action. Between 0-day announcement, 45 minutes, your adversary's already found it. Obviously, this means that our traditional way of patching is not enough. Roughly 5% of vulnerabilities are patched is the stat that I personally believe. The second piece of hardening is if you look at most areas of compromise, it's still the old-fashioned identity compromise. There's different stats between 61% or 80% depending on your source, but we believe that that's still the two things. So the two things to do, the first two things to do is one, it's essential to be looking at your infrastructure, and your infrastructure means your third parties, the direct things you control, from the outside. It's not enough just to look at your perimeter, it's gone. The second is you have to be laser focused on identity compromise. That problem is not going away. MFA hasn't solved it. Those are the first two areas to start.
And that's at an individual level too, not just a corporate level.
Correct. Well, I'm thinking mostly from the aspect of a company, because you think about the company identity. If an employee's machine is compromised with malware, I not only can see what systems they've accessed, frankly, I can get personal information about that individual. I could see their Tinder profile, login name, or other sensitive things, which creates this ripe environment. And so you've got to have an understanding of what data of your employees, particularly around identity, has left.
if folks are wondering what they can do on their own during the panel discussion this afternoon on education, some of the conversation around the cyber civil defense work will give you some ideas on things you can do. Rob, I want to talk a bit about, hopefully not the future, but looking into a potential future. Elke talked about the preparation for Russia's February invasion of Ukraine, and at least outwardly, within Ukraine and separately, there has not been a lot of activity directed at Western entities that has been reported. How do you think a conflict could or would play out in the Taiwan region, particularly outside, and as well as inside Taiwan, and reflecting back on the DNI statement?
Yeah, I think the intent of the PRC is to keep us focused domestically, but also keep us from being able to pre-position and supply things to the theater. So I would expect transportation and logistics, defense companies, all to be hit pretty hard, with the intent of breaking those supply chain lines and the ability to deliver material. You look at the Ukraine conflict, it has been so important with Western countries being able to get material in to support Ukraine. The same is going to be true in Taiwan. And if you can stop shipping, if you can stop air, you can stop the rail that feeds those things to the port, those will all be things that are focused on and targeted.
And potentially before the actual conflict turns hot?
Before, during, and after.
Piyush, Rob talked about Ukraine and the work there. In the run-up to that, there was a pretty collaborative effort between, you named the government agency and the private sector, and there were actions that the government and the private sector took that for years we thought wouldn't happen. What do you think drove that? Was it the reality of a threat? Has that spirit continued, and what lessons can we draw given where we are now?
Yeah, there's certainly a resilience in the Ukrainian people, but one of the other things we saw, there was a resilience in their infrastructure. And it probably was, they had cyber incidents back in 2015 and 2016 that took down their electric grid, and they learned from those. They worked with us and the US government to harden some of that infrastructure. So one of the big takeaways, hopefully, people are seeing is certainly there's the offense, whether it was kinetic or even some cyber, but there was a tremendous cyber defense that Ukraine had employed that actually had hardened their systems. And so a big takeaway for the US energy sector is that investment in the defense and the hardening can really go a long way if you are facing an offense. So that's number one. Number two thing that you saw during the conflict was it wasn't just the government working with Ukrainian companies, critical infrastructure in the government. It was also private sector companies. Microsoft had done a ton and actually released a lot of really good insights. And so that leads us to think about this concept of collective defense. And so we in the United States are now trying to approach that similarly, where we have a pilot underway called the Energy Threat Analysis Center, which we're partnering with our colleagues at the JCDC and thinking through how do we pull together what we know of threats to US energy systems. And we have to look at multiple sources. It can't just be just one source. Certainly our intelligence community is an amazing source for it, but a lot of these cyber threats are actually on private sector networks, so we need to get that information to correlate against the entire sector. What are we seeing? Work with our colleagues in the intelligence community, see how do we correlate what we're seeing through intel channels, but we need to do this collective defense philosophy if we're truly going to combat a nation state like a PRC. So those are two big areas of focus that hopefully are lessons learned for us in the United States.
Okay, you landed at the NSC right as we were working on the pre-war. Do you have any thoughts on what drove the activity, and from where you're sitting now at CISA, has that cooperation continued, or do we need to find a way to reinvigorate?
No, I think that has really spurred a lot of action at CISA, and kind of taking the White House previous hat off and the regulatory hat off and putting the CISA hat on. When we talk about public-private partnerships and how we can build this kind of trusted network of networks, I think that is really how we're going to get ahead of the threat, because we need to build this kind of community where there's operational collaboration in real time, and it's not just sending information just to send it over the fence and no one actions it. I think having these types of channels where in real time the private sector can collaborate with the government, that's how we're going to get these early warnings. We're going to get ahead of the threat. So I think it definitely hasn't stalled, and I don't know if new action is needed. I think this is like a continued ramp up of building this community of interest.
Craig, I want to ask you something. I'm interested in all the panelists reflecting. Private sector sees a very different slice of the threat landscape than the government does because the number of systems you're able customers to work with, at least. And understanding there are limitations to when and how you'd share with the government. But on critical systems like this, critical infrastructure, how do you work with the government to merge the intel pictures? And then Rob, maybe starting with you, if you can add your thoughts, because I know that's a world you've worked in for a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So first I'll say something that works well and something that probably we need to do better at. So there's two things that work well. So the first is we define together what good looks like. You can call it regulation, you can call it standards, but defining what's good is critical as a way of building a notion of defense. The second, as mentioned earlier, how do we share information back and forth is absolutely an area that happens frequently, particularly on areas related to national security and energy. The area that I still think we're all brailing our way through is the selective use of classification. In other words, how do you determine what should be classified? Because of the methods and other reasons behind it. And the second is where is there a societal benefit for sharing more, which then allows defenders to ramp up against that apart. So overall, I think it's on the right track, but of course, like everything, there's room for us to get better.
Rob, I've heard you talk recently a few times about kind of a shift in what and how to share. Can you maybe reflect on and respond?
Sure. So the NSA mindset has changed. We set up the Cybersecurity Collaboration Center with the intent of taking the classified information that we know and getting it into the hands of the people who can actually do something. Because if we know something, it is no good unless somebody can do something. So our focus has been taking classified information, getting it down to an unclassified level. Because even if a big company has cleared people, usually those aren't the folks operating the network who can do something with the information. So it really needs to be unclassified. And more often, the people who have the biggest impact in this environment are multinational corporations. And so we've got to be comfortable that information has to be exercised and used by people in many nations, right? Some of them friendly, some maybe on the fence, and some maybe even hostile to the US. And I've got to give that information for the greater good. And we've gotten much better at getting that information down to actionable levels. The other big part that drives, though, is then the willingness of industry to come and meet us in that analytic environment and bring their own stuff. When I joined, kind of cybersecurity many years ago, the NSA and the FBI, DHS, our public-private partnership idea was give us your stuff, right? And it would disappear behind the green door. You'd never hear back if it mattered. Nothing came back out. It is totally different today, right? It is you bring a piece, we bring a piece, and the power of the US government SIGINT system from NSA is reaching out into foreign space to learn things that is off their networks, and then deep inside the networks where there's insights that you don't frankly want NSA into, being brought to the table because they know it's malicious already from their own analytics. And that's a beautiful combination.
So Piyush, this is your second time at CSER. You worked at an energy provider in between. Where are we now on being able to share that information? And what's one thing you'd want to really step up if you could?
So I think the industry sees the value of working more closely with government on really understanding, contextualizing, and then getting actionable information out there. We're really seeing the private sector come and want to work with us. So I think that's a really positive thing. So I think we need to continue investing in how do we have that, again, collective defense posture. I will say, given the threats that we've seen, particularly with, for example, Volt Typhoon or Mandiant's report last week on living off the land, whether in IT environments or OT environments, an area that we also need to be investing in is how do we really understand these threats in the context of actual infrastructure. So it can't just be an IT problem anymore, it's an engineering problem. And so we, based on these reports, what they tell me, Volt Typhoon and the Mandiant report, is our adversaries are not just getting smart on cyber techniques and IT techniques, they're getting smart on how to use native capabilities to control operational environments. So what that means is they're leveraging engineers. They're leveraging folks who know how these systems can be used to change things that we may not want to. So we have to continue investing in the identifying and detecting purely, again, from an IT perspective. But how do we use information about systems to say, is that anomalous or is that not in an operational environment? So did something just trip just because it was a cause of a weather event, or did it trip because it was actually malicious? And I think that's an area where we need to get the engineering community to be part of this cybersecurity and IT community if we're truly going to combat where I see some of these threats headed and the capabilities of some of our adversaries.
Okay, JCDC was built on collaboration, coordination. What are you seeing from the CISA side? I guess we're about 2 years into JCDC.
We are. We're 2 years in. And by the way, tomorrow is CISA's 5th anniversary. So happy birthday, CISA.
Sing happy birthday to
happy
Chris
birthday,
Krebs
CISA.
on next panel.
That's right. And I think JCDC's come a long way. And I think part of building out this collaborative partnership is determining the right stakeholder groups and who to bring into the big tent mindset of what information we're sharing, what information do they have, as Rob said, that they can share. But I think we've come a long way, but there's still a ways to go. I think one big focus area that CISA's been focused on is how do we build scalable resources. So we talk a little bit about target-rich, resource-poor sectors, and when we're trying to make them say, hey, you really need to ramp up your cybersecurity maturity, and they're like, we have one guy who's doing like 10 different jobs. They don't have the resources or the expertise to really deploy a lot of these. And so how do we at CISA help provide these scalable resources so that it can meet the more need across the country, not just for those that are regulated, but actually for everybody. And this also includes the individual users. So we're not just talking critical infrastructure companies, but our biggest weakness is the people. And so educating the people and making sure that's scalable.
Craig, can you try to make this real for us? Just recorded future, have you seen what appears to be nation-state efforts to compromise or get on other nations, not necessarily the US, but other nations' critical infrastructure?
So binarily, yes, of course, as we all know the answer. And it matches the physical conflict patterns we've seen. So when former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi travels to Taiwan, you then notice a Guam communications infrastructure attack coincidentally happen, which just happens to have a few military installations and assets in the region. And so I think, to be clear, it's happening. And as you mentioned backstage, there was a fascinating statement of just the sheer number of both energy and critical infrastructure companies there are. I think sometimes it's easy for us to think that these are large, sophisticated organizations. That's not the typical, that's not the mean across. And so the question then is, how do you help scale it across the organization? But we absolutely see it. I will say, though, that most of the attacks we see against the infrastructure space are actually private organizations. They may operate with leniency inside of an environment, but they can frankly operate more freely without fearing an escalation, perhaps, that happens across.
So in a few minutes, we'll take questions if there are any. There's microphones at the front of the room if folks want to make their way down. Just probably not time for too many, so don't form a long line. Elka, I want to turn to, so we've talked a little bit about where things have improved. I want to turn to an area where maybe we've struggled a bit, and specifically the water sector, that I know when you were in the White House, there were several different efforts to try to drive security, and it seems like we may not have made a lot of progress. Craig talked about the number of entities. Water is one where there are many. You talked about there being one person and resources. Thoughts on where we are and what we can do on that? Because we kind of need water.
We kind of need water. It's basically, needed for every single critical infrastructure, and it underpins our entire society. It's a tricky one. I think water, just given the sheer number of utilities, given how expansive the sector is, given the number of interdependencies, it's really hard. It's a huge undertaking. I think the EPA, as the Sector Risk Management Agency, has done a great job kind of rising to the challenge and the call to action from the White House. to leverage existing regulatory authorities that they have. But unfortunately, their approach has been very focused on safety, like making sure we have safe drinking water, and which rightfully so, that should be #1 priority. But when it comes to bolting on security and cybersecurity requirements on top of that, you run into the issue of, all right, well, we need to make sure that anyone who's assessing these systems understands cybersecurity in order to assess them. And again, we need to make that scalable across states and also across all the utilities. So I mean, that's a huge undertaking, and we already have a significant deficit of cybersecurity expertise across the nation anyway, and trying to target that for small water utilities, I can imagine, is very difficult as well. I do think on the flip side, there's some positive things going on in the water sector. I know that EPA and CISA have been very focused on, again, building out some scalable resources so that we can help some of the smaller utilities. But again, I think there's still a ways to go when it comes to finding an appropriate regulatory model for cybersecurity of water. And that needs to be built in partnership with the industry because they understand the ins and outs of the sector.
If I can make a comment, though, this is one area that if there's not a federal solution, there will be a state solution. So we just saw on Monday, the state of New York came out with new proposed regulations for hospitals. And so I think that this void is going to be filled, at least in critical dense states, but then we're going to have an inconsistent patchwork. So I view it's a matter of time before we just accept that there are definitions of good standard regulations that will hit all critical infrastructure.
And Rob, it's fair to assume our adversaries are looking for the weak spots and where we're able to make less improvement?
Absolutely. So you see so let me go to the Israel-Hamas conflict, right? So you see 3 different groups focused in attacking critical infrastructure in that area. So the first is nation state. So Iran came hard at their infrastructure, right? They responded to the crisis. But you also saw probably the biggest volume from hacktivists. Those were people who rose up and joined the fray, both amateurs and professionals. Sometimes nation-state resource groups came into that event. And those are the things that these little small mom-and-pop critical infrastructures have to deal with. And that's probably one of the bigger activities. And then the third, you see the criminal element who are looking for an opportunity to make money. So these critical infrastructure providers have to worry about nation states, they have to worry about the hacktivists, as well as the criminal elements, ransomware, extortion, et cetera. So it's a big challenge.
Right before we go to question, Piyush, I know water isn't necessarily your thing, although obviously you need it for the energy sector, but you talked about resilience. And water, to my understanding, is one of the sectors that is still largely mechanical. In some ways, does that provide a unintentional resilience in that or other sectors? And Ukraine, I think they had a lot of mechanical systems back in 2016-17.
Yeah. It's a question we think about a lot because, like you said, in 2015-16, Ukraine was able to get their power back up pretty quickly because it wasn't as digitally connected. And so there was an inherent resiliency to that. I think the lesson learned here, though, can be how do we leverage, certainly, using digitization to make our energy systems or water systems more reliable, more efficient. That's actually good for us to do. And then also detect things. But do we need to also think about, in certain cases, having manual backups and having other ways to address resilience? And so a strategy we just released last year, and we now have released an implementation guide, is called Cyber Informed Engineering. And it's an implementation guide for engineers to think like an adversary, so that when they're designing their systems, they can actually include backup systems. They can include things to say, hey, if this looks weird, maybe we do need to go to another option to actually be able to operate these things. So I think we have to be thinking along both lines, but I also don't want to make sure, I want to ensure that we're not just saying, we don't want the smart grid because we're so worried about it, that we just want a dumb grid. At that point, we're maybe potentially helping with the cyber risk, but all these other risks to the grid of just not being as an efficient electric grid so that we can deliver power during large-scale storms and wildfires that we're seeing across the country. I think we need to take that all into context, but I think we can do both, but we need to be thinking about both resilience from a cyber perspective, but resilience from other impacts as well.
So I'm going to go to the, oh, go ahead,
Can I
Elka.
add something?
Sure.
Just a quick plug, so that tees off really nicely what Piyush just said. This month is actually Critical Infrastructure, Security, and Resilience Month. And I think this month it's like resolved to be resilient. And so I think that tees up very nicely. It's not just the hardening, it's not just the prep work, but it's also how can we recover and how can we stay online.
Go to the audience. If you could just state your name, association, try to keep it quick with a question mark, and if there's anyone in particular you're directing.
Yeah, my name is Scott Bennett. I'm the Chief Information Officer for Lear Corporation, a Fortune 200 company. And my question is for Rob and the agencies kind of here of how can we work better with your programs and your departments on our indicators of compromise to help on that partnership?
Yeah, the best place to start are your ISACs, right? Because they have natural connectivity into the government and have the ability to one-to-many share. If there's a very specific threat, then that channel can get you in touch with CISA, FBI, depending on your sector risk management agency. But there are major clusters who are banded together already for the purpose of threat information sharing at broad scale, and I'd encourage you to join your local ISAC. Might be the ND ISAC for defense.
Auto
Yep.
ISAC.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Over here.
Hi, my name's Ethan Dietrich. I'm the CEO and founder for a company called 6Gen. So we're an offensive hacking company. That's all we do. We conducted about 400 red team events over the past 2 years or so. We've only not gotten in one time. We recently hit a Fortune 100, like 800,000 endpoints. It took us 5 guys to do it in about 3 weeks, and we own most of their infrastructure. So my question is, at what point are we going to kind of call a spade with the asymmetry of offensive versus defensive and start using that to our advantage? We're playing, this game on the 1 yard line, our 1 yard line. So there's no, drafts, there's no guidelines for using companies like mine to provide an active defense role and providing that public-private partnership. So that's my question.
I don't know, Piyush or Elka, if the red teaming as part of a defensive side is something that the different programs you've looked at as part of that, or to go anywhere you want with that, that's what
Yeah, you need to actually be doing some of that, whether it's pen testing, red teaming, exercising. That has to be part of your larger cyber strategy, right? You got to do the baselines, certainly implement the best cybersecurity practices, but then test your system and really stress test it, as you could say, to see if those adversaries can get into your system. How we are recommending a lot of companies approach this is there's a lot of problems to solve, but maybe you need to take a consequence-driven approach, thinking about what are your crown jewels and then using those to say, how do I build in resilience into those crown jewels so that you're not overwhelmed and really start to protect from there and then protect out and out. But I think that's part of the larger cybersecurity strategy that we have to employ.
And I think just to add on top of that, I think there is a time and a place for red teaming versus, like, you're not going to go red team and do a pretty invasive assessment on an entity that you know has like nothing in place, and you're just like, this is not going to be helpful for them. So I think at CISA we have multiple different types of assessments and exercises that kind of caters to the needs of depending on the maturity level of that entity. And so I think that's also key in building out this strategy for entities is like, what level of maturity are you? And at a certain point, I agree, when you have certain defenses in place, then you roll out the big guns and do a red team or a proactive hunt in order to make sure it is secure as you think.
Hey, Jeff, I heard a different question, right? I heard hackback. And I think the question was, when do we unleash the cybers to go back and hack back? We have U.S. Cyber Command, right, who's active in defend forward strategy and the concepts around everything from use of hacking to partners and allies who can get us to stronger advocacy for defense. I really believe it's an inherently governmental activity because we see all the time that there are unwitting victims who are used in these attacks in the intermediary points. And so the idea that a private citizen or a company or a hacktivist would decide and take that risk in a very political sphere into another nation. And let's face it, it's breaking laws to go back and do that offensive cyber back against another sovereign nation. That's something you want your government doing, and that's why you haven't seen the policy willingness to bring the private sector into that space.
So we have 2 minutes left. Last question quickly.
Yeah, thank you. Manish Welthapuri, VP of Cyber Risk at Exeter. I wanted to ask you about concentration risks across the sector and the services. So whether that's vendors that provide a short list of hardware, whether it's other sectors like space, or whether it's cloud providers and data, which seems to me more like utility, like water and electricity. We care about the transmission, distribution, and less about how it's used. But I'd love your perspective on that. Thank you.
Was that directed to? Who is that directed to?
And anybody that wants
Someone
to
grab
answer.
Piyush?
So I'll start. So I think if I understood the question correctly, is there's a lot of different parts of the supply chain when it comes to different types of risk, and how do we address the different types of risk? Is that what you were asking about?
I mean, that's one part of it, but surely the concentration underneath the sector.
Monoculture type thing?
What's that?
Monoculture type problem?
Yeah, there's, certain PLCs are everywhere, right, in SCADA systems. There's a limited set of vendors that make that, or ICT providers. And what's behind there, that kind of hidden concentration risk that we see across the sectors.
So, and certainly, Elka, please jump in on this one. I think we have to treat different suppliers differently, right? There are certain suppliers that are the only suppliers for certain pieces of equipment. For example, Schneider, Schweitzer, Hitachi Energy, right? They're the industrial control system suppliers, not just for the US, but for the entire globe. And so how do we work with them versus maybe a malicious supplier where we might know they have a tie to a nation state, Kaspersky, right? How do we address the risks? And I think it's different how you do it. In some ways you have policy levers to address the risk. In other ways, you might need to have more rigorous testing of their components just because they're so critical to your system. But how we're thinking about it is different types of suppliers, and you have to have different strategies to address their risks. But
Okay, do you want to do a 10-second Secure by Design
I will just
pitch?
put a plug in for a later panel. I think you'll hear a little bit more about Secure by Design. It was also mentioned in the AI panel. So I think that aligns very closely as the Secure by Design concept, building it in instead of tacking it on.
Great. Well, thank you everyone for joining us today. I appreciate the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Samir Hazarnis, General Manager of Digital Agreements here at OneSpan, and we're a proud sponsor of the 2023 Aspen Cyber Summit. I hope everyone's enjoying the great conversations we've been having this morning. The next session is about the 2024 elections, which takes place at a time of record polarization and disruptive new technologies being launched. At OneSpan, we bring trust to digital agreements, and I'm keen to see how we can bring trust in our elections from the threat of artificial intelligence. It's my pleasure to introduce Vivian Schiller, Executive Director of Aspen Digital, who will lead this next conversation. Thank you.
All right. Come on, everybody. Hello. Okay, hi, everybody. We are here to talk about elections 2024, which you may have noticed is already upon us. And the context in which this is all playing out is not super great. The challenge is we have some of the same challenges and issues as we had in the last elections. We have social media platforms full of mis and disinformation. We have a polarized country, mistrust in institutions. There are bad actors, both foreign and domestic, who seek to disrupt our elections for all manner of reasons. But as if that were not enough, we now have a new layer of issues to pile on for 2024. Two incredibly consequential and particularly divisive wars, social media platforms who have cut the staffers who have been doing content moderation and looking for coordinated inauthentic behavior from bad actors outside the United States and inside. We have a chill among the academic community and the not-for-profit community because of some partisan threats. We have a shift in communication to more closed platforms, direct messaging, which is harder for researchers to see. And as if that were not enough, we now have the unleashing of powerful new artificial intelligence tools. So we're going to solve all of that in the next 40 minutes. I am delighted to say we have the perfect people for it. Immediately to my right, of course, you probably know Chris Krebs, but you may not know him with his new title, which is Chief Intelligence and Public Policy Officer at SentinelOne. He was, of course, former head of CISA, but his most important role of all is as the Senior Newmark Fellow in Cybersecurity at Aspen Digital at the Aspen Institute. So thank you for that, Chris.
Thanks.
Jocelyn Benson, Secretary of State for the state of Michigan, where she oversaw record-breaking turnout in 2020 and 2022, elections that were more secure than any in the state's history. She introduced absentee voting, and my favorite fun fact about the secretary is in 2016, she became one of a handful of women to have completed the Boston Marathon while 8 months pregnant. I know. That's the most applause we've had this whole time. And Rafi Krikorian is the Chief Technology Officer of Engineering at Emerson Collective, where he focuses on using technology and data to accelerate solutions that promote social good. Prior roles include first CTO of the Democratic National Committee, and he's had previous very senior roles at Uber, at Twitter, and is the host of the podcast Technically Optimistic. Okay, so let's get going. So let's set a little bit of context. Chris, I'm going to start with you. As we look towards the 2024 elections here in the US, and just by way of context, 2 billion people are eligible to vote in national elections in 2024 around the world. We're going to focus on the US elections right now. Based on your experience in 2018, in 2020, how do you think we're set to defend our elections? How have things changed or evolved?
Yeah, so I think as the national security community and the election officials throughout the country are thinking about what is in front of us in 24, you have to kind of run back the tape. And it even goes before 2018, obviously, with 2016, some of the Russian activities that continued through 2018. And then in 2020, you saw some new entrants into the field with Iranians, and then just kind of some of the lower level activity that the Chinese continue to do, less on a technical basis, more on an influence at the community level. And so the playbook has been published. I think that's where you have to start with any sort of security or resilience strategy for defending the 2024 election. What are the technical aspects that are potentially vulnerable or could be targeted? I think the thing that kind of makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up the most for 24 is that you have to consider that state actors don't necessarily get engaged and try to muck around in elections just for the fun of it. Now, there are reasons the Russians may do that, but the Chinese in particular have been fairly deliberate and thoughtful in when and where they decide to enter the space. But the motivations, I think, have shifted dramatically since 2020 for a number of actors, for the Russians, for the Iranians, and certainly for the Chinese as well. So motivations have shifted, and they may have a different incentive structure that would put them in a position where they may say, hey, you know what, an outcome here, going one way or the other, would benefit us in our grander designs, whether it's China moving on Taiwan, whether it's the continued Russian invasion of Ukraine, and then Iran, of course, with what's going on in Israel, but more broadly, just kind of the kind of fallout of JCPOA, as well as the Abraham Accords and potential peace in the Middle East. So there are a number of different geopolitical factors that I think are going to play in the decision calculus of the adversary. And the first tool that I focus on is more the technical side, because from an elections perspective, where we have software, where we have hardware built in, from a cybersecurity perspective, it's simply an engineering problem. We put enough resources, enough thinking, enough preparation against it, we can build up the resilience of the system. And that's what we've seen election officials across the country do over the last half decade and get to a point where we have the greatest degree of paper ballots associated with every vote cast, at least in the last couple decades.
Yeah. So you've given us a very serious and sobering global context. So Jocelyn, now talk to us about how you see that playing out on a state level in Michigan as the highest level election official in the state.
Well, I think we have to be clear-eyed that these foreign actors that Chris mentioned have greater incentive than ever before, than in any recent election, to interfere with our elections and interfere with our election security. We also have to recognize that they've already shown the way this is going to happen is through trying to create confusion and chaos and fear to demobilize voters. I mean, in many ways, the 2024 election cycle will be, certainly a choice between candidates, but it may also be for many voters the choice of whether to participate or stay home. And certainly the incentivization of foreign actors to try to demobilize our citizenry, to get them to just throw up their hands and say, I'm giving up altogether, is a big part of the battle over the future of our democracy that we're fighting right now. And I think voters need to see that. We all need to communicate that, because the tools and mechanisms through which security of our elections is damaged isn't necessarily the hardware or the software, it's the minds of voters. And it's the confusion and chaos and the sense of division and the sense of disengagement that the bad actors are very much trying to instill in our citizenry. And that's something we all can fight back on by trying to ensure we have clarity and confidence about our elections processes, and to understand the misinformation is a tactic to infiltrate our election security by creating a sense of insecurity around our elections, when in reality our elections are machinery, cyber and otherwise, quite secure because of the advances in paper ballots and other types of procedures that we've all worked to input over the last several decades.
And are you seeing that play out right now? Are you already seeing that play out in Michigan?
I mean, we are in many different ways, and we're preparing for that. I mean, in many ways, the 2020 election cycle has never ended. We're still fighting the same misinformation battles, but we do have new technology that's come into play that we're mindful of. But certainly, again, we're already starting to see the division, the attempts to demobilize come into play through, in many ways, what is unfolding overseas.
So, Rafi, Jocelyn talks about, sometimes it's a decision of a voter is whether or not they will even go vote. They might stay home because they do not believe in the system. And this gets to the issue of trust and the role that it plays. We've seen such tremendous declines in trust of institutions, trust in information, trust in our fellow citizen. How do you see this impacting the elections?
I mean, as you mentioned before, I used to be the CTO for the Democratic parties, but without a partisan hat on. In 2018, we even saw issues of just confusion in the electorate of just, when do I vote? And seeing messages showing up on social media informing people of potentially the wrong date, whether it's on purpose or erroneous, we can put that aside. But that alone causes a set of voter suppression that's really concerning in the grand scheme of things. Now imagine 2018 was a long time ago. We live in a world where every day feels like a year when it comes to technology right now. And so imagine the kind of chaos and mistrust that could occur in a 24 election using some of these new technologies that we've been talking about today, whether it be generative AI or others. And so I guess my concern is just what's that amplification? It's really easy. Our election systems, and I'm sure I'm hoping the secretary will agree with me, but our election systems in a lot of ways is built upon trust. We trust a lot of the portions of the mechanics that they will work together. There's a lot of humans involved. It's not necessarily all codified. And so any break in the system, it's really easy to lose trust in the entire system from a single kink. And so it's really hard to regain that trust again. So we live in this world right now where our information environment is quite chaotic. It's quite confusing. And so I'm very concerned how do voters navigate this world? Where should they look for trusted information? Should they look for it from the campaigns? That seems questionable. They're partisan. Should they look for information from institutions? As you mentioned, trust on there is down. So this is the concern I have moving forward, racing into 24.
And so none of this is by accident. This is all by design. So when you think doctrinally of information operations, particularly how the Russians operate, but increasingly how the Chinese operate, information operations or information warfare has two pillars. One is information technical, the other is information psychological. So on the information technical side, that's what I'm talking about when they're going after systems. And they're not looking necessarily to get in a position to influence or change a vote or the counting of the certification process. In fact, the IC, the intelligence community and national security community will continue to say we have no evidence to suggest they have that ability, that state actors have that ability. However, what they want to be able to accomplish on the technical side is just to have a wobble that then jumps over onto the information psychological side where you get that chaos, you undermine confidence. And that's why I think we need to make a bit of an evolution here from a defender's perspective, particularly on a cybersecurity perspective, that we're not just technical practitioners and technical operators. We have to think more about strategic communications. Yeah. We have to think about transparency. How do we get the right messaging about the resiliency in the system? And in part, that was what was so important around the 2020 election, about the resilience of paper ballots throughout the systems that you can count, you can recount, combined with meaningful post-election audits that get you out of that space where you're relying on something that's happening in a computer and it's actually happening in real life and people are involved in counting something tangible and meaningful.
Yeah. Well, let's now add a layer of complexity to all of this, which is the acceleration to the public, to everyone in the world, of artificial intelligence tools. Now, we know artificial intelligence has been around for a long time. It goes back to the 50s. ChatGPT was not the first instance of it, but it was almost a year ago that this tool was sort of unleashed on the world and people could really understand, touch and feel, and use AI, generative AI themselves. And now we have, sort of a, gold rush and an arms race, as one of my colleagues says, around AI and these tools. And there's a lot of concern about the election. Some of it may be overblown, some of it may be not. So, Jocelyn, just last week you were at Leader Schumer's bipartisan AI Insight Forum, and you provided written testimony. I believe you delivered that testimony, highlighting the AI-related risks of intimidation of election officials and the need to hold tech companies accountable for content. So what's the most, give us a summary of that and what you want regulators to understand when it comes to AI risk for elections?
Well, I think two things. One, we see, with AI, it's a new technology, but the solution is an old one. It's about developing trusted voices that people can turn to get accurate information. And we have to remember, as we go through all this, transparency and truth are our friends. And with paper ballots and with the additional security mechanisms that we've got in place, there's all the work, all the tools we need to instill confidence in our elections exist. We just have to get them not just in the hands of trusted voices, but then communicated effectively to the voices, the people who need to hear them. So one of the pieces is we need assistance in developing trusted voices. And the second, we need assistance, particularly from tech companies, in both identifying false information and removing it. We know we're farther away from that than we ever have been in the evolution of social media over the last several years. But at the same time, where artificial intelligence is going to be used to exponentially increase the both impact and reach of misinformation, we need partners in the tech industry to help us minimize the impact and rapidly mitigate any harm that it creates. Because the harm would not just be confusing voters about when to vote, although that's a significant one. The harm can also be generating enough distrust over our elections and election officials to create the type of violence and violence threats and violent rhetoric that we see not just coming from candidates, but also coming from individuals who have been misled by these lies that, again, will only be spread even further and faster with artificial intelligence. So in Michigan, we just passed 2 laws to require disclosure and disclaimers for any artificially generated media regarding elections, and we also are criminalizing intentionally trying to use deep fakes to otherwise deceive voters about their rights and their ability to participate in elections. But I'm very concerned about the ability for AI to create hyper-localized ways of disseminating this information and the way in which that can generate threats on election officials. And I'll just put a pin in that, or sort of an exclamation mark on that, by saying, imagine on election day, information goes out about long lines at a polling place or violence at a polling place that is false, but is generated through artificial intelligence. In Michigan, we will now be able to identify that through disclaimers and enforce it. But we need partnership from tech companies and others in both identifying that misinformation, mitigating its impact, and having boots on the ground, which we will have in terms of people who can actually get to a polling place that there's a rumor about and dispel it quite quickly. So we're working to mitigate its impact, but we need the partnership of tech companies to help us do that.
And of course, in a situation like that, speed is of the essence. And once that message is out there, and it's hard to necessarily even know it's going out there.
Yeah, and folks should know in Michigan for the last several cycles, I have a field team in place all throughout the state so that at any point someone from our team is within 5 minutes of a polling place, because misinformation is about the status of voting is nothing new, and attempts to use it on election day to deter turnout is nothing new. But we are aware about the speed with which artificially generated images could spread, and that's why having more people in the field than ever before to identify the truth and get that out there as fast as we can, with, I hope, the assistance of trusted voices and social media and elsewhere, we can have our best shot at trying to equip voters with the right information.
Chris, the DHS Homeland Threat Assessment report for 2024, I'm quoting now, said the proliferation and accessibility of emergent cyber and AI tools will help these actors bolster their malign information campaigns by enabling the creation of low-cost synthetic text, image, and audio-based content with higher quality, which, of course, this is getting at what you're talking about. You've long been talking about perception hacks by adversaries of American democracy. So how do you see AI helping our adversaries make that more effective?
There's a mix of hype, and it's too late.
Yeah.
And let me try to thread that needle for you. On the hype side, what we're seeing, I think, for AI right now in terms of adversary use, like splitting it up across cyber criminals and then state actors. On the state actor side, I know that the national security community, the intelligence community, is concerned that state actors are field testing, that they're seeing what the capabilities are, but they haven't necessarily rolled them out in campaign form just yet. On the other hand, you have cyber criminals that are, in fact, using AI right now in their, particularly in ransomware. And that's to generate emails for demand letters, to send threatening notes to employees. I mean, that's just one more tool in the toolkit. But that in and of itself, from a threatening democracy perspective, is not concerning yet. It's still early. They have 10 plus months. And what I'm really looking to the community for and election officials is kind of like what Jocelyn just went through is what are the potential use cases? What are the scenarios that we should be thinking about where there could be maximal impact? Because if it happens 2 weeks or 2 months rather in advance of the election, I'm not as worried about that. You can get on top of it. Speed matters. You can crush it. But if it's election day, and people are heading to the polls and something catastrophic is depicted, and you don't necessarily have the authoritative, how does that mess with the mind of the voter? On the maybe it's too late side, we talk a lot about the closed proprietary models, coming out of the big four. But the challenge is the open models that are already out there.
Open source models.
Open source models from Hugging Face, from even the Facebook, the Meta Llama stuff that's already out there, and the internet's forever. So these tools are already out there, they're in the hands of the adversaries, and so any of these regulations are, not any of them, but a good chunk of them, particularly what we saw, I think, in the executive order for AI, is that the good actors are going to opt in. And it'll give them tools for digital rights management. They can control their likeness and say, no, if it doesn't have that watermark, it's not legit, you should not believe it. That's a good thing. The challenge is going to be what happens with the proliferation across the different platforms, and the detection tools can't keep up with just the flood of information. I think we just don't necessarily have the societal resilience and kind of discernment built up just yet to be able to deal with the information overload.
Rafi, I suspect you have a lot to say about things like watermarks and how effective that will be. But I also want to ask you, to talk a little bit about political campaigns and advocacy campaigns and how you see those changing in the near term as groups begin to adapt, AI technology to mobilize. civic campaigns.
Everything the Secretary and Chris said is obviously true, and I think it's even worse. We have to work on multiple timeframes on all these problems. Like, I don't think there's no silver bullet. These are all socio-technological systems, and so we have to impact both the human side, the technology side. We have to worry about this cycle. We have to worry about the next cycle. Like, all this is true, and so I think, like, when you think about the advocacy and political campaigns, they're kind of scared. Like, they don't actually know what to do. So, like, the kind of advice that I've been talking to them and others have been talking to them is, like, you have to communicate more often. You have to communicate in other ways. You have to find the trusted messenger programs. You have to figure out ways to have who is the trusted contact within the platform so we can work on what's the right feedback loop when something goes wrong. Like in 2018 and 2020, I'm glad you had people on the ground. We also had people who were basically just trying to, in mass, report any issues they saw to the platforms. But we now live in a world where, like, I guess it was my former employer. I used to be a VP at Twitter, now X, I'm not quite sure, but like X has basically destaffed their entire content reporting division. Like, this community notes thing, we'll see how that plays out. So I think, like, for what I tell these organizations is, again, we have to work on multiple time frames. Like, you have to start communicating now to voters, to people who you're listening to. You also need to be advocating for, I'm glad that things are happening on the state level, but we need to be advocating for federal change, and whether it makes it in time for this election. Senator Klobuchar and others have bills on watermarking, that sets a bar incredibly low, but we need to start it somewhere. Meta and Google are starting to put restrictions on whether or not you can upload generative images into their political ads. Again, bar is super low. We should be thinking about data provenance and others. So having these conversations is just like, people now, technology next, bigger picture finally, and then just try to figure out how to stage all that. Those are the kind of things that we're trying to get everyone at least on the same page about.
Yeah, against daunting odds. I have to say, de-staffed is one of the great euphemisms. I've never heard that before. I love that. I'm going to use that. We're going to go to questions in a few minutes, but I have one more round of questions for our panelists. So, Chris, you famously called the 2020 elections the most secure in U.S. history. You think you'll be saying that in 2024?
So once again, I did not say that. That was the election community. That was the executive committee of the Government Coordinating Council and the Second Coordinating Council.
And I did it to the world.
Yes, and I did the quote retweet, TLDR, and that's what it was. It was also the most litigated election, the most scrutinized election, the most audited election. I could go on. Do I expect to see that again? Yeah, I think from certainly from a threat intelligence, from an intelligence community, national security community, looking out over there for bad activity, from working with the technology officials across elections for those kind of anomalies across systems, absolutely keeping a hard eye on it. But you never really can tell what's going to happen just on the broader set of threats that we're now seeing coming in from a physical perspective. We've got a flavor of that in 22, and we're certainly continuing to see threats against election officials. And so I think when you kind of boil down what my biggest concerns for 24 are, it's how does the threat of violence manifest into taking away opportunies for people to participate in democracy.
Yeah. And again, for the record, I apologize for being a propagator of mis and disinformation in your quote. Rafi, your podcast is called Technically Optimistic, which I love. Does that jive with how you're feeling about 2024?
I feel like that's like a catch-22 question because in some ways, if I said I'm optimistic, then people might not pay attention and might say that like, oh, we have this solved. So I am generally an optimistic person. I believe that if we're talking about these problems, that we can start to really address them and we won't take our foot off the gas on those pedals. But no, I'm actually quite scared about this information environment that we're operating in right now. Like I was just looking at, we spend a lot of time, people our age spend a lot of time thinking about the Metas of the world, the X's of the world. And I was just looking at a report actually in Michigan of like where people are actually getting their information. And it's not those platforms. So like we're actually in some ways spending our time maybe in the wrong places. And we need to be spending our time on these other smaller up and coming platforms. that also don't have the staff, don't have the energy, don't have the people and resources needed in order to make sure that they're secure in the process. So in a lot of ways, this election is going to be a whole bunch of actors trying to cobble together their resources. Thankfully, the states and election officials are doing a lot of work there. But on the information side, on the civil society side, I think like none of us are staffed enough. There's way too many of us on the field right now. And trying to figure out how to coordinate and pull us all together is, I think, my biggest concern.
And we're going to go to questions in a minute if anybody wants to come up to the mic. Jocelyn, what should we be watching? How can we best prepare for next year? What should we be looking out for?
I would say two things. One, to pick up on the optimism. I believe in seeing every challenge as an opportunity to get better. I think the challenges facing our democracy today have to also be seen as opportunities for us to take them, embrace them, and make our democracy stronger. And indeed, that has been a lot of the untold story over the last several years. More people are voting than ever before. Young people are voting in higher numbers. More people are engaged than ever before. Our elections are getting more secure through the dissemination and use of paper ballots and other things. The transparency and the scrutiny actually has been able to be a productive thing in many ways at improving a lot of the system. And so that's all a good thing, and I believe artificial intelligence and other technological advancements need to be looked at in the same way. How can they be used to better disseminate information about voting to language minority populations? Or how can they be used to disseminate information about the truth of elections and the transparency of our process? So I think we have to make sure that stays on the table. And then secondly, we have to recognize that all of this, everything we're talking about, is about deceiving people, deceiving voters who then act on that deception. So we can work to also ensure voters can take the responsibility to become critical consumers of information. That is how we get through this process. If you can't be fooled by AI, it doesn't work. So how can we really invest, and we've been disinvesting in voter education in a lot of ways, in civics education, but we've got to start investing in that and continue to invest in peer-to-peer communications and other things. For example, one of the things we're doing in Michigan is we've created a voter confidence council at the state level and 10 local voter confidence councils to engage faith leaders and sports leaders and business leaders and community leaders at educating voters about the truth, about how to participate and how to trust our elections. That is, I believe, our greatest counter to all the ways in which technology can try to, in bad ways, misinform citizens about their voice and their vote.
Yeah, and that trust really does start at the local level. So, okay, we have a couple of questions over here. If you can say, I can't see very well. If you feel comfortable doing so, please say your name and your affiliation, and please, a question.
Okay, I'm Saxon Knight. I run the U.S. government practice for Reality Defender, the market leader in real-time deepfake detection. I'm curious to hear all of your perspectives, really, on the fact that we're working with almost every major news corporation right now in preparation for elections 2024. We're very, very deeply embedded there. When I see that interest from media juxtaposed with what we saw come out of the executive order in late October, we're not seeing deepfake detection being talked about. From a trust perspective specifically, I'm wondering your perspective on how we get the government to the place where we're not just talking about content watermarking, working with commerce, et cetera. How do we level up to a more offensive posture where we're actually looking for deepfake detection, not just about, is there a long line at the polls, but we're showing a candidate doing something that they did not do or say something they did not say. So I just love your perspective on that.
Go ahead.
I think on the last point, we don't have a lot of time from a congressional calendar perspective getting any sort of meaningful legislation out that would have a impact technologically. Standards or otherwise regulations take 18 plus months on the Administrative Procedures Act, absent some national security exception. So I think that ship is going to be stuck in the harbor for a while. Media is an interesting question. A concern I've always had, particularly when you look at some of the tradecraft the Russians have used historically, is that media platforms in and of themselves are targets for hacking operations to get fake information onto the Chiron or otherwise onto a broadcast. So we have to continue thinking through those sorts of threats, and at the same time, how do they just organically consume up things that are out there in the environment? So newsrooms, I suspect, are working through, okay, we've got a synthetic content problem. How do we ensure that what we're pushing out there, what we're reporting on, is in fact accurate? And if anything, dating back to October 7th and Hamas invading Israel, we have a kind of short fuse and willingness to report quicker. And we need to, I think there have to be some tighter cycles.
And not all of that has to do with AI. It just has to do with basic journalistic standards. Sorry, I say that as a recovering journalist myself.
I think where you don't see action on the federal level, the states are the answer. That's why we've seen 5 states, most recently Michigan, I think is the 6th, passing the type of best practice legislation that we do need to see at this point. But that's our starting point. And so I would recommend connecting with state election officials and state attorneys general through our various associations to talk through and help us define these additional risks and identify partnerships for essentially, as you say, identifying deepfakes to help us better educate voters about what to spot, and also law enforcement to the extent that we have now some criminality in protections that we need to enforce to make sure we're better equipped to enforce them.
I don't have very much else to add except for I think all of this is true, and we also need to put way more pressure onto the platforms. Like I mentioned before, they're de-staffing in a lot of ways. We need them to increase their staffing. Like I'm very concerned about video-based deepfakes, but audio-based deepfakes are just as problematic and maybe even harder to detect in certain circumstances. And there's been a few in the wild already in some elections. And so like try and get everyone on board, I think, is just keep the salience on the issue. I think is super important.
Great, thank you. I'm going to come over here. Your name and affiliation and your question.
Yeah, hi, I'm Diane Chang. I'm a former election integrity product manager at a big platform and currently a resident entrepreneur at the Brown Center for Media Innovation at Columbia University. Today, the Wall Street Journal actually just reported that Meta, as of last year, has allowed claims on their platforms that the US 2020 election was rigged. I'm curious to hear your thoughts, all of you, but especially Jocelyn and Chris, asking you to put on your former CISA hat. Is the threat of that claim over, or is there continued impact on the initiatives that you shared to help build trust in information literacy, trust in officials, and the security and safety of state officials and election administrators like yourselves?
I mean, no, it's not over. What we're seeing is a regeneration of the same, this is how misinformation works, a regeneration of the same tropes, the same fraud, the same words, the same terminology, the same images, the same examples that have already worked. They'll add new actors to it. They'll add new mechanisms for dissemination. They'll add new elements of it. But we even see just the regeneration of past stories as if it was just recently uncovered as a scandal, even though it wasn't covered before. So that's all a tactic of misinformation and the repetitive use of misinformation. So we're, in that regard, one of our biggest challenges going into 24 is there's been a lot of turnover at the federal level and at the state level. Of the battlegrounds, of the 6 battlegrounds, there's only 2 secretaries, and then 3 if you include Al Schmidt, who was in Philadelphia. But there's a lot of new secretaries of state doing this work as well who don't and weren't there in 20 to actually be able to counter the misinformation that we've been countering. So that's all. We just have to see that as a tactic that's going to be used and deployed, and we need to get up to speed quickly to be able to quickly debunk. The nice thing is on the other side, we can quickly debunk stuff we've been debunking for 3 years, but for me, it's personally hard to do that without getting frustrated that I still have to debunk it 3 or 4 years later. I mean,
And on that note, I am not taking that bait. So, what she said.
Over here.
Hi, I'm Issy Lepowski. I'm a reporter. And my question's for Jocelyn. I wanted to bring up something that Vivian mentioned in the beginning, which was the political attacks on researchers in this space, obviously coupled with the dwindling resources at the tech companies. How is that impacting election officials' ability to both receive information from the academic community and from the tech companies, and also provide information? How is it impacting collaboration for election officials?
I would say it has made it more difficult, but the counter of that has been an increased determination among election officials to see the benefits of that collaboration and move forward anyway. And so there's been deterrence of collaboration, but at the same time there's more incentive for collaboration than ever before. And if collaboration doesn't work in a sort of traditional sense, we create it in other ways. I would say, for example, the 6 battleground states are collaborating more than ever before amongst ourselves, as well as local election officials. And that's going to yield great rewards. And I think additional public-private partnerships, though, again, perhaps deterred as a tactic for others to make it harder for us to do our job, that hasn't eliminated that I've seen, the incentive or the desire to still try to get the job done through the collaborations that we've known to be effective. So I haven't, I think, again, one of the other pieces, the other side of the coin of the story here is that of the threats, of the challenges of everything is we've got an election community that is weary and exhausted, but more determined than ever to get the job done and to protect our elections in 24. That actually gives me more hope and optimism than anything. And I think you can see that coming through in the way in which collaborations remain intact. And we hope partners who are not in the election arena still maintain that desire to support us and help us because we will need it.
I'd love to hear from Rafi about this too.
Izzy, I want to jump in for a second. I think I've spoken to a bunch of these researchers who are doing this disinformation work, and these political attacks are personally really hard on them. Like, in fact, like in a lot of ways, they're questioning whether or not, without saying exactly who, but they're questioning whether to stay at their institutions, whether they need to go do this work elsewhere, whether, God forbid, they should stop doing this work and allow international disinformation researchers to be monitoring the US election instead of us doing it ourselves. So in a lot of ways, we also need to be providing these people homes that they can be operating within. They can provide with legal funds in order to defend themselves while they're doing this work. Like, I'm actually really concerned that if these attacks continue, these academics won't be able to do their work anymore moving forward.
Yeah, it's very concerning.
I mean, this is just the last piece I'll add here. I mean, this is full contact First Amendment. And that's really what you're seeing. So both sides are fully going at it. And to Rafi's last point is we're starting to see, I think, some responses in defense of researchers with groups that are coming up with legal defense funds to give them the backstop so they're not out there on their own. So it's a very dynamic space right now.
Indeed. Thank you. Next question.
Yeah, I'm an academic working on disinformation based in Texas.
Here to support you. What do you need? You need a home.
So, research professor Inga Schwautig, based at the University of Texas at Austin. We have a lab called Propaganda Research Lab, part of the Center for Media Engagement. I forefront my question. I'd love to hear a bit more by, I think the three of you elaborate how you factor in the diversity of the American electorate in your all's work of securing elections, building trust. Background is we've done a lot of work on diaspora, immigrant, minority communities for whom WhatsApp plays such a huge role. And you have this kind of like, when you work in the space, then on the one hand, WhatsApp is a really important space for them because it's like removed from the American majority population and opinion and they feel safe about it. But then when they get false information via those spaces, it can be much more impactful, etc. But breaking encryption is obviously not the solution. So yeah, in your all's work, diversity of the American electorate. And
we'll have to keep it pretty short from each of you on this, but go ahead.
So I'll take more of a technical approach here, but the decentralization of American elections is actually what gives its resilience. It cannot be attacked centrally. And that, I think, will continue to be one of the hallmarks of security of the 24 elections, the fact that one person cannot come in and make sweeping changes or make sweeping adjustments to the outcome, and we saw that in 2020.
Yeah, and I say on that front with regards to reaching communities that are not necessarily reached by some of the more traditional social media or other networks, we have been developing partnerships with the trusted voices in those communities because whether they're faith leaders, which are key, or again, just other types of community leaders or business leaders, they can serve as the trusted voices, and then we give them the accurate information. And we're starting to do that now so that as information starts to flow into various different circles, WhatsApp or elsewhere, these people are there already and able to, equipped with accurate information or rapid response details as well to emerging issues to counter any misinformation that are out there. That's in some ways our best way. And we also have to recognize how AI can ease the dissemination of translated materials as well to communities that are not reached in traditional communication ways in the way that can harm information.
No, the secretary just made my point. Like, I feel that these new technologies allow us to target in very different ways that used to require a lot of sophistication has now become a lot simpler. And so actually trying to better understand these communities so we can better communicate with them, I think it's kind of step one. It's just finding those trusted messengers, actually engaging in conversation and really understanding what's their media consumption, where are they getting information from so we can build those trusted pathways.
Good. Well, I'm glad we were able to end on a positive note of the impact of AI on elections. Chris, Jocelyn, Rafi, thank you so much for sharing your insights, and thank you all. Thanks,
Next up, to help us explore everything we need to know about cybersecurity in space, please welcome retired Air Force Lieutenant General Jack Weinstein, Eric Goldstein, Executive Assistant Cybersecurity Director, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. They are joined by Garrett Graff of Aspen Digital.
Good morning. I will first note Eric is not Jen Easterly, the director of CISA. Eric is standing in for Jen, who ended up with a minor crisis, non-national critical infrastructure related, I should add today.
Indeed. Much less cool, but I'll do my best.
Yeah. So, Jack, let me start with you. You retired as a lieutenant general in the Air Force, spent a lot of that career in sort of space and space operations, and in some ways lived firsthand the sort of rise of this threat and challenge, going back to when you were the director of space operations in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I wonder if you could sort of talk a little bit about how you saw the space domain evolve during your career and sort of give us the short history of space challenges over the last 20 years.
So it's real exciting to be here because a lot of the discussions that have happened this morning talking about cyber are resident in the space domain, and you can't really separate space without talking about cyber. So I'm probably going to have to rename this event the Aspen Cyber Space event, so I'll have to work with that. But what I've seen is a complete dramatic change in how the space domain we kind of operated. You know, getting to space was the most difficult thing. The space domain and the use of space was really for the nuclear deterrent. The first spy satellite, Corona, was put up, and while both nations at a time, but both nations meaning the United States and the Soviet Union, worked on anti-satellite capability, it really was a protected domain because the systems that were in orbit, whether it was missile warning looking down on the Earth or whether it was intelligence systems or communication systems, were protected because it was all in support of the nuclear deterrent and no one wanted to cross that red line. As we start morphing and going into it, the term was used, contested domain. It's congested, it's contested, and it's competitive. There are a lot of assets up there, and our adversaries have watched how the United States operates. And space is important, and we can get into this discussion. It's extremely important for the economy of the United States. Everybody uses space every single day, and they may not even realize that they're using space every single day. And when we talk about the GPS system, the global positioning system, you use the global positioning system to find out where 92Y is in New York City, but the most important part of the GPS system is the timing it provides, because the timing is used whether it's internal to the military or external. What our adversary saw is the way we used space in the first Gulf War in 1990, 1991, where the United States military was able to do this big left hook in the desert. As everybody knows, there is no street signs in the desert, so having space capability was absolutely critical. And then the other item that was critical is the United States, and while we're not perfect all the time, we really try to limit collateral damage, and GPS provides us the ability to use something called a small diameter bomb in order to target exactly what we want to target and not do collateral damage. Our adversary saw the way we operated, and then it started to become a competitive domain between ourselves, China, and Russia. And then it's also congested with the amount of assets we have in orbit. When you look at everything we have in orbit, whether it's active satellites or satellites that are inactive, and you start calling the numbers up to 42,000 when you have pieces up there. When you look at small debris, those numbers can get up to 1 million. So what we've done inside for us, and we can get into this discussion too, is create a space force and have a group of people focus specifically on the domain. What does it mean to operate in the domain and how we're going to protect the domain, because it is something that's needed for much more than the military.
Space Force, of course, was an evolution that happened during the Trump administration that had actually been a long-standing part of a shift in sort of doctrine and thinking. And I think there's sort of a lot of public confusion about sort of what Space Force does, how it operates, what the reasoning for it is. When you talk about the timing, for instance, a lot of people don't really understand that like credit card systems work because of the timing systems built into GPS, that like gas pumps work because of GPS, that like bank transactions and Wall Street transactions are timed using GPS related systems. Eric, you're Executive Assistant Director at CISA, thinking a lot about the various critical infrastructure sectors that CISA has responsibility for and coordinating roles with. Where does sort of space fit into that rubric for you of critical infrastructure?
Yep, absolutely. I think building on Jack's opening comment, I think we might need to rename this event the Aspen Cyber AI and Space Summit. But we fall sometimes in cybersecurity into what I'll call novelty bias, which is when there is a newer technology, an emergent capability, particularly one that is hard to understand and hard to translate into our everyday lives, we often, both in our community and certainly in the general public, sort of pull back from the table and said, this must require a new framework, a new model, a new solution. When in fact, in cybersecurity, we know that in the case of certainly space and generally also AI, a lot of these cybersecurity solutions are the exact same ones that we have been evangelizing for general commercial software and hardware and enterprise security for decades. And so, Garrett, as you noted, space is a horizontal dependency across every other critical sector. There is no sector that does not depend upon space assets, space connectivity, space infrastructure to some degree or another. And of course, we also know that the space systems themselves are not a monolith, right? It is, of course, an ecosystem of terrestrial assets, spaceborne assets, and thousands of suppliers, some of which are pure play in space infrastructure, many of which produce products for aviation or manufacturing or other sectors and purposes that are also used in space infrastructure. And so what this means is, particularly given, as I think we'll talk about, the commercialization and privatization of space infrastructure, we need to keep focusing in the first instance on the basics. Saying, for example, if you have a software product that is supporting space infrastructure, whether it is supporting a terrestrial asset or a spaceborne asset, it needs to be secure by design. You'll hear systems say this a lot. But instead of saying, let's be perplexed, baffled by the opacity of space system, let's instead say, we know how to solve for insecure systems. We know how to solve for systems that are under constant adversarial intrusion, like space-based systems are. And we also know how to solve for systems that are difficult to maintain, patch, upgrade. For example, we've seen similar analogous contexts in the operational technology space. And so we see space systems as a critical dependency for critical infrastructure across the board. And our focus point is making sure that we don't unlearn and have to relearn the lessons that have been so hard-borne over the past few decades, but instead drive adoption of the right security measures that we know are effective in other contexts.
Hey, Garrett, can I just, I think there's a foundation piece that I want everyone to know is that we look, and you brought it up earlier, you look and say, the former president directed that we're going to have a Space Force, and it looked like it came out of the blue. In 2001, the former Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, decided there was a space commission that he ran. The reason I know about it is because I was one of the only Air Force squadron that he actually visited. And at that time, we understood in 2001 the importance of the space domain. We knew that we needed to secure the domain. So Secretary Rumsfeld, when he wrote his commission, he created some positions that may seem really familiar today. They had an undersecretary of the Air Force position that was dual-hatted with the National Reconnaissance Office, so to take what the military is doing with space and then combine that with the intelligence community. There was a separate, in the Pentagon, a separate space acquisition authority, and we had an Air Force Space Command of all the space people that were flying satellites, launching rockets, and doing all those important activities. Everyone knows what happened on September 11th, so all the work that went into Secretary Rumsfeld's commission went to the back burner because of 9/11, and our entire focus changed in fighting wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. But the beginning of the Space Force is not something that happened in the last administration. It's been something that has been going on for 20 years, trying to figure out how do we train people, educate people in this domain, and how do we have a force of people that can start looking and wargaming. We had some discussions today about red teaming. How do we red team the space domain so we can ensure we can have unabated coverage to ensure that everything that Eric talked about continues during a crisis and during day-to-day?
So one of the challenges in, I think, talking about space with and making the case certainly to the public that it matters is effectively everything around space is among the most highly classified secrets that the US government keeps. And that's both true in terms of our operations on the US side and then also the threat from the adversary. And you hear sort of generals come out and say, you wouldn't believe what Russia and China are doing up in space. And then when you ask the follow-up question, well, what are they doing up in space? They're like, well, we can't tell you. So how do both of you sort of make the case publicly? How do you talk about what the threat is from nation-state adversaries in this domain?
Yeah, I think the first place to start is to drive understanding of the dependency and the impact, right? Because we know that, as my friend and colleague Rob Joyce spoke about just a few minutes ago, we know, as publicly reported in the DNI's annual threat assessment, that we have adversaries facing this country that intend, under certain circumstances, to sow societal chaos, disrupt our ability to project military force, and execute destructive attacks to achieve those goals. And so even if you don't speak for a moment about what the US government may or may not know about specific adversary activities, if you just take that generalized, publicly articulated intent and combine it with the ubiquitous dependence, as Jack noted, and as you noted, Garrett, on the critical functions of everyday life, getting cash out of the ATM, getting fuel out of the gas pump, our airplanes being able to take off the ground, if you combine the dependence with the strategic intent, that is enough right there to begin to convey the criticality of this area and the need to make some urgent investments in both security and resilience.
Education is a big thing. We need to educate people on space. I won't forget, I was outside playing. My father yelled at me and he said, "You need to come in. I need you to see. History is in the making." And it was Neil Armstrong walking on the moon, so I ran inside to our little TV to see Neil Armstrong. And as a little kid, it was my idol. I wanted to be an astronaut, didn't want to play sports. If you know me, you realize that would have been a non-starter to begin with. But space was really exciting to me. We really need to educate people on the values of space, just like in some states right now we're educating young children about cybersecurity and the importance of protecting themselves. We need to explain to everyone the importance of space. Security is that really tough thing to crack. We had a former vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff said, we need to unlock some of the secrets. The current commander and chief of space operations, proud to say he's a Boston University graduate, also brought up that he thought as the determining security official, he could make something unclassified when he looks at it and how he got the information, and he was told no. One quick story is I was given a responsibility. One of my last jobs in the Pentagon was to figure out how do we do deterrence with all the capabilities that we have. How do you do deterrence with nuclear? How do you do deterrence with space? And how do you do deterrence with cyber? So you look at that responsibility and that task, and it was kind of awe at first. You know, how do I get my hands around it? So we did a few war games, and I actually love war games. And when I came back, I was talking to the Chief of Staff of the Air Force, and I said, hey, there's no magic formula here. You can't deter an adversary unless the adversary knows you have a capability. That's deterrence. So we're going to have to figure out a way in the government. There are certain things that need to be protected that no one needs to know about, but you can't say the trust me card anymore because that trust me card doesn't work. We need to explain to people the importance of space and also some of the capabilities we have up there. What is going to help this is the commercialization of space, and we can get into that discussion because there are some companies that are putting assets into orbit that if they were put into orbit 20 years ago, they wouldn't be helpful assets.
Yeah. So one of the, I do want to sort of talk a little bit about this commercialization and start in the context of talking about the war in Ukraine, where what we saw as sort of actually the major cyber action in the opening stage of Ukraine, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, was a space attack on a commercial communications infrastructure. And I wonder if you could both talk a little bit about sort of what you feel like you have learned and how you think today differently about the threat based on the Viasat attack by Russia against Ukraine and how that has changed the way that you are thinking about this problem.
Yeah. I'll offer a few takeaways from our perspective. The first is to reiterate the truism in cybersecurity that geography is irrelevant, right? And I think one of the interesting lessons from the attack on Viasat, which my colleagues at NSA did a great presentation on at the Black Hat conference this year, is that there was actually material spillover impact affecting countries elsewhere in Europe, likely unintended by the aggressors, but actually resulting in consequences on commercial infrastructure and individuals throughout Europe. And so thinking through the inherent interconnectivity of communications infrastructure and space infrastructure, how do we control for those dependencies, and how do we think through the permissibility of different kinds of cyber operations given the connectivity? The second, I'll build upon a point that my colleague Elka made on an earlier panel, which is the importance of resilience. And frankly, what we saw in practice is even though the attack on Viasat was very impactful for Viasat, very impactful for a variety of Viasat customers across Europe, it actually wasn't that impactful for the Ukrainian military because they had built in resilient communications, working with partners like Starlink to make sure that they were able to pivot quickly to alternate measures and keep fighting. And that, I think, is really the key through line here is we know that we are not going to cyber defend our way out of the risk we're facing, and the idea of functional resilience needs to be our top priority.
It's exactly what the Space Force is looking at right now. It's that whole resilience piece. You know, space, as I mentioned, is competitive, congested, and contested. We were really good in this country about putting satellites in orbit, and we talk about the big yellow school bus. You put this big yellow school bus in orbit. It's in geosynchronous orbit, so it's 22,500 miles up, and you can call that a target. It's big. And if you lose that big communication satellite, you lose an awful lot of capability. So what we've learned over time is, and the term is disaggregate. You need to disaggregate constellations so you can break up those big, humongous satellites into satellites that you can clearly identify on which ones do tactical communication and which ones do nuclear command and control communication. That is good for deterrence because then the adversary knows what those satellites are, and it provides a resilience that you can work through the fight. The same resilience is Viasat and Starlink is using satellites, commercial satellites that are in orbit. There's not enough communications capability that we can provide solely from military systems. So having commercial satellites up there is absolutely critical because then you take the fight in a different realm when you're not taking out a U.S. asset per se, but you're taking out a commercial asset. The other thing that's really important is transponder. So all a transponder is a device that's on a satellite that sends out the frequency so you communicate. And all a satellite is a big battery. It's got solar panels and it's got a big battery. Well, if you can put that transponder on other satellites, that brings in a whole different realm of deterrence, because then if you want to take out that capability that the United States needs or our allies and partner needs, now you're not only attacking the United States, but you're attacking another nation. So that whole resiliency piece is really key on the whole space domain. So just like in cyber, having that resiliency piece, we talked about it for critical infrastructure, that same resiliency piece applies into the space domain.
And I want to come back and talk about international cooperation in a second here, but let me, part of this conversation over, as you said, 22, 23 years now, space has almost always been, space threats have almost always been spoken about in the context of nation states. And one of the things that was sort of new this year, Eric, was the US government coming out and beginning to talk about criminal threats to space assets and the ways that the government and the Director of National Intelligence was now concerned about the possibility of sort of transnational organized crime groups beginning to target space assets. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the non-nation state criminal threat picture here.
Yeah, at the outset, I think it is, analogies in cybersecurity are often fraught. This is one where you could just draw such a beautiful timeline to say the history of cybersecurity threats, the history of spaceborne threats, and there's probably a 20-year gap between them, but the trajectories are just remarkably synchronous. I think it is a logical evolution, right? What we have seen, of course, in cybersecurity is for the first couple of decades of really material cyber threats. Cyberspace was the domain of the nation states who used cyberspace to achieve their geopolitical, largely intelligence gathering goals. Over time, criminal groups began to understand that they could achieve either remuneration or strategic goals by targeting the same assets. We are now beginning to see the same trend with space-based assets. I think all that it means is it increases the unpredictability of this domain, whereas the US government generally has a fairly good bead on what our nation-state adversaries are trying to achieve. As we have seen with the ransomware epidemic in other contexts, it is much harder to predict and anticipate how the criminal ecosystem is going to evolve in their targeting and their TTPs. I think the corollary advantage here, though, is even as we have seen, of course, the introduction of non-state actors on the cyber threat side, we, of course, have seen broad commercialization of space generally, which then raises opportunities for us to learn from what industry is seeing, learn from how industry is defending their assets, and just as with cybersecurity, which of course is by no means a government monopoly on cyber defense, we need to achieve the same partnership with industry for defending space assets.
So let's talk about commercialization, which is a really good point to jump off of. So once a satellite gets into orbit, the most dangerous part of getting it into orbit is the launch. It's a controlled explosion. You get it into orbit, and then the satellite is functioning. And what usually fails on a satellite that requires it to be deorbit or put into a different orbit is it runs out of fuel. So it seems pretty intuitive that, well, what you need to do to have a satellite last, if the satellite is still healthy, is to refuel a satellite. So there are companies now looking at refueling a satellite, but let's step back a little bit, right? So to refuel a satellite, it means you have to get close to the satellite, maneuver close to the satellite, connect to a satellite, and offload some fuel to the satellite. So let me make it more negative. That's called a weapon, right? So now you have these companies, because if you're going to do something called remote proximity operations, which is flying a satellite near another satellite, this isn't like one of my favorite shows, Star Trek, where it seems really just cool to do on a science fiction show about putting it up there. Flying close to another satellite can also make that what seems to be benign a weapon. Just like we have systems that want, or companies that want to go into orbit to clean up all the debris, since we have so much debris there. So we have to really think our way through that. Now, the most important thing we need to determine are what are the rules of the road, or what are the norms that we have in space, because we really don't have that yet. Just like we know that you can't fly an airplane too close to another airplane, you can't have a ship too close to another ship, you need to have in space how close is something else. So what the Space Force is doing is, A, you need to catalog what is up in orbit, and number two, you need to understand what that other asset is doing. And understanding those two items is really critical, because back when I first started doing space, all we cared was raw numbers. That is an object in space. Now we need to know what is that object and what is that object doing.
I'm going to ask one more question and open it up to the audience, because I want to make sure we wrap up in time so lunch starts on time. Jack, one of the things that you are sort of seeing this huge shift in space assets is this is a realm that started out as almost entirely governmental. Almost all nation state, almost all government owned and operated. Now increasingly is both private hands, but then also a much wider variety of nations playing in than there were, even 15 years ago. Do you think that, at least on the U.S. government side, we are properly structured to sort of do the coordinating in space that we need to be doing? Or do you think that sort of much like the creation of Space Force, air traffic controller, civilian, DOT air traffic controllers for outer space?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because while the military is doing this, it's really not a military responsibility. So we do need, the Department of Commerce and someone to look at how we're going to do this space traffic control, because that's one of the critical pieces. The commercialization of space, I think, is a very positive thing. For those that remember, when the shuttle was deactivated, we had no way of getting to the International Space Station, so we have to trust the Russians to get us to the International Space Station. As an American, I don't like that. And going back to the moon is great for science, because if another country goes back to the moon and plants their flag, the psyche against America is going to be really, it's going to be shaken, and then they'll realize the criticality of space. Two big items. One is the Space Force is working really hard, bringing other nations working side by side. I was able to have Canadians, Australians, and Brits working directly for me, and this was in the late 90s, early 2000s. Now that capacity has grown, and working really closely with civilian industry, because the Space Force is now providing them when one of their assets may hit another asset, but it just needs to be a close. Just like we talked about earlier with Eric, exactly what happened in cyber needs to happen in space, with the commercial, the private, the government all working together, not just giving secrets, but sharing everything so they know what's up there and working together to protect the domain.
Sir, a question or two? Okay.
It's lunch. That's what they're thinking about.
That's exactly what everyone's thinking. Jack, Eric, thank you so much for joining us and talking about the renaming of the Aspen AI Space Cyber Summit.
Thank you.
We'll just wait here for a minute.
Hey, everybody. Thanks so much. I almost said Jen, Eric, Jack, General Weinstein, Garrett. If you can't get enough of space, come back later when Garrett's going to talk about his UFO book. Spoiler, they're real. So I know everyone's eager to head to lunch. Let me give you a quick logistics. It will go from now till 1:30. Today's presenting and gold sponsors are hosting lunch discussions. They are set up in 7 rooms around the building. There is food in each one of them, so you can pick your topic and go eat there. 2 of them, Secure by Design and AI in the Cyber Threat Landscape, are upstairs. Staff can help you find them. You can also visit the OneSpan coffee cart in the lobby if you're looking for an afternoon pickup. It'll also be there during the afternoon break. Last point before you go, though, please keep your ears open at the end of lunch. We will have a very distinct notification that lunch is ending, and follow that back to the auditorium. You will not want to miss the first session after lunch. You will regret it if you're not here for it. So again, keep your ears peeled. You'll know it when you hear it. Come on back, and now go enjoy lunch. Thank you.
Please welcome Peter McIndoe, Chief Information Officer of Birds Aren't Real.
How's everyone doing today? How's everyone doing today? Okay. My name, as people come in, is Peter McIndoe. Can everyone give a hand for our bagpiper, Frank? He did a great job. He always does. Now, my name is Peter McIndoe, and I'm here to talk about something maybe a little controversial. I'd like to thank everyone here for bringing me on to talk about these things, as there's something a lot of the media and institutions like this often don't share or don't want the word to get out about. So, as I speak today, please just remain respectful, remain kind. Please do not laugh and take this seriously as you sit down to hear what I had to say. Raise your hand if you know what this slide is referring to. Okay, raise your hand if you don't know what this slide is referring to. Okay. For those few lost blind sheep in the audience, I would like to share with you my truth. From 1959 through 2001, the United States government replaced every single bird with a robotic replica that looks, sounds, and squawks just like a real bird. They did this using poisonous toxins sprayed from airplanes. They flew B-52 bomber jets over the American skies in the early 60s, spraying a poisonous toxin that would be contagious for the entire bird species, spread across, and make them fall from the skies. Now, with each bird that fell, a fake bird rose. Okay? Can you say fell? Can you say rose? Can you say bird? Can you say drone? You're tracking. Give yourself an applause. The proof that birds are robots is all around us. Okay? For instance, birds charge their batteries on power lines. Have you ever seen a bird sitting on a power line? You ever wonder how maybe a bird can sit on that electrical line while a human can't touch it without being shocked? Another thought. Who here has seen a baby pigeon by show of hands? You haven't, have you? No, you haven't. Who here has seen an adult pigeon? Wow, odd. This is because these robots, these pigeons, come out of the factory as adults. There's no organic growth, no time for them to grow up. People ask me, okay, well, Peter, if every bird is a robot, if the government did this, why do they poop on my car? How do they poop on my car? Well, how do you think they track your vehicle? Bird poop is a liquid tracking device meant to track our cars wherever they go. Now, a lot of people ask me, how do you know these things, Peter? How do you know these? I'll tell you. I have conducted years of my own independent research looking into the bird drone surveillance crisis. I've seen actual videos of real ex-CIA agents sitting down confessing to these crimes. I've seen leaked government documents. There was a massive leak from the Pentagon called Poultrygate that came out exposing government elites and officials, even A-list celebrities, in the government's crimes. Now, who am I? I'm the public information officer for Birds Aren't Real, for this movement. I was brought on in 2016 to come and spread this word with the American people, like you. Since then, I've been going around telling people the truth. I got a van, the Birds Aren't Real van, that I covered with decals. I put satellites on top of it to pick up the gamma rays from the bird drones flying overhead. We turned the highway into an information highway. I had slogans on my van trying to let people know, trying to bring them into the truth. Okay, so we had Birds Aren't Real, obviously. We also had, if it flies, it spies, was one of our slogans. We also had bird watching goes both ways as a means to wake the people up. Pigeons are liars. We have chapters all over the US called the Bird Brigade. There's even a Bird Brigade location right here in New York. We went to Washington Square last year, held a rally, and brought 3,000 New Yorkers out to protest the pigeons. Was anyone at our rally here in New York last year? Thank you for coming. You all are invited to the next one. Now, before I bring on someone to help us understand more about this, I know a lot of you may be thinking this sounds crazy. But why does it sound crazy? Why did we all come into the world only taught one truth? That birds are real, right? School always taught me all these things about real organic birds. It had never taught me once to question the other side of the argument. So I urge you to do this. Today, as I tell you the truth, possibly for the first time, about birds being robots, I know there's a few of you that may have not heard this before. They're hearing it today and want to believe it, but I compel you, please do not just believe what I'm saying. I need you to do your own research and confirm it for yourself. If you were to just hear me talk today and believe me, just off what I'm saying that birds are robots, you'd be making the same mistake that you made in the first place when you were told that birds were real and you just took it as fact. With that, thank you so much for listening to me here today. I really appreciate it. I hope that you continue looking for truth. Thank you.
Wait. Why are y'all clapping for this? This is insanity. Why are you clapping for this? Do you all believe what this man just said? Why are you encouraging this behavior? Peter, can we sit down? Can we have a rational conversation about this?
Would you guys like to hear a rational conversation about this?
All right, let's sit down. Let's do this. Okay, I don't know. Like, this is a cyber summit. This is a serious place. These are serious people. And so I want to have this conversation. I've spent 14 years in the U.S. Congress working on real conspiracies. I've worked at the White House working on cybersecurity. I think it's important for us to understand this. And so I'm hoping we can talk about this as a social experiment, as Peter, not the public information officer. Can we do that a little bit? Can we?
We can,
okay,
yes.
All right,
Yes.
good. So this is a social experiment. Can you talk to us about birds aren't real? Like, when you say a social experiment, what are you trying to do? Who are you, and why are you trying to help us with this?
Totally. Thanks, Nicole. Yeah. Hi, I'm Peter. Can you say hi? Hi, Peter? And I do not actually believe that every bird is a robot. This is a character that I've been playing for almost 6 years now, of a guy who thinks that every bird is a robot. I play the public information officer for a fake movement called Birds Aren't Real that has a lot of real followers who are also in on the bit, just like I am. I started Birds Aren't Real from Arkansas nearly 6 years ago to see if I could convince the media of a truth that is not true at all, that there's a real movement that thinks every bird is a surveillance drone. So over the past 6 years, I've held rallies, I've hired ex-CIA agents to come on and confess to the crimes of the government. We've manufactured old email leaks, photoshopped fake pictures, and through all this, we're able to successfully convince the media over years that we are a real movement that does exist. So we came out of character last year on the front page of the New York Times, coming out to say this entire thing was false, but that through it we learned a lot about what it's like to be a conspiracy theorist in America. Yeah.
Okay, but a lot of people believe this, right? And so you had 6 years that you've been doing this experiment, only 1 year you've been public, and telling people, hey, this is an experiment on what can be done. Talk about how it felt for the people who still believe this at any point in the experiment, but then also what you experienced when people thought you really believed that birds weren't real.
Totally, yeah. So I spent years driving around in a van that said birds aren't real all over it, as well as other words like bird watching goes both ways, and if it flies, it spies. And as I did that, I figured out something that I didn't think I would find, which was that it really gave me a window into how people treat conspiracy theorists in 2023. I'm from Arkansas, for some context. So I grew up homeschooled in a very hyper-conservative religious environment in Arkansas, in Little Rock. So a lot of the people that I grew up around are sort of using the same logic and cadence as the character that I play. So I'd understood it to an extent before, but I guess going into the character, I would be in countless parking lots or gas stations in the Birds Aren't Real van, and someone would, walk up to me. I would have a cowboy hat on and a suit and a megaphone, and they'd walk up and they would explain to me how crazy I am, or how uneducated I look, or stupid I am, or that I'm the problem with this country. And in those times, it was really interesting because I didn't really feel the emotions of myself as a person who's like, oh, they're falling for it. They think that this is a joke. I felt the emotions of the character. Yeah. And I felt really emboldened and sad and othered. And in those moments, it made me want to burrow deeper into the character, to tell these people that they're so wrong, that they hadn't even seen the evidence that I'd seen, that they didn't even take the time to get to know me, and that they didn't know that I was doing this for them too. I was trying to stop them from being surveilled as well. So I think that through the time and character, it taught me a lot about what it means to be a conspiracy theorist and how the way that I had even been reacting to conspiracy theorists in my own life may have been emboldening them more than diffusing what they were dealing with, and then therefore not really being productive bringing us any closer into a shared reality or living in the same truth that I would prefer us to.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. I will also share that I'm from Mississippi, and so there's a lot of othering that happens with the southern part of the United States, especially as it relates to politics and public policy. This idea that depending on where you grow up or how you were raised or the accent that you have somehow makes your opinions or thoughts about politics and policy and world events less than others. But I think one of the things that you've been able to do with the social experiment is somehow do what only Smokey the Bear was able to do, which is create a PSA for millions of people to have a little bit of awareness about disinformation and about how it's okay to have a conspiracy theory that you believe in for a little bit of fun, but it can get dangerous. And I think that is something that the government and corporations have all tried to figure out, how do we raise awareness about disinformation? Yeah. And quite candidly, have not done as well as you have been able to do. So talk a little bit about what you were doing for 6 years, and now we are in a space where the disinformation is so prevalent. People are seeing it as we have these geopolitical conflicts going on. Do you feel like you have done a bit of a service that your followers and the believers, the brigade, have a higher level of awareness about disinformation than they would have 6 years ago?
I certainly think that our followers think about it differently because they've been sort of in on the bit with us. We have millions of followers, all pretty much Gen Z or millennial, across Instagram and TikTok and Twitter, Facebook and all that. And through that, they've seen how we can engineer disinformation, and therefore how easy it would be for somebody else to do the same. We learned that people rarely read farther than the headline. So if we could pretty much just engineer a headline and then 2 clicks down, we could pretty much sell a truth without having to have any actual substance. Or how easy it was to manufacture texts, documents, and now with AI and image creators, videos and images, these were so easy to plant before. It was so easy to convince the media and people that our movement had been around for 50 years just through some photoshopped photos and convincing arguments. But now it's so far gone to where disinformation and information are largely indistinguishable. The past couple months, I've seen that more than ever, where I'll be online and I'll see one, a picture that emboldens an entire, kind of like movement online for one for one thing, and then it'll come out that that photo was actually made with AI, and that wasn't even real. Then they say, hey, here's the actual picture that this was made from, but then that picture will end up having been made by AI. And we are truly just in a post-truth era now, where you can't tell what is what. So I think that for me, and the followers that we have, we spend a lot of time talking about these things. We have something called the Bird Brigade, which is a boots-on-the-ground activism network. It's what we call it, where, just like the one here in New York, we talk about these things in character and also out of character. Talk about how interesting the social experiment is, and then what it teaches us about other people and things. And I think a big takeaway for at least us as we've been going about this is sort of this realization and acceptance that none of us are ever going to be able to fix misinformation or disinformation online. It's such a massive Pandora's box that's been opened, and me and a lot of us are not in charge of the social media companies. There's no way you can censor everything out there. How do you go about doing that? But what I realized, and what we realized throughout doing this, is that the side of belief and truth is being very heavily debated and critiqued, and people are really trying to figure out how to crack the post-truth era with more truth, with shutting down disinformation and promoting the true information. But that's pretty hard. And I think there's one side of the conversation that hasn't been talked about as much, which is what's driving people to disinformation in the first place, specifically around conspiracy theories, around, kind of making yourself this person that's found out special information that repositions you as the hero in your mind, where now you have information that people don't. I think we found that it has a lot more to do with belonging than belief when it comes to conspiracy theories. And that for a lot of people, it doesn't really even matter what it is they're, the theory that they're believing in. That's why a lot of conspiracy theorists will start off with one thing and then eventually it just becomes everything. Because they're getting three things out of conspiracy theories that they're not getting in their normal lives. At least the character that I was playing felt this, which was that through birds aren't real and through believing that the government was killing all the birds and replacing them with robots, that didn't just give me a truth to believe in, that gave me a community of people that could come around me and give me a sense of identity that also thought that the birds were killed by the government and replaced with robots. And it gave me a sense of purpose, something to do with my life. So I think that something beneficial that we can include in the conspiracy conversation while we try to figure out how to go about reducing massive disinformation and social engineering online, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse with AI in the coming years. I think something we can control is how we react to people around us, talk with people in our own lives, and approach disinformation when we're confronted with it. Yeah.
I think that, the thread that I would pull from that is community and trusted messengers. And we talked a little bit about that during our election security panel earlier. And so I know we're almost at time, but you have an audience with government officials, but also leaders in academia, in the private sector, in corporations. What is it, what are there examples of things that we could be doing or that you have seen that bring together that community and trusted messengers as it relates to disinformation and conspiracy theories?
That's a good question. Yeah, throughout the past few years, I have not seen much that has worked. I went to the Global Fact-Checking Conference last year, actually, and a lot of what the speakers there were saying was basically, we don't know what to do, we don't know what works. One thing I have seen that's been promising has been X, formerly known as Twitter. A lot going on over there that I don't agree with, but something that I have seen that is very encouraging to me is the community notes feature, where if something is spread that shares something that's not true, there will be a note left on it by a trusted member of the community, someone who's in the system, who can be rated and voted upon their accuracy, and it will tell you what's actually going on and cites actual sources to let you know what the truth is. And there was actually, I liked a post the other day on Twitter that contained disinformation in it. and I didn't know, and I went on about my day, not even thinking about it. And then yesterday, I got a notification that popped up that said, hey, you liked this post a few days ago. It actually now we found out it has some disinformation in it. Here are the sources cited. Here's how we know. And then it was rated as such that you can trust this person doing it. And I've actually never seen those, I guess, spread something that's not true. It does seem to ground something in truth and have a follow-up method that is pretty effective. So yeah, that's the one thing that I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, anytime we can figure out something positive to say about Twitter formerly, I feel like that's a good thing. But I think it is when we have this, and especially for someone like you who has, over the course of 6 years, been attacked, and now also in a place where people are like, wait a minute, maybe he has a point. I thank you for coming and talking to this community, because I think there are a lot of expertise in this audience, but there are also a lot of trusted messengers in this audience. The cybersecurity community is a close-knit community, and so I don't know if you're going to get new members in the brigade, but this probably is a good place for you to recruit. So thank you for joining us, Peter.
I hope so. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
And joining us now for a conversation about cyber education and civil defense, we have Dr. Cynthia Warwick, President Emerita of Stillman College, Craig Newmark, founder of Craigslist and Craig Newmark Philanthropies, Dr. Diana Burley, Vice Provost for Research and Innovation at American University, and Brigadier General Terrence Adams of the U.S. Air Force. Leading the conversation, we have Katie Brooks, Director of Cyber Partnerships for Aspen Digital.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. This is a little bit awkward because we actually had a bagpiper plan to introduce this panel too, and now it's like we can't do it. So we'll just dive right in. It'll be great. So as mentioned, I'm Director of Cyber Partnerships here at Aspen Digital. We have about 40 minutes to talk about and tackle the topic of cyber education, specifically as it pertains to two main things. One is the workforce, and one is what everyday people need to know just as citizens of this country and citizens of the world. I want to make sure that I frame this conversation first with an initiative that was started last year called Cyber Civil Defense, championed in large part by Craig Newmark. And that's the idea that everybody has a role to play in securing our nation, securing themselves, securing their communities online. There are many different components of that initiative. We'll get into that in a moment. But for now, I know that these panelists have a ton of excellent firsthand knowledge, firsthand experience on all of this, so we'll go ahead and dive right in. So I'd love to start by having each one of you introduce yourselves with two questions. The first is, what is your current role? And the second is, how did you get into cybersecurity, or how did cybersecurity find you? So we'll start with Cynthia.
Well, hi. My current role is retired, although my children will say I'm not retired because I still do stuff, but I just retired as the first female president, 7th president at Stillman College, which is a historically black liberal arts college in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. And how did cybersecurity find me? I guess I'm a boomer baby geek, I guess you might call me that. So I've been attracted to technology pretty much all my life because I've seen a lot of things happen in technology and being here a long time. So, and first I was a president at South Carolina State University. I started their cyber program. And then when I got to Stillman in 2017, we had a ransomware attack. And that's how I got intimately involved in cybersecurity.
Excellent. Thanks, Cynthia. Craig, over to you.
I guess my current role is in this civil defense stuff. My deal is that I'm thinking that in World War II, when our country was under attack, everyone played whatever role that they could, and I figured that's a good idea. I grew up in the 50s when patriotism was a thing. it seems like a pretty good idea, so I'm trying to revive the whole concept and make it real again, because we are under attack. We need to stand up for ourselves, and we need to share the responsibility, private individuals to business to government. Like, we need things like cyber trust marks, security nutrition labels on devices like we might bring into our home, like baby cams, which could actually store munitions in cyber warfare. And we need trust labels on things like kinetic weapons, like your car, which also could be used against us in an attack. I mean, I got into this, I think, around 1974 when I wrote my master's thesis. I am that old, and I figured I'd dedicate my declining years to cybersecurity.
Excellent. And Craig, we can talk a bit more about this later, but anything new today that you want to share?
The do your part, we're all in this thing together also applies to support for veterans and active service families. To that extent, about an hour ago, I announced a program to help veterans' families in Hawaii recover from the fires there. I announced this with a guy that I've helped, basically I'm a trainer for, a guy named Dwayne Johnson.
I've heard of him.
He's apparently both fast and furious. I'm neither.
Excellent. Well, Craig, that's an amazing commitment. Thank you so much for your support of that.
I'll try to make a funnier one next time.
All right, Diana, over to you.
I don't think it's fair that I have to follow Craig, but it's okay, I'll adapt. So I am Vice Provost for Research and Innovation at American University in DC. I am also the director of a newly formed institute at American, the Shahal M. Khan Cyber and Economic Security Institute. I feel like I've grown up in cyber in many ways. I've been doing this and in this field for 20 plus years, and I would say as a graduate student at Carnegie Mellon, where everybody was focused on the technology, I was that odd duck that said people are important too. And I think what aggravates me is that I hear a lot about how people are the weakest link. And I find that to be, and I've used that phrase myself, but much of the time I feel like that's a lazy way of thinking, because people are complex and dynamic and predictably and creatively unpredictable, and perhaps the weakness is that we are designing systems that don't account for that.
Right.
And we're developing technologies that forget about the people. And so I have been in this field for a very long time, and everything that I do is always about bringing those two together, the technology side and the social behavioral science side.
Excellent. Well, we'll cover that in more detail shortly. For now, let's go over to Terrence.
Hello, Aspen. I am Terrence Adams. I got into cyber probably because I started with software programming. So if anybody remembers COBOL and a mainframe, that's how I kind of started my career. Led it into joining the Air Force and getting into networks, deploying those networks around the world, and then also the opportunity to try to secure those networks. So that's what I've done, pretty much for my 36 years that I've been serving. I've also enrolled into a new job just last month as the Deputy Principal Cyber Advisor for the Secretary of Defense. And today I came here to make an announcement, but we'll do that later on, as far as something that the Air Force is doing to try to attract the best and the brightest to serve in our United States Air Force. Thank you, Katie.
Excellent. Well, as you can see, there are a variety of different entry points into the field, even just on this stage here right now. So I'd love to volley a question over to the group, which is, if I'm a prospective entrant into the field, what are some of the considerations, courses, skills that I should be looking at, either for technical roles or for non-technical roles within the field? Does anyone want to take that one first?
I'll start. So first, I think, because you said it, technical roles and non-technical roles, right? So I think that the first thing that people should remember is that cybersecurity is a field. It's not one single profession, and there are many, many, many different roles within that space for people to engage in the field. When you're thinking about courses as a new student, you want to make sure that you are thinking about how to be computationally sound, how complex thinking, decision making, those kinds of skills. Before you ever get into the hands-on technical skills or even the definitional types of courses, you want to make sure that you are able to think in a way that allows the complexity to come into you and through you in whatever part of the field that you want to go into.
Absolutely. Anyone want to add on to that? Just different considerations?
Yeah, at Stillman, we participated in the IBM Skills Academy and also the Amazon Web Services Academy. And so both of those organizations offer certification courses. So it's pretty easy to get involved in those areas because it's not required a degree. It's not a degree program, but certification. So I think building upon those skills that you talked about in terms of the interests in terms of critical thinking and those types of characteristics, just learning more about, software engineering. It's multidisciplinary, so it's you need to really explore who you are and then which program will be best for your interest.
Absolutely. And so I'd like to kind of test that on a bit of a use case. So understandably, you were at the head of an organization that experienced a ransomware attack. What was that like from your perspective, from discovery of what was going on to recovery? Who did you call for help and what skills did they have?
Yeah, well, it so happened in this same week in 2017, right before Thanksgiving, we got this message through our enterprise system, which is Lucian Colleague, to request $10,000 in Bitcoin. They had encrypted all of our data, and that we needed to pay in order for them to release the data to us. So luckily, when that happened, our system crashed, so they weren't able to access any data.
Luckily.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we didn't have the capacity, being a small liberal arts college. We didn't have the IT staff, the people involved that knew what to do. So the first person I called was my daughter, who happened to be a lobbyist with the Society of Risk Management. And, the insurance folk know about everything. And so she provided a lot of the details about who we had to contact, who we had to report to. There's a lot that you have to do when you have this kind of attack. You have to report to the FBI, report to the Department of Education, report to the Department of Veterans Affairs, because we handle VA students' data, so anybody who's involved. So all of those entities we had to report to, and it was difficult finding anyone in the community. I'm in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, right down the street from the University of Alabama, but yet there weren't any professionals in the area who knew anything, who could help us. And so reaching out to our insurance cover, they had a list of companies that we had to use, and they recommended legal counsel for us to do that. And you can just imagine the expense that all of this takes. You've got to have a lawyer. The lawyer has to craft the messages that you send to everybody else. Mm-hmm. And so it's really a challenging situation. And when that all happened, I decided that we definitely needed to grow our own. Mm-hmm. And so that motivated me to start a cybersecurity program, and with assistance from IBM and Amazon Web Service and NSA, provided grant funding, and just looked at anything that had anything to do with cyber. I reached out to them and asked for help.
That's excellent. And you spoke, I think, throughout your remarks about legal professionals, not just the technical folks as well, but it really takes a village. And I think until people are hit by an attack like this, it's hard to understand what the first steps need to be. On that theme then, Craig, I'd like to turn to you about any recommendations you have for folks out there who are not in the field. What can they do to protect themselves proactively?
There's, in a way, two levels of education needed. There's people who need professional level education, who might be looking for a career. You know, maybe they've done the basics and they find they have a knack for it, and they're good at it. Now, I know that I'm not very smart, so what I've done is engaged folks, including people at American University and the Aspen Cyber Security Group, to understand this at the professional level. My particular passion, like I mentioned, is for the role that everyone could play, helping defend themselves, their families, their homes, maybe where they work, and the entire country. That's the idea of this cyber civil defense stuff. After all, I'm genuinely a member of the duck and cover generation. And the deal is that we're trying to figure out what kinds of education are required for people, given that everything is a moving target these days. We all need to do a better job with passwords, but passkeys are coming pretty rapidly, particularly passkeys using what some call social authentication. Like when you try to log in and it says, hey, you can go into Google or Apple or Microsoft to log in and we'll trust that. And so I'm trying to accelerate the adoption of passkeys in addition to the education of that. That means I got to call up people at the big eyes and be just the right level of annoying, and be careful because my tendency, I can be very annoying. So that's one of the kinds of things that are going on. Otherwise, I got to explain why everyone needs to at least know what ransomware is and how they might consider it where they work, but also at home. Somebody last night from this conference mentioned to me that what happens if somebody compromised one of your internet-connected devices, like your car, scrambled authentication or something like that, and then held that for ransom. So all these considerations of our own, these are universal concerns that I'm trying to figure out what's the proper balance between industry, government, and ourselves. And that's, we're just at the beginning there. I need help doing things like developing memes. I'm inspired by a meme 80 years ago with the message of loose lips sink ships. And I need to find the version of that for cybersecurity.
Absolutely. So, Craig, I think it's clear the risk does impact everyone, so there's certainly an education component that is required for everyone to be able to address the problem. Diana, I'd like to zoom out a little bit and take a look at the cybersecurity workforce question. I think over the past 10 years, we've seen numbers volley up and down, all of which are staggeringly high about the workforce shortage. So curious, what trends have you seen recently, both for the workforce question as well as for some of the educational programs that are coming out?
Yeah, so I never use those numbers because I find that they, as you say, they move back and forth, and it really depends on exactly what you're talking about to know which number's right, so I just ignore them all. The need is great, and that is undisputable. So, you know, we're certainly seeing that some companies and, frankly, agencies are taking it upon themselves to train up in-house. So they are upskilling individuals and developing programs, sometimes in conjunction with academic partners and sometimes without, to get people ready for the type of work that they need specifically in their organizations and sending them for certifications as they need to do that. But we're also seeing a growing number of programs in the academy that are designed to both do the technical work and get people ready on the technical side and the non-technical side. About 5 or 6 years ago, I led a task force for the Association of Computing Machinery to develop the first set of global curricular guidelines to develop that standard so that when you go to different institutions to get somebody, you know that an apple is an apple is an apple. Because that's one of the complaints that we had been seeing. And so we're seeing that there is at least some standardization, some base level of knowledge that for programs that follow these curricula that they're able to achieve in their students. So we're seeing growing numbers of these programs, and that's a good thing. We need to continue growing them. We need to continue moving toward, as Craig points out, everyone needs this regardless of whether they're moving into the field or not, because the workforce issue is really one of, this is a digital society, so everyone needs some basic level. And so, my hope is that at some point, the academic institutions all along the way will have some level of general educational requirement that addresses these topics to make sure that everyone knows what these terms mean and basic skills to protect themselves and the people around them.
Absolutely. It seems like an overdue component at this point, given how quickly everything is moving. So speaking of different programs to address this, Terrence, I'd like to turn to you. Okay. I've heard something about a cyber direct commissioning program. Yes. Would you like to share with us a little bit more about that?
So I'm excited to announce the Air Force is rolling out a new direct commissioning program, the Cyber Direct Commissioning Program for our reservists. You probably have heard this program, direct commissioning, used for JAGs, for lawyers, for nurses and doctors, but that authority hadn't been given for other professions. And so United States Air Force has a direct commission program for our active duty, but today we're announcing a program for our reservists. We are seeking to attract the best talent that's out there, and many of that talent is in this room today. And then with our reserve program, you get an opportunity to still maintain your employment with whatever company you work for, but simultaneously wear the uniform. This program has been successful that we've seen from other services, and now the Air Force is doing the same thing. There will be more information that you can find online, and now members will be able to come in, depending on their background, expertise, the degree programs that they've been through, and start out as not coming in as a lieutenant, a first lieutenant or a second lieutenant, but they could come in as a captain immediately, as a major immediately, and as a lieutenant colonel immediately. We have a pilot program going right now. We have a person that went from technical sergeant to major. And so she's going through training right now in Montgomery, Alabama through our officer training program. She's a black female who owns a tech company. And so she's starting her journey to become an officer with this direct commissioning program. We want to be able to use this as a tool that we can attract talent that we need to serve our nation and for our nation's defense in unique ways. This will be an opportunity for us to reach out into private organizations and into our military enlisted force to be able to offer something unique and different.
That's fantastic, and thank you so much for announcing that here. We really appreciate it. I know that there are a variety of different programs over there. Cynthia, I'd love to turn to you to highlight a bit about cyber clinics. I heard that there's one coming to Stillman pretty soon.
Yes. Stillman joined the Public Interest Technology University Network, PIT-UN, and through that we learned about cyber clinics, and it really fit what we were planning anyway, because I had just gotten funding from the Economic Development Administration to convert a former dormitory into a cybersecurity and information technology training center. And, just recognizing the difficulty I had with trying to access help. These cyber clinics will be students who are trained in cyber to really help small businesses, hospitals, churches, everybody who has technology in the community to help prevent, educate, understand about cybersecurity, but also to help them facilitate challenges within their system if they get hacked, et cetera. So we're excited about the possibility of having students serve in the community, as a community service, so that they'll be able to use these skills that they're learning to help these small businesses and others to address these kinds of cyber threats.
That's fantastic. I think applied learning opportunities are so important in this field. And that also speaks to the role that those with the knowledge have in really educating the community about that. So Craig, over to you. If you could ask of this room, who I think we have several cyber students, professionals, leaders, we have a great group here, what should they do? What would you like to challenge them to do to advance the cyber civil defense cause?
Basically, to talk about it a great deal. I really am a nerd, and I'm not the guy who should be talking advertising campaigns, PR, or anything like that. But the most important component of all this is to remind everyone that we are all in this together. This is a matter, like I alluded to earlier, it is a matter of patriotism, and I think we're only going to get through it if we all do participate together. I'm very self-conscious about this because, again, as a nerd, telling people we should all participate in this big communications effort, well, it's like a crime against nature. But like the Batman says, I'm probably not the nerd you want, but I am the nerd you got.
There you go. Well said, Craig. In the limited time we have left, Diana, I would love to turn to you. I know that the Office of the National Cyber Director at the White House recently released not a small document, a pretty ambitious document that pertains to cyber workforce and education. What were some of your key takeaways from that document? And was there anything missing from it that you would have liked to have seen?
Well, I'm not going to answer that question on the stage, but I thought overall the document was very well done. I think that it validated a lot of the work that we have been doing over the last 10 or so years. It certainly pointed out the need for this base level of competency that everyone in society needs to have in order to increase and strengthen the resilience of the cyber resilience of individual citizens. There was also a focus which is sometimes left out on the development of educators. So individuals at the K-12 level and the post-secondary level who are able to actually teach this content. And oftentimes that is left out of the strategies. There's just this gap. And so I was pleased to see that. And the other thing that I'll point out is that there was an emphasis on hands-on training. And because I am competitive and everyone else has made an announcement on stage, I feel like
Come on,
I must
bring it.
announce something too. So I will tell you all that at American University next month, we will be opening our cyber range that will give us a capability to do hands-on exercises with not just technical scenarios, but with non-technical scenarios that allow our students and our community partners and friends to come in and exercise through scenarios so that they understand what this really means. What are we talking about? And so I am telling you first, maybe second or third, but first, that we will be opening the range soon in partnership underneath the Khan Institute and in partnership with CRS Solutions.
Excellent. Well, this is very impressive. We're 4 for 4 on announcements in this panel. Well done, all. So, Terrence, back over to you. I think for those of us that are not part of the military, it can be a little bit opaque. So if you could outline for us, how do military and civilian opportunities differ for cybersecurity? And are there opportunities other than what you had just announced to move between sectors?
Yeah, sure. So the civilian opportunities that we have, and most of the time when I go around and speak, most people think I'm trying to talk to be a recruiter because they see the uniform and they think that's most of the jobs we have in the military. But we have a lot of government civilian positions. A lot of times they provide expertise and continuity, and a lot of times they are part of the team doing the exact same thing that military people do in uniform each and every day. Some of those members have been retired, so meaning they've worn a uniform and they've come back to continue that work across a broad spectrum. As it relates to cyber specifically, we have those civilians partnering on our team. They're actually doing actual hands-on keyboard work. Some of them are writing policy. Some of them are doing our training and developing curriculum as well. So our civilians that we have that are GS employees, and also we have a relatively new program called Cyber Accepted Service Civilians, and we're able to expedite the hiring of those individuals. They don't have to go through the regular kind of hiring process that most of our civilians do. That was designed to really get at a critical kind of bathtub we had to try to inject a lot of civilians to do cyber operations type work. So we found success in our Cyber Accepted Service program as well. And those have been things that we want to pair together with the direct commissioning program for active duty and reserves to bring those two things together that will bring in the type of talent that we need to continue to secure the nation.
Excellent. Well, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing. So I'd love to go to a quick lightning round. But before we do that, in the interest of time, if you do have a question for this panel, I'll invite you to go ahead and queue by the mics. Please, if possible, just limit that to 1 or 2 people in line. I think that's all we'll have time for. We want to keep the aisles clear. But for now, a lightning round. And it's a lofty question, so no pressure. What is one prediction that you can share with us about the future of cybersecurity workforce or education? So actually, I'll go the opposite direction this time.
That we will always need more people doing it.
That's a pretty solid prediction. I think that's safe bet, yes.
That there will always be a disconnect between the academy and industry, but that we can continue to shrink that gap if we work together.
And quick follow-on, what is the tenor of that gap that you're alluding to?
You know, the academy approaches things from a curricular standpoint that doesn't always address exactly what is necessary when the people get into the workplace. And the flip side is that individuals in industry focus on everything that they need specifically in their workplace, and they don't always recognize that we can't do that and do the base in a short period of time. And so I think that the more that we come together and talk to each other and help each other co-create programs, the smaller that gap will be and the faster we will be able to put people into the workforce in successful roles.
Excellent. Thanks for elaborating. Craig, over to you.
DoD has this great program called SkillsBridge, which trains active service members preparing for transition to the civilian workforce. It helps get them jobs in cybersecurity, maybe other areas too, but I'm focused. And I predict I will help push that along, and I will try to be just the right level of annoying.
Duly noted. Thanks, Greg.
Yeah, which is almost the same as being the right level of irritating.
Or effective, I don't know. All right.
Effective isn't as funny.
Fair point. All right, Cynthia, over to you.
I would say crooks are good at crookery. They're very innovative. And so we need lots of people to anticipate what the next round of cyber crimes is going to be about.
I think that's very fair. All right. Well, I see there's a question over here. And again, invite you all to queue. We do have a few minutes for questions.
Hi, thank you so much for this panel. My name is Bridget Chan. I run the Share the Mic and Cyber Initiative out of New America. And so I'm interested in learning your perspective about kind of further down the pipeline. There's a lot of investment going into early in the pipeline, lowering barriers to certifications, and then the proliferation of cyber clinics. I'm interested in your perspectives about how to retain that workforce, especially when we are coming up against challenges of upskilling to meet emerging tech issues, when we come to DEI, things like belongingness in the workforce. I'd be interested in your perspectives on retention.
No, in terms of retention, I think one thing we have to focus on is culture. Culture is so critically important, and that's that sense of belonging that we have to develop and instill in the organization so that people feel like they belong there. But it's also true that, you know, we talk about if you can see her, you can be her. And so there are a lot of opportunities for us to display the diversity of individuals who are actually working in the field, and seeing them, hearing their stories, understanding what they are doing, and knowing that they are there to develop and have that sense of community gets people to remain in the field. And so we have to do more things that bring those communities together and give people that support.
The theme again is that I'm not smart, but I know people who are, so I will support them in these efforts. There's Girls Who Code. There's a number of other groups, Girl Security. And what I'm doing is helping support them. An important group is also the Gina Davis Institute. because their slogan is if you can be it, if you could see it, you can be it, and I'm working with them on a cyber program. And there are all these programs then that can actually push us all ahead towards doing real stuff. I'll mention that the last time I worked directly with Gina Davis was here just some months ago. You'll see a photo of us together where she's, towering above me because she's at least 2 foot taller than I am. But the deal is that there are people trying to change our culture who can do so in ways that people who are kind of slow, like myself, don't know how to.
Well, I would disagree with that, Craig. I think you've been an excellent pioneer for this field, and the commitments that you've made have really bolstered the next generation of cyber professionals.
Oh, also I've supported at New America a group called Share the Mic in Cyber.
That too.
And thank you for that.
Excellent.
I really need some help tracking all these things. Katie.
I'll do what I can, Craig. All right, right over here.
Very quick question. Kevin Knowlton, cyber.org. My question is around K-12. What is your opinion on K-12's role in this cybersecurity education, workforce development span?
It all starts in K-12, so I mean, it's a critical role. I think we have to, the further downstream that we can go, getting this content integrated, right? There's standalone cybersecurity, but then a lot of the skills that we talk about that individuals need are not unique to cyber. And so part of what we have to do is to recognize that we can integrate this content, this digital literacy, the ability to have computational literacy and skill sets and just understanding what the terms and the concepts are. We can begin to integrate that into the curriculum very, very young. Part of that responsibility lies in our teachers, and so I'm a big advocate for working with schools and colleges of education to help the teachers learn what the content is so that they can integrate it. And then, certainly as we have camps and clinics that are co-curricular activities, those are critically important too, but they can't do it alone. So K-12 is a very important starting point for us.
In our junior ROTC programs, we've had, the Army had a program, they were piloting a program to be able to integrate it. They have a school in DC, and it's pretty much a cyber kind of ROTC program that's been established. The Air Force at our junior ROTC program was partnered with Computer Science for All to roll out new curriculum, do summer camps as well to be able to find that exposure. And the Air Force Association has a Cyber Patriot program too, that also gives that exposure to, from K through 12. So.
Excellent.
To give credit again, there's Girls Who Code, which focuses mostly on girls in high school, not only coding, but cybersecurity and related areas. And for that matter, going down earlier in age, there's the Girl Scouts. They have cybersecurity merit badges, like one of my neighbors back in San Francisco, where one day she showed up with the compliment, I think, of brownie level cyber merit badges, and I've told her parents they need to pay her a fair hourly rate.
Fair enough. All right, well, I'll pause really quickly to see if there are any other questions. And if not, would love a quick round of applause for this excellent panel and their announcements today. Thank you all so much.
Up next, chronicling our government's decades-long quest to solve one of humanity's greatest mysteries, please welcome back to the summit stage Garrett Graff, author of the new book, UFO, the inside story of the United States government's search for alien life here and out there.
Good afternoon. I realize that this subject feels like a little bit of a stretch for a cyber summit, but Jeff asked me to talk a little bit about this mystery of UFOs and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence as a way to stretch the imagination for the afternoon, and also because it is fundamentally a story of how advancing technology, national security, and politics have reshaped our world. I came to this subject as a national security journalist because I started to hear in the last 7 years serious people talking seriously about the mystery of UFOs. I was particularly drawn to the subject in December 2020 when John Brennan, who had just wrapped up the better part of a decade as the CIA director and White House Homeland Security advisor, gave an interview to Washington journalist Tyler Cowen, in which he said, "There are things up there that puzzle us, that I don't know what they are, and that they might represent a new form of life." And it struck me because I know that John Brennan has spent his entire career at the upper ranks of the intelligence community and figured that there were not that many things probably in John Brennan's life that left him puzzled. When he had a question that he wanted answered, he had a $60 billion a year intelligence community to go out and answer. So I've now spent the last 2 years as part of my research studying one of the most fundamental questions of human existence. Are we alone? It is one of the biggest and probably longest standing questions of humanity, right up there with, is there a God and what happens to us after death? As part of that research, I've dug into the history of the US military's hunt for UFOs here on Earth, as well as the evolving astronomy and science around what's known as SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence out across the universe. Usually these two threads are treated differently by journalists and historians, that there's the kooky UFO history on Earth and then the serious science of SETI. But to me, they are in fact deeply related and closely intertwined stories. Not least of all because the question of whether we are alone has a lot to do with whether aliens are visiting Earth in the first place. While humans have seen strange things in the sky since the earliest recorded histories, the modern flying saucer age dates back to the summer of 1947, when a wave of flying saucer sightings, including the now infamous crash at Roswell, captured the nation's attention. In the years since, Hollywood latched onto the mystery, and UFOs and aliens lodged themselves in our public consciousness. Yet 80 years into the quest to solve UFOs and understand whether we're alone in the universe, we've come up frustratingly short of answers to either question. The answers I've discovered for my book, though, might surprise you. For one, the math is almost certainly on the side of the aliens. But they're almost certainly too far away for us to have meaningful contact. We now understand that actually habitable planets are quite common across the universe. And even though there may be only a small number per solar system or galaxy, there are far more galaxies than we imagine. The James Webb Space Telescope pointed at a single patch of dark sky that we believed was empty, uncovered 94,000 previously unknown galaxies in just that single picture. The math across this scale is incredible. The average galaxy is now estimated to have perhaps 100 million stars, and every star is now estimated to have planets. Across the universe, put this all together, and there are an estimated sextillion habitable planets across the universe. That's 1 billion trillion possible places for life to evolve that we would recognize. The vast gulfs of outer space, though, mean that UFOs are unlikely to be extraterrestrial visitors here. There's an obvious human-centric nature to the way that we think of alien visitors, imagining them bothering to cross the vast distances of space variously to buzz us in their mysterious flying saucers, make friends with us, abduct us, invade us, or harvest us for energy and food. The truth is that probably no one knows that we are here or cares. As Stephen Hawking bluntly summarized it, the human race is just chemical scum on a moderate-sized planet orbiting around a very average star in the outer suburb of one of about 100 billion galaxies. Carl Sagan, the famous astronomer, was one of the strongest proponents of the search for extraterrestrial intelligence in the 20th century, but he used to dismiss reports of UFOs as signs of alien visitors by arguing that statistically, aliens do come to Earth, but probably only every several 100,000 years, passing by on the way from one place of interest to another in the way that we would stop somewhere at a rest area on the New Jersey Turnpike. But it's clear that there is something out there and that we aren't particularly close to understanding what it is. The vast majority, perhaps nearly all UFO sightings can be explained away by astronomical or meteorological events or through tracing sightings of known aviation events. Many UFO sightings today turn out to be the launches of Starlink satellites, for instance. But not all sightings or encounters can be easily dismissed. And the truth is that there are important, meaningful, and world-transforming answers that we could uncover here, even if we never discover that they are alien spacecraft from Alpha Centauri buzzing the USS Nimitz on a random Tuesday. UFOs and UAPs continue to confound us in part because we know so little about the world around us. And as much as we now know about meteorology, astronomy, the heavens, and physics, it's worth remembering how new and still evolving that knowledge actually is. In fact, before you even get to the mysteries of outer space, much of our understanding of our own planet is relatively recent. Western scientists have only known about the existence of gorillas, our closest living relative, for about 150 years. Before 1847, reports of their sightings were dismissed as stories of mythical creatures like yetis or unicorns. The first dinosaur was discovered and identified in 1824, meaning that George Washington lived and died without realizing that dinosaurs ever existed. And we still know less about the bottom of the oceans than we do the surface of the moon. There is almost certainly not one single answer to the mystery of UFOs and UAPs. The truly unexplained cases, that is, the cases that actually puzzle military personnel and experienced scientists, not counting all of those that are easily dismissed as the planet Venus or mysterious planes, is almost surely a pie chart made up of various sized slices of 4 categories. The first 2 categories of unsolved sightings are probably true UFOs and have human terrestrial explanations. There is yet unidentified adversarial advanced technologies being tested against us, Chinese drones, Russian drones, Iranian drones. Or there's sky clutter, trash and weird stuff that floats around in the sky unnoticed on an average day that we don't generally bother monitoring. This is how this past winter we ended up shooting down the Chinese spy balloon, and then once we decided to pay attention to balloons, found a whole host of UFOs that we began to shoot down with $250,000 missiles that ended up being things like a weather balloon from an Illinois hobbyist club called the Northern Illinois Bottle Cap Balloon Brigade. The last 2 categories of unsolved UAPs, though, are phenomenon that we probably don't understand yet. As yet unknown or little understood meteorological, astronomical, and atmospheric phenomenon like ball lightning, plasma, St. Elmo's fire, and a whole bunch of other weird and wonderful quirks of our universe that we need to still solve and identify. Then we get to the 4th category where I believe the most extraordinary mysteries probably lie. Answers that will only emerge as our knowledge of physics itself evolves and lets us look anew and understand what's happening around us in ways that we don't currently understand. This is going to be the potentially very weird stuff. Interdimensional or time-traveling visitors, wormholes, extraterrestrials, or possibly something even weirder. What one official once called the astronomical truths that are stranger than the strangest fiction. And yet, we still don't understand much of this world. As Harvard astronomy chair Avi Loeb points out, when French nun Lucille Randin died earlier this year, she was the oldest living person, aged 118. And the entire human understanding of relativity and quantum physics occurred during her lifetime. Imagine what we will learn about physics in the next human lifetime, or in the next 500 years, or the next 10,000 if we have the chance. Just this summer, for the first time, scientists found gravitational waves moving through the universe that bend space-time. We need to be humble about how much weirder the world and universe around us likely is. And I believe that our government should be more interested in this weirder world, in part because this quest for understanding will help us recognize why protecting and prolonging human civilization matters. This, to me, is the important part of the search for UAPs. It's the hope, optimism, and wonder that can come from what we still have to learn here. Determining the line between science fiction and science fact has always been the core of the UFO story, a key part of what's attracted so many generations. As Philip Morrison, one of the inventors in the SETI field, said, either we're alone in the universe or we're not, and either answer will boggle the imagination.
Time for a quick break. Grab a coffee from our partners at OneSpan and join us back here at 3 o'clock on the dot to hear from the SEC about their new cyber disclosure rule. Thanks, Garrett. Please find your seats. Our program will continue momentarily. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. To help us understand the new SEC's cyber disclosure rule, please welcome Eric Girding, Director of the Division of Corporation Finance at the United States Securities and Exchange Commission. He's joined by Erin Delmore, North America Business Correspondent for BBC News.
Do a flip-flop. I'll take this one here. Eric, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Erin. Thank you to the Aspen Institute for having me.
There has been so much buzz about the SEC's new cyber disclosure rule. Tell us, what does the rule do and what doesn't it do?
So thank you, Erin. The rule is really important. The overall goal of the rule is to inform investors about cybersecurity risk that they may face when investing in public companies. So when an investor is investing in a public company, a company that is filing annual reports with the SEC, an investor is looking to assess the risks to his or her or its investment. And part of those risks may be, in the modern world, losses from cybersecurity incidents. So the rule is really designed to help investors think about what kinds of losses and risks they may face from cybersecurity incidents. And there's really two parts of the rule. There's a rule that requires disclosure when a public company faces a material cybersecurity incident. There's also another part that requires companies to disclose in their annual report basic risk management and governance about how they're dealing with cybersecurity risk generally. I did forget the disclaimer. I am speaking only in my personal capacity as division director. My counsel backstage is going to throttle me for forgetting the disclaimer. I'm speaking in my official capacity as division director at the Securities and Exchange Commission, and my views do not necessarily reflect the views of the commission, any commissioner, or any other staff.
Eric, we're privileged to have you here. We were not going to let you forget that part. Tell us, how is this an improvement over the current system?
So the current system, the staff found that in general, under existing disclosure rules before this rule, there was underreporting of cybersecurity incidents by public companies. And the types of disclosure that was being provided was not necessarily consistent, comparable, and leading to decision-useful information. When investors are constructing their portfolios, when they're making decisions on whether to buy, hold, or sell investments, they're really trying to make apples-to-apples comparisons between companies. And having consistent, comparable, and decision-useful information about any kind of material risk, including cybersecurity risk, is really, really important.
Well, more on that. What are the risks of underreporting or inconsistency?
So the risk is that investors really don't have a good picture into what losses companies may face from cybersecurity incidents, from cybersecurity risk. And what investors are really looking for is to be able to tell which companies are dealing with more risk, how are they dealing with risk, and how are they addressing risk management generally. What we're not doing is trying to prescribe what is or isn't good risk management practices. It's really about disclosure. It's about having public companies tell their investors what they're doing and letting investors make the choices for themselves in terms of what they think are acceptable levels of risk and what they think are acceptable risk management practices.
Now, this rule goes into effect on December 18th, and smaller companies have 180 days extra to comply. What's important about smaller companies here? What have you heard from them during the public comment period about what they need to prepare?
So one of the things we always think about as we recommend rules to the Commission are the impacts on smaller companies. And we think in particular about compliance burdens. And the longer compliance period is really reflective of the fact that smaller companies may need more time in order to develop the disclosure controls, the disclosure practices necessary. That being said, it's not just small companies. It's not any one type of company that is subject to cyber attacks or cybersecurity risk. It could be large public companies, the large brand name companies that you all know of. It could be very small companies. Cyber threat actors are looking for opportunities. And that's one of the things we've heard in the comment process and in our research. They're looking for opportunistic targets, and that could be a big company, it could be a small company.
Well, speaking of opportunistic cyber criminals, you've heard a lot about the roadmap risk, and I know you've answered to this, but why don't you tell the audience here what that risk is and how you see it?
So one of the things that we thought about when recommending the original rule proposal, and one of the things that we've heard about in the comment process, is a real concern that disclosure not give threat actors, not give cyber criminals and other hackers a roadmap to how a company's cybersecurity defenses are working. And we considered those comments very carefully in the rulemaking process and took great care to specify in the rule and in the explanation of the rule that what we're not looking for is technological details that give those kinds of bad actors, those kind of threat actors, a roadmap to knowing how to pierce a company's cybersecurity defenses. Instead, what we're looking at are information that's material to investors to help them assess the overall risk profile and the overall risk management of a company.
But it sounds like companies have some leeway there for interpretation, what's material and what's not. How do you suggest they go about addressing what is material?
So material to securities law geeks like me, Aaron, has a particular meaning, and it's a particular meaning that the Supreme Court identified in a bunch of old chestnut cases around securities laws. Materiality basically looks at what a reasonable investor would consider significant and what would consider to be a substantial impact on a reasonable investor's choice in investment decisions. And that definition of materiality in our rule builds right off of the Supreme Court's definition. It's really no different than what materiality means in any other securities disclosure context. And that's important because this is essentially very similar to other kinds of risks that companies face, whether a company loses money from having its property, plant, and equipment burned down, whether they lose money from market risk, interest rate movements, or whether they're losing money from cybersecurity attacks. It's the same kind of analysis that investors are caring about and conducting.
At the same time, there is a time frame here that companies need to think about when they're disclosing, and it's a question that I've heard over again about this 4-day time frame to disclose. Some companies have asked, what if we're in the midst of a cyber attack during this 4 days? Then what?
So it's a 4-day time period, but it's a 4 business days after an incident is determined by a company to be material. It's not 4 days after the incident occurs. So that gives companies the ability to assess what happened after a cybersecurity incident, to work with their technical teams, to work with their legal teams, to determine whether a particular incident is material. And this is important because lots of companies are subject to potential intrusions all the time, 24 hours a day. So it's only when an incident is not only material, but determined to be material, that the 4 business day clock runs. The other thing that's really important that we did in response to public comments is that we built in a mechanism for the Attorney General of the United States to make a determination that there is a significant risk to public safety or national security. And if that determination is made, the Attorney General can trigger a delay in the reporting mechanism. And that gives public companies more chance to work with the Department of Justice, the FBI, or other national security and law enforcement agencies to address secret cybersecurity events.
And now, when you talk about that materiality determination being made, could we say, for instance, that an incident happens in January, but it's not determined to be material until June? Is that conceivable?
It could be, right? It could be that an incident could take a while in order for the facts and circumstances to be known, in order for a materiality determination to be made. We did explain in the release, the explanation of the rule, that companies shouldn't unreasonably delay. They do have to take reasonable steps to make a materiality determination soon. But we did, in response to comments, clarify exactly what the timing is so that there's not a rush to do a materiality determination. So there's a little bit of a balancing act between public companies not delaying materiality determinations, not burying their heads in the sand, but also taking the care to do the actual analysis.
Do you anticipate that there'll be an adjustment period and that we'll see some further amendments or accommodations down the road as you see how companies are complying with this rule?
There could be. I mean, one reason that I'm here today, Erin, is to say that our doors are open. If companies have questions on compliance, questions on the interpretation of the rule, they should come talk to our division. They should come talk to commission staff. And we will try to answer questions and try to help them understand how the rule is interpreted. But in terms of the first year, we don't play gotcha in terms of making comments to companies on disclosure. We are really about trying to help investors understand disclosure and give investors meaningful insights into cybersecurity risk. It's not about playing gotcha with public companies. It's about actually providing information that's useful for investors.
What else did you glean during the public comment period? You talked about the insights there. How did it go the other way?
In terms of concerns with the...
Concerns and then adjustments that you made upon hearing how companies were feeling about hurtling toward this December 18th deadline?
So I think a big concern was the roadmap risk that I already mentioned, and a big concern that we not inadvertently provide too much information to cyber criminals and cyber attackers. And I think we adjusted for that in a couple of ways. I've already mentioned the delay mechanism that the Attorney General can invoke. We also clarified the types of disclosure that need to be made about a cybersecurity incident. And all of those types of disclosure are supposed to be on a level of generality that is all qualified by this idea of materiality. So again, it's not the technological detail that investors care about in terms of which cyber defenses were breached. It's more about the material, timing, scope, and impact of a cybersecurity incident on a company's business.
And what do you consider, Eric, on this front when you think about new technology, including new applications for AI?
It clearly seems like cybersecurity is an arms race between companies and all sorts of institutions that are developing defenses against cyber attackers and threat actors, and those threat actors. And I would anticipate that AI would just add to that particular arms race. And that might mean that disclosures have to evolve to help investors understand whether companies are adequately winning that arms race and protecting investors' investments.
And let's zoom out to the 30,000-foot view here, because this is new, but the risk itself is not. So how do you make that message clear when you're in front of companies talking about the role that the SEC will play now?
I think that part of this is, again, reiterating the messages that I've already delivered today. This is not about us mandating or prescribing what good cyber hygiene looks like. It's about providing information to investors. And the types of building blocks that companies ought to use in order to assess what type of information to disclose to their investors is really not new. That materiality concept, it might be new to people who have never encountered the securities laws before, but it's not new to securities lawyers. It's something that we are used to having conversations. When I was in private practice, I would have conversations all the time about what was material and what isn't, and how to make that assessment. What I think is different now is that this is a type of risk where people with a lot of technological expertise need to be part of the conversation. So there need to be conversations between company management, the technical experts, and the securities lawyers in terms of helping figure out what is material, what needs to be disclosed, and what investors need to know about.
And there's going to be a next generation of professionals in this space. What advice would you have for them as they get into the risk that you see now and the risk that you envision in the future?
I think, normally when I'm not a civil servant, I'm a professor at a law school. So part of this is the advice that I would give to my students, which is stay nimble, stay flexible, stay curious. Try to always think not about just the types of risk that you're dealing with now, but what types of risk you need to deal with in the future. And in terms of this particular setting, again, we're not prescribing particular risk management techniques, but this is about being nimble in a different way, being willing to have conversations with people who are outside your discipline. And again, this is about technologists having conversations with lawyers, having conversations with business managers, and being able to understand how they communicate to the public, how they communicate to the investing public about a cybersecurity risk profile.
And Eric, a final thought here. What's the number one thing that you want companies to keep in mind as they prepare for the implementation of this rule?
The number one thing is, if you have questions, come talk to us. Like, we are
Do it fast.
Do it fast, but it's an iterative process. I mean, we talk to companies and their lawyers all the time, even about new rules, existing rules. It's an iterative process, and we recognize that ultimately it's the company's disclosure that matters. It's the companies and their lawyers and their advisors that are on the front line of making sure that investors are informed.
Eric, thank you so much.
Thank you, Erin.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Eric. And now, for a view on the new rule from the C-suite, joining Erin Delmore, please welcome Corey Thomas, Chairman and CEO of Rapid7, Gary Steele, CEO of Splunk, Michael Steed, founder and managing partner of Paladin Capital Group, and Sam King, CEO of Veracode.
All right, everybody, thank you for being here. We ran this with TV programming rules where you were able to hear Eric from the wings over there, and I'm looking forward to hearing what your thoughts are, what your responses are. But I want to start by asking each of you down the line, how are you preparing for the implementation of this rule? What are you hearing in the rooms that you're in? Corey?
Well, I think it really depends on which rooms you're actually talking about. I would just say that there's general confusion in the boardrooms where I think people are trying to understand, two things, what it means. You saw that was a pretty nuanced conversation. I really appreciate Eric taking the time to have it. But there was a lot of complexity in there. There's a lot of judgment in there, and there's not clear standards. And when you have complexity, judgment...
Tell us what you really think, Corey.
And by the way, I actually think... I want to be clear. I do think that the effort is required for us to actually have healthy regulation and especially transparency to actually improve our cyber ecosystem. Mm-hmm. That said, is that not everyone lives it like we do every day. And so if you don't live it every day, if you don't understand the nuance, it's a lot and it's confusing. And it's not clear about like what actually good is, and that causes a little bit of anxiety.
Yeah, and I should point out for the audience here that Corey and Gary are representatives from public companies, so they're the ones facing down this upcoming deadline in the next month. Gary?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, as the CEO of a public company, I think about being able to operationalize what Eric talked about, because this period of time means that everything has to be working very, very well. And a lot of the focus is on the CISOs and what the CISOs are doing, but in reality, there's a whole governance arm, an oversight arm that the board has to be ready for as well. And so to make that materiality decision, it's not just the CISO and their team, it's leadership in the company and it's the board. And so I think about every day, like, how do you operationalize what's required to make those determinations to be able to communicate? And while I think there will be a whole set of challenges related to this rule, and the companies will struggle, as Corey was saying, I actually think it's a positive, but we need boards to mature, governance to mature, to support CISOs, their teams, and the decisions that they need to make. And so, for me as a CEO of a public company, we have a cyber committee. We don't just put it into audit. We have experts on the board that can work alongside of our CISO so these hard, nuanced decisions can be made. I don't think there's a lot of boards that are prepared to be able to manage that nuance because they haven't matured their board and their oversight model to support what's really required with this new rule.
So you're saying that it's a matter of both meeting the rule and making sure that either the people have the expertise required or that you have the right people in the room.
No, when you think about it, like, go back to financial disclosure. You are required to sit on the audit committee. You have to be a financial expert. You have to prove that you're a financial expert. There is no requirement today on boards to have cyber experts that they can verify that they're a cyber expert. So this materiality, which is a nuanced thing, you really have to have people in the room that can help and support CISOs to make the right decision, and it's not just on the CISO's back.
Michael.
So, Aaron, thank you. If you take a look at this, we're a private company. We've been invested in cybersecurity and AI since 2007, 2008, 72 companies since then. We go far beyond what the rules are now that are being talked about by the SEC. We applaud the SEC for doing this rule. We further applaud the SEC for beginning enforcement around cybersecurity. So if you take the enforcement action that was taken, plus what you heard today, that they're essentially saying, don't lie, right? And so you're going to look at those publicly required statements that are going to be made on their yearly report, along with the actual disclosure of materiality. We've gone much further than that. We look at every company. We go through all of its cyber capabilities, all of the security that it has. This is before we put money into the company. And then we continue to monitor and manage that because, as we know, the threats against our critical infrastructure, where a lot of our companies are selling their products, are enormous and are evolving. So we applaud what the SEC has done. In fact, they should go a little bit further, we think. But I think it's an excellent first start with what they've proposed and what's going to go into effect here very quickly.
I mean, give us an idea, if you have it, how would they go further next?
I'm sorry, say again?
How would they go further next?
How would they what now?
If you wanted the SEC to go further and meet, as you're saying, you're meeting a higher standard now, what would be on the table?
So I understand nuances, but we're talking about protecting the critical infrastructure of America. That's what we're talking about. Now, who needs to be nuanced when it comes to that? That's my feeling, because that's what we do. That's where we invest. So it's you have to know the nuances to make sure that they don't bring enforcement actions against you, and that's important. I think what Splunk is doing with the Cyber Committee is terrific. I think those kinds of things are the kinds of things that show that people care about it. But nuanced in protecting our critical infrastructure, we don't need nuanced. We need clear and unequivocal compliance with what's out there, and then compliance with what's reasonable. We don't want to go way out and start putting real onerous rules and regulations on people. But I think that's kind of where we need to be thinking about going.
Thanks. Sam, how about you? How is this being received in the rooms you're in?
Yeah, so we're a private company, so speaking for ourselves for a moment, we are not subject to these rules. However, just like what Mike was saying, we've chosen to adopt a lot of the standards that Corey and Gary were talking about, just from the standpoint of good governance. Now, when I talk to people that are trying to further the cause of cybersecurity, a lot of the people in the room today, I think by and large, they view the rules as elevating the conversation around cybersecurity, creating a sense of urgency, forcing a discussion between the boardroom, management, practitioners inside the organization. A lot of people I talk to also say, before the SEC goes further, Can we get a little bit more guidance on what materiality means? Reasonable investor, there's a lot of ambiguity in the rules that have come out, which are left to the interpretation of each company. And some of that might be by design because it's forcing a conversation. You figure out what materiality means for your business. In order to do that, you have to figure out what are the critical assets of your business and what are the risk factors for you. So I see in the rooms that I'm in, this conversation occurring with a serious tone, albeit with some stress associated with it, because you also have enforcement happening at the same time. So people are watching both the rulemaking and the enforcement.
So watching as people are trying to figure out some of the specifics here, and you said some of the stress, what is the pitch to a public company chief information security officer right now if you want to get them in the door?
Fortunately, I don't have to do that. We're a private company.
Okay, so if you don't have to do it, you breathe a sigh of relief. If you do have to do it, what do you say, Corey?
Well, look, I actually think that the good thing is that you can actually say that cybersecurity is more relevant than ever. Yeah. It's never been more strategic. It's never been more upfront. Everyone's always wanted, CISOs have always said they wanted a seat at the table. Guess what? They have a seat at the table.
They might be at the head of the table.
It's front and center. There's concerns that you'll have to address. You and I were talking before. For the first time ever, I think CISOs are asking about D&O insurance.
Explain that for everybody.
It's the Directors and Office Insurance. This is if something happens, for your defense and your legal defense, you actually have some level of protection. But I think at the core, though, I do think that there is a seriousness that's actually being required to take, and that's a good thing. I do think the role of the CISO has to change, though, because you do actually have to have CISOs that can operate at board levels, that can actually have those board conversations, and having a seat at the table and actually then knowing how to operate at that table are different things.
Michael, how would you do it?
So I think.
And I should point out, Michael, I'm asking you in particular because we've spoken about how you've seen the evolution over when you started your company, but many years, the prominence of this role. So how would you do it now?
So if you look at the history of cyber technologies from 2002 to 2007, 2008, roughly, cyber technologies were nice to have, but they weren't needed, and you had to fight for that little corner of the technology budget to get a cyber technology adopted. When the threat changed, when the threats became disruptive and destructive, is when you saw the IT being pushed aside and the rise of the CISO. This is roughly 2008 to 2010, give or take. Cyber budgets now came into view, not just IT budgets, but cyber budgets. And the CISO was now talking to the C-suites. That's terribly important, but the underlying issue is an education issue. The education and training to make sure that the CISO knows what to do and under what circumstances to do it. In that circumstance, you always have to have a lawyer present so that you understand what their guardrails are, and that's part of it. But we've got to educate and train the CISOs now, I think, on what the new rules are and what the story is. The corporations have to be flexible enough to allow that to take place, so that you don't have people running out the door and not providing that kind of service to not only the shareholders but to the protection of critical infrastructure.
And let's talk about what Eric described as the roadmap risk. The idea that as you're disclosing, there could be information that's gleaned by a bad actor who's looking to take advantage of something they've learned. How do you consider what is a material disclosure in light of that risk?
Yeah, so I think it comes down to the level of detail, right? And let's remember the audience. Eric talked a lot about these disclosures are intended to serve the investing public, right? So a reasonable investor should be able to look at this and make a determination around whether they choose to invest in your company or not. So it depends on the level of detail whether you're spelling out a roadmap. I think if we were to say, if you have discovered a bunch of vulnerabilities that you're working on fixing and you want people to report out the technical granularity of all of those vulnerabilities, that is providing a roadmap for the adversary. But if you're talking about someone describing, we have a vulnerability management program where we routinely look for vulnerabilities and have a process by which we fix it, and to your point around education, educate our security practitioners, technologists to figure out how to avoid them in the first place, Now you're giving something about the program versus technical details. So that's how I would coach people to think about the distinction here.
This is going to be super nuanced. This is really complicated. Because if there's a gap that ultimately creates a breach, you're going to have to disclose the gap. The gap then is a roadmap issue.
Right.
And it's not about the detail of the gap, but the gap will be enough exposure that it'll create issue. And this is going to be one of those nuances that has to get worked through with the SEC and the evolution of the rules. It's very, very tricky.
And within 4 days of that materiality determination being made, unless, as Eric said, there's an appeal to the DOJ on a public safety note. Are you concerned about the time frame?
Always.
Okay, tell me more. How will
Always.
you manage it come next month?
No, I think that everybody, all companies have to make sure that they've got the mechanics in place that they can respond in that period of time. And a lot of times when events happen, it takes time to do the investigation necessary to really understand what the impact was. You might know something, you might not have complete data, and what this rule will require is for disclosure within that window, and companies may report before they have full information. That is likely what will happen.
So what's the risk there of reporting
That
before you have full information?
you're reporting too early and you're spooking your investors when there was no need to.
Well, I think there's a separate one. And by the way, I do think that Eric said something important, is that there's some point between the time that you first learn of it, you're doing your investigation, and the investigation is complete, and you're going to report somewhere in there. And I do think that that is one of probably the biggest confusion areas. It's just like, I hear about it and 4 days later I have to report. I think that the SEC has been clear that that's not the case. But also they've been somewhat clear that it also can't be when the final report's done, which will be months later. So, and that's the gray area that I think is going to have to come out in how we actually do practice. To me, the risk is a little bit different. I think you actually have the investor risk of communicating to investors about something that's incomplete. And the challenge is that when you communicate too early and it's incomplete, it can actually be inaccurate because the story's still unfolding. And so I think that goes a little bit against the spirit, which is why I do think it's important not to be overly premature. You can't overly delay, but you do want to be accurate too. And being incomplete and inaccurate, I don't think it's helpful to the spirit of what the SEC is suggesting. I think the other risk that you actually have, though, is dependent on the type of cyber attack, is that and how the attacker is actually acting. Reporting actually notifies them that you're actually trying to contain and eliminate, and that can accelerate the behavior and actually do more damage in the environment. And I worry a little bit more about that one. That's not true in every cyber attack, but that's a real actually risk that you actually are also notifying not just the attacker that you know about, but any other attackers. Because the one thing that in our investigation that we found is that oftentimes companies, when they're compromised, they actually have more than one actor in the environment. And so you actually lead to this smash and grab job where you accelerate bad behavior in the environment before you are ready to fully remediate. So again, I think that's the risk of communicating too early and inaccurately.
Is there also a fear of giving up leverage? Not just information, but depending on the timing, also leverage.
This is the thing that I do like about the transparency,
Yeah.
because I think one of the challenges is that many organizations and their advisors have too long tried to actually hide things, and that leads to funding ransomware, which does all types of bad things. It leads to all types of bad behavior. I think the notion that you will have to come clean is an incredibly powerful and good notion. And the question is, how do you actually do that in a way that actually allows you to protect the consumers of the information of these different organizations, and actually honor the transparency that investors need. But I actually think the notion that you should actually have to come clean is a great notion that actually I think will allow us to actually improve the overall cybersecurity ecosystem.
Sam, you work across time zones, across countries. So how do you look at the timing issue?
Yeah, so I think one of the things that every CISO, especially if a public company, but probably every company should do, is go become best friends with the chief legal officer or the general counsel if they aren't already. Because I think a lot of these debates shouldn't have to occur just with the CISO and should not occur just with the CISO and the security community. This is about the timing, for example. Part of it is balancing the disclosure requirements that you have, so balancing the legal obligations that you have with securing what might be an active attack, securing against what might be an active attack. But one of the other complicating factors that I've found is when you talk to companies that are operating in a lot of different jurisdictions, even in the United States, and then when you talk about global companies across different parts of the world, different rules have different timing requirements. So the SEC is saying we have to respond within 4 days after you've determined it to be material, but in Europe, 72 hours, and the concept of materiality maybe doesn't play in the same way, right? So one of the things that I found to be incredibly burdensome for those people that are trying to defend their enterprises from these types of attacks is that their energy is also going to parsing through, did I do this in 72 hours, and did I do this in 4 days, and did I do this? And that becomes really difficult. And that's all the more reason that they should create these partnerships with other parts of the organization so it doesn't all fall to them.
Corey, what do you think about that?
Look, the compliance management is consuming larger parts of budgets. Yeah. By the way, I agree with Michael's point is that we have to actually raise the standards and the high watermark. But I think we have to do it in a way that actually is focused on improving security, not managing compliance and regulation. And I think that one of the inefficiencies that you actually have in the ecosystem that Sam is describing is we start actually allocating more resources to how we actually manage the compliance ecosystem than how we actually manage the security. That is not, I mean, that's partially an issue that every regulator faces, but that's also just a dysfunction in how we govern security around the world, how the US in general approaches it state by state, regulator by regulator. And I think that that is actually a real risk. So, if I had one wish, it would be that we raise the standards, but we also actually have fewer standards and we actually decrease the amount of spend on compliance. Now, one of the big changes, I think the US Chamber and several other organizations that were not so sure about this in the past have now come around to the point of view that you actually do have to actually have more consolidation and more centralization about how you actually regulate across both the US and the world. And I actually think that's an incredibly powerful thing that somewhat relates to the SEC, but is incredibly important.
And did I hear you say in there that there's a risk that there's more offense being played on defensive turf?
Yes, absolutely. And so I think a little bit of what happens is that, look, my fear, and this is just a fear, is that you can actually, when you have consequences and a lack of clarity and a bunch of different things you have to comply with, is the emotional reaction in some cases is to actually manage the regulator and to spend your time and attention actually doing that, which is not cybersecurity. It's not improving the high watermark. It is complying. It's related. It's a cousin, but it is not directly related to the work that we're actually talking about doing. And that actually, in the end, will take money, effort, and time and not actually have the corresponding benefit.
Michael, what do you think?
Aaron, I might go down this route because I think this is a great discussion. Disclosure will kind of depend upon the attack that's taken place. So if the attack that has taken place immediately harms humans, it probably should be disclosed a little bit earlier, right, than other kinds of attacks. So if there's an attack that takes place that steals a bunch of personal information that could be used against humans, you probably are going to take a look at what an incomplete disclosure is, because I'm in favor of a full disclosure and a complete disclosure, not an incomplete one, because that's just more bad information on bad information. But you have to take a look at, and I think this is going to be some of the nuances that take place, you're going to have to take a look at what is the actual nature of the attack. If it takes down a pipeline on the East Coast, what is the timeline? What do you think about that? And is it a complete disclosure or not a complete disclosure? If it attacks humans, takes all their personal information and puts it out into the world, you have to think about doing those kinds of things. You used to remember that firms would say 6 months after an attack in which personal information were taken from millions of people was more than adequate. I'm not so sure about that in today's world.
Well, let's follow up on that. Now, I heard Eric say earlier that the onus is on the companies to make the materiality determination. So, Gary, how are you handling that now? How do you think through what is material, what isn't?
Yeah, for us, we think collectively across the CISO and his leaders, across legal, with finance weighing in, because they ultimately are the governors of what is materiality from a finance point of view. But we have engagement from the board too, because one of the things, Sam, you were talking about was the importance to partner with legal. Well, you've got to partner with the board too, because at the end of the day, everyone has to be aligned to make that very, very hard decision. And so making all those mechanics work in advance of this rule going into effect, I think is really important, because you've got the board's job is to govern. They ultimately need to approve or not approve the decisions around materiality. And so driving that alignment and operational execution around how to actually figure all this out in that 4-day window is super critical. And we were talking about the role of the CISO. The CISO really needs to lead that broad group through this process to get to the right outcome. And I think the thing that I worry about the most is how do we continue across corporate America? How do you raise the knowledge in the boardroom to support the CISO? Because when I want to recruit a CISO, the first thing is I have your back and I'm going to support you. I'm going to support you in the boardroom. And here's what I need from you. And oh, by the way, we're going to pay you more because of the responsibility you're taking on. All of those things come together, but you've got to drive maturity in the boardroom to help make these really complicated decisions, because they're never going to be easy. There's always going to be nuance, and I think the rules will evolve, but at the end of the day, you're going to have a handful of people in the boardroom with the CISO to make that decision, with advice from legal.
Well, go ahead, Sam.
That is the pitch for public company CISO too, by the way, which is that in helping your board become more savvy on this topic, you're actually increasing your board readiness to go serve on a board.
But I also think, I think it's really important that leadership has the back of the CISO.
Absolutely.
And CISOs being thrown under the bus is, to me,
awful,
horrific. It's horrific.
Awful.
And so you have to have the board having that same point of view. They should treat the CISO no different than they treat the CFO. It should be the same kind of mentality.
Well, that's what I want to hit now, because I want to flip the perspective a bit and ask you all, what should every board in America be thinking about when it comes to not only cybersecurity, but also emerging technologies?
I mean, Gary hit one of the big ones, is that they have to evaluate their own skills and experience and relevance there. And this is where, look, things are moving fast, but I also think they have to accelerate. And, lots of boards just don't have these skill sets and perspectives. I think that's part of the fear and the anxiety that's happening. Now, there are some great things that I think are in the, we keep talking about the disclosure rule, but the other rule is actually quite important, because boards have to lay out every year how often they meet with their CISOs, how they operate. That's a very positive thing that I think will improve the education, understanding, and efficacy. At the end of the day, though, there's some big questions I think we have to normalize from a governance perspective. And there's lots of great work that's actually happened by a bunch of different corporate governance organizations all over. But do you have a special committee? Is it a part of the audit work? Gary's talked about a special committee that he has. We have a subcommittee of our board, but we have lots of cyber experts specifically on it. Should every board have a cyber expert? One of the challenges with that, by the way, boards have asked me to actually help staff it, is that you actually have to have cyber experts to understand board governance, not just technology. And so we have to develop these people that have these expertise. But at the end of the day, it's skills, capability, defining what the governance processes are, defining what's being reviewed, and then not acting reactively. Like, lots of these policies and approaches should be practiced in the bank and have structure around, here's how we're going to respond and manage these situations as they occur.
Yeah, and I think if I was a CISO and I worked for a company that had a board that had no cyber knowledge, that's a bad place to work. Just saying it out loud. Because at the end of the day, then it's very easy for boards to place all the blame on CISO if an event happens. And you need to be linked arms around, okay, board with leadership, with CISO is aligned on how these decisions are getting made. And so there's no opportunity to place blame anywhere. And so to me, we have to evolve board governance. Look at all the rules that exist today for audit committees and the requirements to be a financial expert, to be able to determine financial materiality. You have to be an expert. And you have to be able to stand up and say, I'm an expert in this area. We don't have those rules for cyber. And we need to, if we're going to hold companies accountable on materiality, which I'm actually think is a good thing, how do we ultimately evolve the requirements for board composition to ensure that we have the right level of knowledge, expertise that's absolutely required to make these really hard, nuanced decisions?
Michael.
I think your question's right on because it goes to emerging technologies, right? How does a board deal with emerging technologies? I immediately go to AI. After cyber, I go to AI. Boards need to have people on them that have some background and experience in this so that they just don't get reports that they get real comfortable with because they mention Microsoft, Google, and a few other things, and that makes them feel good. They need boards that are actively involved, as you gentlemen have talked about. I mean, it's really important to be able to do that. At Paladin, we have people that are on the GM board, on the Goldman Sachs, Huntington Bank, M&T Bank, because they need and want to have some level of cybersecurity knowledge on the board so that when the CISO comes in, the CISO knows there's someone, as you say, to guard him or her in that context. We also need that on boards for emerging technologies and AI, which is going to be driving cyber it's going to pick up the speed of driving cyber. You need to have people that understand those technologies and that can work with not only the CISO, but the C-suite and those in the company that know those areas. Because without that, then they're going to run blind, I think.
Sam.
So Gary, if I cross-reference your remark around if there's no cyber expert on the board or someone that understands this, that's a bad place for the CISO to work with. A statistic that I saw, the National Associate of Corporate Directors did a survey, and something like 78% of corporate directors said they don't understand anything that the CISO is saying to them. So 78% of companies are bad places for CISOs to work. The point that I'm trying to make is that I think the level of knowledge around cybersecurity is still pretty narrow. So I think you're going to find a lot of boards don't have knowledge of this, right?
And boards are trying to do a lot with corporate board education. There's a lot of good things happening, but we're behind.
We're behind. But I think it starts with asking the right questions, right? You don't have to become a technical expert in all of this stuff. That's why you have the CISO. But you do have to understand what are the risk factors for my organization? What are my critical assets? Where do most of my revenue streams come from? What does my extended supply chain look like? Where do I have a risk there? So I think you can create a conversation with the board, even as it stands today, by inserting the right questions into that conversation.
So would you credit that as an unintended side effect of this rule? Because I am interested in what some of the knock-on effects are, right? Some of the intended or unintended side effects. Do you think that's one?
So I think that should be an intended consequence of this, which is that that kind of conversation starts to happen in the boardroom between the board and the CISO with the full support of the CEO and management. I think an unintended consequence may be people are going to be a little bit careful about what are they bringing up. Like I've heard from people saying they're asking questions about what do I do with my normal day-to-day operations? Is this going to be, is my discovery of this information going to be held against me? And that's where I think education is needed because we do not want to disrupt day-to-day operations. We want to create this higher level conversation.
How about other knock-on effects? What do you see?
I mean, just to follow up on Sam, look, I think one of the tricky parts of this is that we know that the state of cybersecurity around the globe needs to be improved, right? And so anything that actually makes it hard to acknowledge what the current state is a bad thing. I don't think that has to be the case here, but I think that's going to play a lot into actually how we actually execute and roll this out. Because we want to say it's here today, and it's going to be here tomorrow, and then it's going to be at the next stage the next day. But that requires candor, openness, and conversations. I would say that probably the bigger knock-on effect that actually affects it is not the rules, which have, again, there's some stuff that's going to set out and normalize it. I would just say that we haven't talked about it. There's probably more confusion around, also the enforcement and how that plays out. Yep. And that probably has a lot more noise on it from my perspective than the rule. It just happened to, well, probably it happened, it's probably known, but like the fact that these happened in the same time frame, I think is probably creating more knock-on effects than just the rules in and of themselves. about, all right, sort of not just what do I say internally, which again, transparency is great. That's the only way you make progress. You have to have candor, you have to have transparency. But also, what do I say publicly? How much liability am I actually taking for what I say publicly? And this is where I would just say the messiness of the combination of CISOs are experiencing, I would just say, a great deal of fear right now in general. And that's a generic statement, but I would just say the combination of concerns about enforcement action, not sure if boards or management teams have their back, it can actually be a pretty lonely place to be a CISO right now. And I think that's not a good setup for making the progress that we want to make.
It is a good setup for our next portion, which is audience questions. Yeah. So if anyone has a question for the panel here, please make your way down to one of the 2 microphones at the end of the aisle. And in the meantime, I'm going to ask a question here. We heard Eric say that the SEC's new rule is not intended to be prescriptive. But I am curious whether you think that this will ultimately strengthen cybersecurity procedures at public companies. At public companies, but also at private companies. So even though ultimately work to strengthen cybersecurity.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is going to raise the bar, and it brings, as we talked about earlier, I think it brings the importance of strategic nature of cybersecurity into the boardroom. And so I think there's a lot of really positive long-term benefits. We have to get through the short-term maturity phase, which is going to take some time and a lot of evolution and agility to get through it.
Great. Does anyone else want to jump in before we go to questions?
Ultimately, yes. I think during the process where we're maturing, we should just have a lot of empathy for CISOs and the defenders as we go through that maturation process.
Completely.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yep.
Okay, first question.
I'm Don Dixon with Fortune 1 Capital, a venture capital firm. I specialize in cybersecurity companies. Every company I see today that walks in my office starts off with Gen AI as part of their presentation, whether it's real or not, or just a slide deck. And I heard the director from the SEC talk about throwing Gen AI into the breach basket that they're going to have to try to figure out for disclosure purposes. Cybersecurity spending or compliance spending tends to follow after large, well-publicized breaches or large regulatory fines. Have any of you thought about what those drivers could be from Gen AI? Whether it's going to be fines or expensive breaches, because I'm still struggling with that. And if we can't figure it out, there won't be spending on it.
Who would like to jump
Well,
in?
Don is one of the best cyber investors in the country, so he's really good at this. Gen AI is going to generate, and you saw this with the EO, the executive order, right? You saw it with the SolarWinds enforcement, and then you saw it with the activities in the UK. All of that says to you that there is going to be, in my thinking, there is going to come out of that EO. Maybe you go to NIST, maybe you go to some others. NIST says we're not in enforcement, but they're going to create the rules. Somebody is going to enforce those. So there's going to be something around that. When it happens, whether it's going to be easily adoptable, the way you invest is you invest because ease of use, ease of installing, ease of reporting is another issue entirely. But this is a serious issue because everybody does come in, Don, and does say, I do AI. Well, they don't. They use the engines that are out there, but they don't really do AI themselves. And then what's that regulation around it? We don't know yet, but that's where the EO starts.
Would anyone else like to take a crack at Don's questions? We can move on to the next.
Hi, thank you for a very good discussion. My name is Manish Walterpuri, I'm the VP of Cyber Risk at Exeger. I wanted to ask you about other reporting requirements. You talked about a little bit, touching on some of the others, but would love to hear how you think about this SEC piece with the critical infrastructure reporting, CERCIA. I know the administration is working on regulatory harmonization. We talked about multinational companies. We have, the EU has a Digital Operational Resilience Act, which has an initial, intermediate, and final report. India has it, you have to do it within 6 hours. China has it if it's over 100,000 users. I mean, just stacks on top of another. So I would love to hear from you how you see this slotting in here, driving it, or some sort of larger harmonization. Thank you.
That is not the pitch for the public company CISO, by the way, because that's what they have to deal with.
Exactly.
But you're exactly right. I mean, this is what Corey was talking about earlier when he was talking about the compliance overhead, the compliance nightmare, because it's different in every single place. Go ahead.
You operate around the world, at the end of the day, you actually have to have a team that actually organizes how you actually are going to comply. And that's my point. It does require, it is not just one full-time job, depending on the size of your company. You have a team that actually does this. And my only point is just like, okay, an overhead of a couple people that manage compliance, that's one thing. But like the more different things you comply to, the larger that team gets. And a large team that's actually managing that compliance is not doing security. And so that's the only point I was making. But I would just say, I don't know of many companies that don't have an in-house team or at least an outside advisor team that's on tap to actually manage that complexity if they're operating around the world. And I just think that's the nature of the beast.
And my only addition to this is the data privacy rules around the globe are cousins to these issues, obviously.
Sovereignty.
And the one thing we could all work hard collectively on is not to have 50 data privacy rules across 50 states in the US, skipping the complexity internationally. But like if we had harmonization across the US with a single law around data privacy, that would be huge. Because right now, like we're headed to 50 different rules that we're going to need much bigger teams, to Corey's points, to manage all that. And again, it's a close cousin to all of these issues.
That's a great point. Michael.
Well, you're going to need to have at least 3 lawyers working with your CISO, one to handle what happens in the US, one that handles what happens in the EU, and then one that handles what happens in the rest of the world.
Trust me, it's bigger than 3.
It's bigger than 3, yeah. It's uncertain, to make the point. It's uncertain. And this is, you kind of get, I think, a real-time grappling with how do we do this? How are we going to make this good? I'm hopeful that the SEC will take the position, or any regulator will take the position, that if you make a real effort at this, you put time and money at it, and you adopt some of the things we're talking about here, that's going to be a good first start, and will lay a foundation to be able to be flexible in taking a look at the enforcement issues and the compliance issues.
Thanks, Mike. Sam, bring us home with a final thought.
I think doing all of the things that they described proactively before you're in the middle of an incident is something that's going to make your life a lot easier. So start having the conversations right now.
Well said. Our thanks to this terrific panel and to our audience, especially for our wonderful questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You are not going to want to miss this next panel. I'm Craig Adams, Chief Product Officer of Recorded Future, and we're going to talk about the impact that ransomware has on real people. First, to make it real for a second, if we look over the last 3 months, there's been, on average, 400 named victims of ransomware attacks each month. That's just the named victims. Now, if that's too abstract, let's think of something maybe a little bit closer to home. For those of you with kids, there is an average of 22 school districts hit by ransomware each month. There's over 23 state and local governments hit by ransomware each month, and over 25 different healthcare providers. Please join me in welcoming this incredible panel we have coming up. Paul Abate, the Deputy Director of the FBI, Cynthia Warwick, President Emerita of Stillman College, and Arun Vishwanath of the Wall Street Journal, who will lead us through this important conversation. Thank you.
Thank you all for joining us today, and thank you to Deputy Director Abate and Dr. Warwick. Dr. Warwick, you were on a panel earlier today and you touched on this, so I want to start there. 5 years ago this week, you were running a small liberal arts college heading into the holidays when you got a message you didn't expect. Your systems were hit with a ransomware attack. Can you take us back to that time? What happened? Did you have to cancel classes? Could you not make payroll? How did it affect your week?
Yeah. Well, luckily, our payroll system and our academic platform were not on our ERP, which is our operating system for the college. But all of our financial information, registration, everything else was. So basically, the ransomware attack, we got this message through the system that they wanted $10,000 in Bitcoin. And once we started looking at it, then our system crashed.
Yikes.
So I immediately had to call the Department of Ed, the FBI. We had to report to them. We had to report to the accrediting body, the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools, and the Department of Veterans Affairs, everybody whose data we hold, because we have veteran students, different students, alumni. We had to send a message out to them. It didn't really stop our payroll or our operations per se, because people were still getting paid. But let's just say we didn't have a Thanksgiving holiday or a Christmas.
So students couldn't get their grades or transcripts or
They
financial
could
aid?
get grades, but we had to, over the Christmas break, we developed a manual system to do orientation, to do registration and financial aid. So we went manual.
Back to paper.
Yeah, kind of. We use a program called Smart Sheets. I don't know if you're all familiar with that, but yeah. But it was pretty manual because we'd have to put in the data, put in people's names, really working with 700 students and 200 employees. It was kind of taxing.
Very intense.
Yeah.
So Deputy Director Abate, to bring you in, we were on the stage a year ago, and
Yes.
I went back and you had said at the time, on the topic of ransomware, we've only continued to see the problem get worse, even with all the efforts we've made. And that has clearly borne out in 2023, chain analysis data shows that companies were on track to pay $900 million in ransomware. That's up, from 457 last year. Every week there are new incidents being reported.
Unfortunately.
What do you attribute this huge spike to?
I think, it's a few things. First, it's a privilege to join you here again this year, and Dr. Warwick, grateful to be here with you as well. Look, it's a low-risk endeavor, and the profits are high, and that really drives it. It's all about the greed behind these actors, pursuit of carrying out these types of attacks, and the money they gain from that. So it is proliferating. It's definitely increasing. It's a problem like many others in traditional crime, terrorism, that we don't see as being able to arrest our way out of. So we've got to, come up with new innovative approaches, be thoughtful, hyper-collaborate, particularly in the cyberspace, and find ways, develop new tools to work to counter that, and stick to the fundamentals of cybersecurity, training, education, best practices, in order to put everyone in the best position to protect themselves and the companies and the agencies that they work for.
Right, FBI Director Chris Wray said this morning in a congressional hearing that in the past year, in 2022, the FBI and the Justice Department had undertaken 1,000 actions against cyber adversaries. And that seemed like a pretty large number, and I hadn't heard that before. Given you also see such a rise in ransomware, what impact do you think these cases and actions are having?
Look, the level of enforcement that we with partners are doing is way up, as reflected in the numbers that you just cited from the director. And again, I think it reflects the fact that that's not the sole or only avenue that we're going to be able to employ to fight this and counter it. It is a subcomponent of our overall efforts toward that. and we have to stay focused on it. That's our job from the FBI with other law enforcement partners, and we're going to continue to do that. But I think it shows the severity of the problem with the significant level of enforcement actions, arrests, seizures, searches, disruptions that we're doing, that it continues to move forward. And again, I go back to it's the partnerships, coming together with the private sector, with other government agencies, and with people, the citizens that we serve, sharing information, building trust. That all goes toward countering this problem and bringing it down. We're going to continue to focus on that.
One of the things that a lot of officials have talked about is that as people pay, as victims pay, it encourages more criminals to use this tactic. And so, Dr. Warwick, can you talk about, you saw this $10,000 request. Did you have conversations with the board, with others about should we pay this? What was your thought process?
Well, as a small HBCU, we didn't have it. So we certainly weren't going to entertain paying it. And then when you
had no Bitcoin in your back pocket.
Exactly. And then when you think about it, if you pay it, there's no guarantee that they know how to unencrypt your data. You don't know who they are, where they are. There's no body who can say, okay, this person is going to do this. It's not like on TV with the FBI shows and they send a team to call the ransom person.
No, we do that too, Doctor.
You do?
Sometimes.
Right. Well, we have no idea who it was. So I think it's really critical not to pay, and certainly try to prevent this from happening. Of course, what we found was that someone on the campus opened an email and clicked on a link, and then it happens. And so we just have to be very diligent in educating your workforce, your students, everybody about, your systems administrators. Everyone needs to be really diligent about not opening mail that comes from unknown addresses, or, many times they try to act like they're me, the president. So people will say, oh, did you make this request for Amazon gift cards? It's like, no, I didn't. But, they use all kinds of tactics. And so you just have to be very sensitive to this.
So were you able to convince your insurance company to cover some of this damage? What did it ultimately cost the school to deal with?
Yeah, so I would say we spent probably close to $500,000 ourselves rebuilding our system, starting with a consortium. So our system is not on the campus anymore. It's housed with a consortium of independent colleges at the University of Charleston in Charleston, West Virginia. So they have a team of individuals that manage all of our ERPs there for these small colleges. And that's worked very well because they have the expertise. In small schools, you have a lot of turnover in IT, and just like this challenge with finding cybersecurity professionals, there weren't any then. And so the insurance company provided a list of companies that they wanted us to use. They recommended legal counsel to handle all of our communications with agencies and others. They refused to allow this to be considered a business interruption, even though it was, but they said, no, this doesn't qualify for business interruption insurance. And at that juncture, back in 2017, they didn't have these cybersecurity riders that people can buy supplements. So we had to deal with what we had, and just fighting with them like you do with claims.
Deputy Director, that's a pretty stark sort of decision to make, pay potentially $10,000 or ultimately spend $500,000 to sort of fix the problem. I know it's not, obviously.
Well,
it's not
our
as-
system crashed, so we couldn't get them to unencrypt it anyway. And it really took 3 years for me to find a professional who could unencrypt the data. So we sent it, they gave us a list, we chose from the list, and we worked with that company for about 2 years and sent them all of our drives, et cetera, but they could not unencrypt those data. So it took 3 years later for us to even find an individual, and that was just a coincidence, a meeting at the governor's office in Alabama that brought me in touch with Abe Harper and Harper Technology. He's an independent professional, and he was able to do it, where others who were noted cybersecurity people couldn't.
So, Deputy Director, what is your advice to companies, institutions, businesses dealing with this decision? It is a hard one to make. What is your advice to them?
Well, Dr. Warwick's reflections on that experience and the lessons learned, I think, is right on point in terms of to put oneself in the best position to prevent is, again, investing in cybersecurity, building cyber defenses in advance, and providing users, operators with the training and reinforcement of the fundamentals and the basics of cyber hygiene and good cyber practices. For everything that we need to do to really address the problem that the challenge that we're all facing here. I think also that was back in 2017, so it's a few years ago now. I think it also shows the progress we've all made together to now, because what the doctor just described certainly has taken hold and is being done much more so now. And I think from the standpoint of, for us, victim engagement, information and intelligence sharing between and among a private sector, government, educational institutions, and others that have been or could potentially be victimized is, significantly advanced as well. Back then, unfortunately, the harm had already occurred to the university's systems. The bad actors had already gotten in there and done significant damage. So I think the president at the time did the right thing along with the university team and reached out to us, and others brought in the right people. At that time, we built a relationship of trust and cooperation, which is essential to preventing and to resolving these situations as well. But it was very basic at that time. I would say for the Bureau, we didn't have a lot to offer then other than maybe comfort and reassurance. We definitely brought to bear intelligence behind it that informed the incident response firm at the time. But we've come such a long way from that. And examples like this are foundational to where we are now and the stepped-up approach we've taken along with others to better engage, to do it in advance of an attack or an intrusion occurring, and to really share information intelligence again to stop things like this from happening ahead of time and disrupt those that are carrying out those attacks.
In terms of stopping attacks, there was a recent example where the Bureau was able to help a cancer center in Puerto Rico, I believe, stop a ransomware attack.
Yes.
Recently, can you talk us through that example? What did the Bureau do there?
Well, I want to share the spectrum because we have instances, which is where we want to be, where we get intelligence within the U.S. intelligence community, Boston Children's Hospital. So there, intelligence was detected in advance. It was shared with the FBI, and we were able to go out in advance of attack occurring. This one
before their systems were locked
before the systems were impacted. This was, again, as we've seen all too often, the government of Iran and those acting at their behest, targeting the Boston Children's Hospital. We were able to take that information, get to the hospital, and stop the attack before it occurred. That's where we want to be, or even before that. With the cancer treatment center scenario that recently occurred in Puerto Rico, the damage had already occurred there too. So we were able to come in, and I think this really highlights that cyber attacks and intrusions can pose a threat to life. It's not just an impact on systems and business and with negative financial consequences. There are real life scenarios where, as in this case, people's lives can be placed at risk because there's the potential for the denial of life-saving treatment in this context, and we've seen that in other instances as well. But we surged and deployed a team to Puerto Rico in conjunction with our field office located there. We were able to share information regarding the actors behind this, indicators of compromise, which informed the response and the remediation effort. And then we brought in resources from our behavioral analysis unit, our experts in that realm, and our crisis negotiators. And we actually helped and provided guidance to the Cancer Center in dealing with the actors to ultimately pay a ransom, get the decryption keys and resolve it that way, and bring the systems back on.
So this was an instance when they called you after they had been hit, and then you walked them through actually paying the ransom and getting their systems
So that's
back.
somewhere in the middle of the spectrum. We have prevention, and then we have sort of response and support and help provided to those who are victimized to help them resolve the situation.
And do you talk to them, is that a decision that the FBI is involved in terms of is it worth paying the ransom or not, or they decided they wanted to do it and you helped them?
That is a decision that the victim is going to make, absolutely.
So for another sort of small business, a small hospital like that, the FBI can't always come in. You obviously have limited resources. What do you tell hospitals and businesses that the FBI can and can't do in a situation like this?
Well, if it's something like that where we have a true threat to life scenario, we're going to be there, always. I mean, volume always matters, but whenever we've had an instance like that we've identified or we've received outreach from the institution or the people that are impacted, we're going to be there, we are going to surge, and that is of the highest priority for us in the Bureau. That's our job, to protect life and keep people safe.
We've seen a lot of attacks specifically on hospitals and on schools. Is this, I mean, we also see it on companies and businesses as well, but are they particularly vulnerable to these kinds of attacks? We've seen a lot of local government attacks as well.
There's been a large amount of that. I think we've seen hospitals that have been affected, other medical treatment centers like the example we just mentioned, local government, 911 call centers. So again, there are no barriers. That's just a reflection of the fact that there are no barriers when it comes to the criminal actors who are behind these types of attacks. There's no barriers or obstacles that would impede them from doing this, even if it places someone's life at risk and carries potentially the most serious consequences.
So Dr. Warwick, what is your, reflecting on how you handled the episode 5 years ago, if it happened again today, what would you do? What is your advice to someone else in a similar situation?
Yeah, well, I think you should review your insurance coverage, because I think all of these entities are getting hacked. I know the hospital in Tuscaloosa was hacked recently, and they were offline for 3 days. I just received notice from my retirement plan in Florida that the whole state of Florida's retirement plans were hacked, and so they provide you with access to credit monitoring just in case someone has your information. So it's really very frustrating. So I think you have to be very sensitive to getting the training. And just like we did at Stillman, that motivated me to develop a cybersecurity program to train students to be able to get, help in this situation, because it seems like it's never ending, and you think that there must be hundreds of people out there that this is their job, so to speak, to just try to sneak into organizations, no matter what type, to access their, payments, all over the world. So this is something they do on a continuous basis. So we just have to produce more cybersecurity professionals who can help train folks who are in business and government and everything, every entity. And just like in the previous panel, I think we have to start with kindergarten, K through 12, and really start maybe developing cyber games so that young people are very sensitive to what they do with their iPads and their equipment and et cetera, because many times they're using their parents' technology and the parent doesn't know, where the child has been. So someone has to, be very sensitive to, oh, what were you looking at? Who are you talking to? What are you doing? And I mean, my 5-year-old granddaughter is on her iPad all the time. So you really have to have lots of education. I think education's important. Training, producing more individuals. Organizations like the FBI and DOD hire more individuals to do this work because there is a void there, and really make people sensitive to the information that they share with the world.
Deputy Director, so places like Stillman and Dr. Warwick were interested in coming to law enforcement when they were hit, but we have seen over the years that there is a reluctance by some companies and other victims to try to deal with it themselves and as quietly as possible and move on and not report to law enforcement. Last year, when the FBI did infiltrate the Hive ransomware group, I think they had learned, they were able to distribute keys to a lot of victims, but they also learned that only 20% of the victims of this ransomware group had reported the attacks to law enforcement. How is the effort to kind of improve that number going?
I think it's going well. We've really stepped up the outreach across the board, the private sector, to the academic community, and also outreach to other government agencies at all levels, state, local, and federal. I mean, it's all about, you have to have a sustained effort and work at it each and every day to build the relationships with people, and that generates the trust. That's the bottom line. It's never easy. We're all human beings, so you got to drive that all the time, and you can't be complacent or rely on anything from the past. And I do think we've made significant strides in the Bureau and across government in that regard. I hope those represented here from the private sector and other places feel that. We're open to feedback and criticism. If there's more that we can do, we want to hear it. I want to hear it. The director wants to hear it. Brian Vorndran will be up next, wants to hear it. But we're all about that, and we're going places we've never been before, not just in cyber, but across the board. Dr. Warwick and I were reflecting on, when we talk about, bringing diversity to our organizations and individuals with the skills and the talents that we need in computer science, information technology, and cyber. We have an initiative that we've run for the last several years in the Bureau called the Beacon Project, and that's increased outreach to and engagement with historically black colleges and universities. We've been to national conferences together, to drive that. We just held one at Morgan State University in Baltimore with Dr. David Wilson just a couple of months ago. So we're reaching out, we're engaging, and we're welcoming, listening to people. We need that in the Bureau. We need that everywhere across government, but we're investing in that for the FBI and really doubling down on it, and it's paying dividends.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I think we are out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Beth.
All right, Cyber Summit. Joining us for the final conversation of the day, please welcome Brian Vorndren, Assistant Director to the FBI's Cyber Division, Matthew Moynihan, President and CEO of OneSpan, Eric Goldstein, Executive Assistant Cybersecurity Director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, and Eun-Young Choi, Deputy Assistant Attorney General of the National Security Division at the Department of Justice.
Thank you all for joining us today. We just had a very interesting discussion with the Deputy Director and with Dr. Warwick, talking about just how much ransomware has increased over the past, and we talked about how it's increased a lot over the past year. Maybe I can just get you all to reflect on, the FBI is obviously doing a lot of activity in this area, but the numbers just seem to get worse and worse. Does it feel like a losing battle at this point? How does it look from your perspective?
Well, thanks for the question. I would want to take this in concert with Eric, if that's okay, because we do an awful lot of work together. I think what we've seen over the past couple of years is significant changes in tactics by the adversary. 2.5 years ago, we were generally talking about encryption-only events, and then we went to exfiltration plus encryption events. Now we're at an apex where we're at a minimum exfiltration, encryption events, and then other things. Double ransomware variants being deployed against victimized organizations, adversaries monitoring email traffic of those victimized organizations to understand how the victim is going to respond so they can change threats to executives of the victimized company, right? And so the adversary continues to evolve, and we're doing our best to stay in step with that, but it is a challenge. In the previous conversation, the Deputy Director mentioned that the number of enforcement actions and disruption actions that we've taken, not just as the Bureau, but CISA and with all of our other partners, is at an all-time high. But the problem continues to persist, and that's likely because it does pay, right? And it's a complicated ecosystem with insurance payments and things of that sort. But if you're okay with it, I would want to pass it to Eric, because obviously CISA has the net defense side, and I'm sure he has some thoughts.
Yeah, I think what I would just add, first of all, is whether or not the net number of ransomware attacks is higher or lower in a given month or quarter, it is too high, right? There are still too many organizations being harmed by these actors. But building on a point that you made, Aruna, in the prior panel, we don't know the number of ransomware attacks happening in this country because the vast majority are never reported to the FBI or CISA, which results in a few problems. First, we can't offer help. Second, we can't understand what these actors are doing to help other organizations defend themselves more effectively. And third, our ability to disrupt the ecosystem is stymied. And so to say the problem is getting worse, well, to answer that question, we need to make sure that we're getting the information we need to actually offer help, understand trends, and then help defend other organizations before more harm occurs.
Eun-Young, are there recent DOJ cases that you feel like are having an impact and trying to turn this tide at all?
I think it's a general trend that the department's had now for the last few years with the FBI and other law enforcement agencies, where we understand that, first and foremost, we've always been a victim-first organization, right? We're here in the business to protect the American public. We need to take steps in response to these types of threats to see if there are opportunities to stop harm or prevent harm before that can happen. Resilience is always going to be, first and foremost, a priority. But from our perspective, every time that we can do an investigation with a ransomware variant where we can have unique insights into what's going on and be able to prevent future victimizations, you spoke about the Hive disruption effort that happened. That came about because we got information from victims early. We can then follow those leads, determine where the online infrastructure is, and see if we can identify other victims, understand their tactics, understand how they operate, and then disperse that information to the public sector. Hive is one example of that. Another example, taking a nation state tact for a moment, would be There was a North Korean ransomware variant called Maui, for instance. It attacked 2 US-based hospitals, one in Kansas and one in Colorado. The way that we were able to get back the ransoms that were paid by those 2 victim hospitals was the first one in Kansas came early to the FBI, explained their situation, worked closely with law enforcement, with CISA to try to figure out how to rectify the harm that was going on in their systems, and also figure out what other infrastructure might be out there. Through that investigation, the leads that were provided by that victim company, FBI was able to identify another hospital in Colorado, get to them, explain what was going on, and help them through the process as well. And that iterative process is just sort of how we need to be looking at the problem, how we have been looking at the problem over the last few years. It's a collective security issue, and I think it's very important to emphasize that we can only help so far as we have the information that we need to action to figure out who else might need our help.
Can I add one note? So this conversation about victim engagement is really, really important. And some folks say to me, hey, does a victim's engagement with the FBI or with CISA, does it really matter in the end from a disruption perspective? And the answer is a definitive yes. There is no maybe. The answer is yes. It absolutely helps. Perhaps more importantly, when we engage with the victim, the information that we're seeking, it's all underlying facts of the investigation that the incident response company is conducting. We're never asking for privileged information. The term privilege gets used quite frequently and probably incorrectly at times, but our primary interest is underlying facts of the investigation. Think about things such as IP addresses where the attacks were catalyzed from, cloud infrastructure that was used to exfiltrate data, right? Ransom notes, audio recordings of social engineering phone calls. These things become extremely important evidence to build the disruption opportunities that we have. So just wanted to take the opportunity to highlight to all of you, the victim engagement really does matter.
So I want to talk about, you brought up some of the newer techniques you're seeing ransomware hackers use, but I want to go through a few of them. Matt, you had talked about how, from your perch running a cybersecurity company and identity protection company, you have seen the growth of artificial intelligence being used to sort of crack some of what you're doing. What does the problem look like from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem's obviously real, and I think if I had to be bold and predict, it's going to get 10 times worse, right? I remember doing a panel, fortunately, I've spent my entire career in cyber. Sometimes I have to apologize because, after trillions of dollars of spend, the problem's getting worse after 20 years, right? I mean, any other industry in the world, you would have shut it down. You never think doing that for cyber, but if it was automobiles or planes, the failure rate's very high. Now, why? Right? I don't think the internet's ever going to be secure, right? It wasn't built to be secure. It's constantly changing, and cyber's unfortunately had to react to technological change. Here we are 30, 35 years later, and I think the one word I've heard today consistently has been trust. Right? The internet is secure, and business and people and families and friends run on trust. So whether it's business email compromise or account takeover, all of these are just tools and techniques that manipulate humans into taking action. Right? And so I think when you think about artificial intelligence, 30 years ago you might have had my grandmother or great-grandmother fall victim. You still have that today. Like technically unsophisticated people, generally speaking, may fall victim easier than someone who's sophisticated. But when that picture of the Pope came out, I had to stare pretty hard. And I could tell that it was not real, but that wasn't my initial reaction, right? And so I think what you're having is that the new tools and techniques, AI in particular, it's going to be almost impossible for even the trained eye to recognize something that isn't real. And we still trade on trust, right? So I do think there's got to be some transformative approach to dealing with this. Now, obviously, the executive order coming out with watermarking, other types of potential solutions for that. But I think until we can figure out how to ensure trust overall, it's going to be very, very difficult for any of these individual types of techniques to be stopped.
For the rest of you, what are you seeing now in terms of AI and machine learning being used by cyber attackers?
So, what we're seeing generally is actors are at times using AI to make what I would call commodity attacks easier for them. So the canonical example, of course, is phishing emails, where we used to say, look for grammar errors or misspelled URLs. That's a thing of the past, right? And so any reliance that we ever had on user training as an effective control against phishing, that's out the window. We are not yet seeing adversaries use AI systems to, for example, exploit vulnerabilities at scale, but it is reasonable to expect that it is coming. And so, I think we already know one challenge we face with the ransomware ecosystem is that when there is a newly disclosed vulnerability, particularly in a product that's faced the public internet, ransomware actors often move within hours to launch automated campaigns exploiting every instance they can find. We saw that recently with the CLOP activity against the Move It Managed File Transfer application. It is reasonable to expect that AI applications will only make that kind of activity more rapid and enable broader exploitation, which is why we do need to focus also on the product side and making it harder for these actors to execute these sort of opportunistic attacks against products that aren't built securely.
Brian, you had brought up the idea that you're seeing ransomware attacks also target executives of companies. I pulled up a notice that Microsoft had provided last month where they were detailing a case study where an employee at a company was getting texts saying, quote, if you don't give us your login in the next 20 minutes, we're sending a shooter to your house. I mean, that obviously sounds pretty scary. How much are you seeing that manifest in ransomware attacks?
As I alluded to in my opening remarks, we are seeing an evolution towards that, where that is becoming more commonplace. And it's all designed to put pressure on organizations and people to extort them, right? That is the primary goal. I think it's important to know, while we're on this topic, this is why we counsel to always plan to move to out-of-band communications as part of your tabletop exercises with ransomware, right? That is extremely important. So whether you look at it through the lens of an executive having a primary cell phone that he or she uses that's being robo-texted or receiving threatening calls, that phone is essentially neutralized at that point from communications. Similarly, as I mentioned, we're seeing email traffic monitoring by ransomware actors, and they are monitoring what the victims are doing in terms of engaging with the US government, who their incident response firm is, whether they do or don't plan to pay. But the bottom line is you have to move out of those communication protocols into something that is protected from the adversary. So just a really important takeaway, but to answer your core question, it is a continued escalation in a tactic that we are seeing.
And do you think that's contributing to companies just deciding that ultimately they're going to pay it to get out of it, or
it's really hard for us to say because of the data problem we have, right? And that truly is, we generally, and I don't want to speak for Eric, but I think I probably am speaking for him and CISA as well, we generally don't have companies come to us and say, hey, we're ready to close out our victim engagement with you. We have paid. We paid this much money, and this is why we chose to pay. That's usually not part of what that engagement looks like. So it's a very, very difficult question to answer in all sincerity. Eric, I don't know if you'd have anything.
That's exactly right. I'll just note that is really the importance of why Congress enacted incident reporting legislation last year when that requirement goes into effect in the next year and a half. That is going to mandate, importantly, not only reporting of covered incidents for relevant entities, but also reporting of ransom payments, which will go to CISA and the FBI, and for the first time actually give us that body of data with which to draw these conclusions and actually understand which actors are affecting which entities and how the payment ecosystem is working at scale.
The deputy director did talk about an instance where the Bureau did work with a victim to actually pay the ransom. Is that a thing you're doing more now? Is that something the government is sort of more attuned to trying to facilitate?
I would say it this way. Our position holds firm, right, which is we discourage ransomware payments because it fuels a criminal or, in some cases, national security ecosystem, right? And so we discourage that. But at the end of the day, it's a business decision for nonprofits and for-profit organizations. Our ask has always been and remains, keep us, the US government, close during that process. And there's a couple reasons for that. Number one, based on the data we do have, we may be able to offer some insight into how best to negotiate or what type of reduction to try to negotiate if you're going to make a ransom payment. Crypto tracing, which I expect that we'll talk about here today, is obviously very, very important to us as well in the Bureau and the department. If we don't know what virtual wallet that ransomware payment is being made into, we have no way to trace it, right? And so I don't think it's a matter of are we encouraging are we encouraging our people to be part of that process as much as we want to be close to the entirety of the process because there's intelligence and evidence value to be derived from that that allows us to work with CIS and others to do more disruptive activity.
On a few earlier panels today, we talked a lot about the SEC's new disclosure rule about reporting a material breach within 4 days. There is this public safety exception where the Attorney General can make a determination impacting national security, and you don't have to report it. Anyan, can you start maybe talking about how is the Justice Department going to interpret this?
Sure, we've been working closely with FBI to determine our own procedures as to how we're going to deal with this issue going forward, as well as with other government entities. I think the bottom line is you'll get some public guidance about exactly how we're going to address it. A few things I wanted to make plain. One is it does say that the Attorney General makes that determination. That determination will be delegated to other senior people within the department to make sure that we can work at pace, because the exception, as it is written in the SEC rule, only gives us 4 days from the materiality determination in order to determine whether or not the disclosure itself will cause a significant risk to national security or public safety. Second, the determination is really about the disclosure. So we're going to look at a bunch of different facts, including what the industry is, the type of vulnerability. If it's something like a 0 day from a nation state, we're probably going to lean towards potentially having a concern about that disclosure in terms of a national security risk than if it is a sort of run-of-the-mill phishing attack, for instance. And so those are sort of case-by-case determinations that we're going to have to make. Third, and again, to echo the theme of this panel, I think, at least from our perspective, the government perspective, is the new exception of the rule really requires a very quick turnaround. And as was discussed by Eric from the SEC earlier, the panel when he was discussing the thinking behind the SEC rule, the determination of materiality is governed by securities lawyers, basically. Like, you're going to have to take some time to figure out exactly the scope of the problem, and it's not expected that that determination be immediate. But what we would ask is especially if there's a case in which you're not sure and you may want to avail yourself of that exception, the earlier you can come to us before you've made the materiality decision, the better we can be positioned to help you, not only from a remediation standpoint, but to make the determination in a timely fashion as to whether or not the exception applies. And so again, the earlier that you come to us, the better, and we can work together to try to figure out whether or not the exception would be appropriate in that instance.
You want me to add my part? So FBI has a central role with the department in these delay requests. And so for those of you who haven't read the rule, essentially it says that any public registrant, a publicly traded company, can essentially seek a public safety national security delay for 30 days for the disclosure by engaging any sector risk management agency, Secret Service, CISA, or FBI. And I'm a process engineer by trade, so like the killer of any process is variability, and like the rule brings in a lot of variability. But the bottom line is this: we will work with the sector risk management agencies, with CISA and Secret Service, to provide a standard, essentially, intake form that really asks the victimized organization to provide us some, again, underlying facts from their investigation, nothing privileged, so that we at the FBI can do coordination and deconfliction with the intelligence community. Because while the department obviously has a responsibility to look at from the disclosure, part of that is informed by, are there ongoing IC operations, intelligence community operations, that if this disclosure does occur would disrupt what we're trying to accomplish. We will own that process. Eric and I are very, very close colleagues and friends, and CIS and the FBI have a tremendous relationship. In this case, it is going to be more efficient to come through your FBI field office for the request initially. It's just the reality of it. So 2 other quick notes on this. Number one, I've been asked, the number one question I get asked is, if we engage FBI, or if we engage CISA, or if we engage Secret Service or a Sector Risk Management Agency, does that start our 96-hour clock? The answer to that is no, it does not. The important term is materiality. Once that determination is made, the 96 hours starts. So if you want to consult with Eric and his team, or with the FBI team, to figure out whether you do or don't want to pursue this, the clock doesn't start. The second thing is that obviously we will also provide public-facing guidance in the next month. We've stood up an internet page. We've tried to highlight it on our LinkedIn page. All the public-facing guidance to make those requests will be there and available in the upcoming weeks, so just continue to monitor that.
Are any of you worried that given the very tight time frame, there could be situations where a company wants to disclose something, a public company wants to disclose and doesn't know the full story, that you guys might have some specific national security concern that they didn't think to come and ask you about?
So I'll take that. There's somebody in the audience today who I won't mention by name who raised this exact question to me. We had always looked at it from the perspective of organizations who are victimized are going to want to request a delay, right? We never really looked at it from the perspective of there are organizations based on regulation requirements, et cetera, that their initial provision is to simply disclose, right? And so we are trying to do our best to figure out how to best deal with that right now. We're going to probably solve that by having very narrow conversations with very specific sectors to talk through this on a nuanced basis to make sure that if there is an equity for the Bureau for NSA Cyber Command, CISA, that needs to be accounted for prior to immediate disclosure, that we have those mature relationships in place.
The SEC obviously has a different mandate than the agency is reflected here. Just a few weeks ago, they did sue SolarWinds and an employee over allegedly not disclosing that breach fast enough. I know you can't comment on the specific case, but can you just talk more generally? How do the FBI, CISA, DOJ sort of work with the SEC on these issues when you might have slightly competing interests?
I'll go first. I'll pass it to the right. So this is the number one question I get in my job, right? What is the FBI's relationship with the SEC? You know, I answer that in this way. Number one, an organization, a company's relationship with their regulator is that their relationship, right? The FBI doesn't have a role in that relationship. I can't come up with one time in my tenure in my job where the FBI has provided victim information to the SEC. But, you know, here's where there is interaction. We will get calls in our field offices at times, and the SEC will say, hey, we have questions for the victimized organization. Can you let me know when your team and your folks are off-site? And at that time, we'll engage with the victim, just so that they don't have to engage with the FBI and SEC at the same time. That's generally the magnitude of the overlap between us and SEC. It's a logistics coordination role about SEC serving their mission with a victim after or before we do, but not at the same time.
Likewise for CISA. I think, you know, what I will add, looking not just at the SEC, but across the universe of regulators, the question that regulators are asking, just, you know, in general terms, is did organizations within their remit adhere to a reasonable duty of care in their enterprise cybersecurity? And so CISA's role being a non-regulator in the cybersecurity context, but being the voluntary technocratic cyber defense agency, is to help define for organizations what should they be doing, what should they be investing in, so that they can drive the right prioritization and invest in the right controls and security measures, such that if regulators choose to assess the sufficiency of an organization's cybersecurity measures, they can look to a place of consensus to determine the sufficiency of those investments. And we think that having that kernel of best practice across regulators drives consistency and enables more certainty in investments across the board.
I mean, I don't have very much to add to that other than to say I have had instances where the SEC is asked about a status of an investigation, and our view is generally one of the things they're looking for is to determine whether or not the victim was cooperative and sort of what measures they took. Oftentimes we'll let the victim have that conversation with the regulator themselves, but there have been times where I've affirmatively said when I was a prosecutor doing this work on the line, they were very cooperative, they came early, and I think, and these are the types of, you know, things that we would want to see from a victim, and that has been helpful in trying to negotiate towards, you know, non-enforcement, as it were, to put them in a better standing with the regulator.
Matt, as the sort of private sector representative on this panel, how concerning was the at cases like SolarWinds? Like how much anxiety do you think that has produced?
No, I mean, it was incredibly important for a whole set of reasons, really. Everything from the insecurity of the infrastructure down to actually going after an individual, right? I mean, I think that's what's hard about it. I mean, the cyber issue has forced companies to try to become cybersecurity companies. The banks, given the spend and the sophistication and the resources they have come very close. In fact, some of those banks are probably more sophisticated than some of the cybersecurity products companies in many cases, are the ones assembling that. Going after the individual, there's so much variability in people, and I think it gets down to intent and negligence and things that other parties are going to have to assess from my standpoint. But I would just say that there's a wide variety, particularly with the turnover inside of private companies, in trying to determine, was someone the intent behind it, the negligence, because I know that a lot of companies are exposed.
To switch gears a bit in the last few minutes we have, I wanted to talk a little bit about cryptocurrency. Anyoung, earlier this month, the Attorney General did say in the wake of the October 7th attacks in Israel that he had directed the Justice Department to offer assistance to Israeli investigators to identify, investigate, and disrupt financial flows and other material support to Hamas, including in the form of cryptocurrency. Is there any update you can provide on how that effort is going?
Nope. I can't tell you anything about an ongoing investigation. I will say it is a priority for us to be working closely with as the Attorney General directed us to do, with our law enforcement counterparts in Israel to deal with the ongoing conflict there. And it generally highlights the issue that we're seeing across the board with regard to cryptocurrency, which is it is a means, and digital assets are a means to facilitate other types of criminal activity when it deals with the flow of funds, which is in basically everything: ransomware, sanctions evasion, all sorts of terrorist financing, all sorts of different things. And so, I mean, in my prior role, I was the director of the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team at the DOJ. The reason that whole team was set up was because of the importance of cryptocurrency and the fact that it is very cross-cutting across all of our types of cases that we investigate. So it's no surprise that the Attorney General would direct us to also look at cryptocurrency, but that's because we see cryptocurrency in all sorts of different settings.
And I think a few of you have talked about this idea that as some cryptocurrency exchanges have gotten better, that some of the transactions that you're really concerned about are moving to other exchanges that are in countries that you may not have access to information from them. How much of a trend is that?
I mean, there's always a jurisdictional arbitrage issue with this. This is not, again, new to cryptocurrency. It's something that's existed in financial crime for quite some time. There are some countries that are robust with their anti-money laundering and countering the finance of terrorism policies and programs. They make sure that financial institutions within their jurisdictions abide by know your customer rules, so they know who is actually in control of the money that flows through their banks and their financial institutions. Crypto, on the other hand, there's a pseudonymity that's built into that, right? The whole point of Bitcoin's creation is to create a trustless system where these transactions can occur without true knowledge of the identity of the person on the other end. And so that's created additional problems. There are centralized exchanges that have abided by the obligations they have to function in the United States, including by registering with FinCEN and having robust Bank Secrecy Act, AML, CFT controls. There are other jurisdictions that don't have that type of robust requirement, and they are also very crypto-friendly in that they want to invite industry in. We're going to have that problem until we can kind of continue to make sure that we highlight the importance of having universal standards when it comes to, AML and general, compliance controls in all of those environments. And this is a problem, but it's not a new problem to crypto. It's one that's existed generally in money laundering investigations for quite some time.
Brian, can you talk about what the cryptocurrency problem looks like from the FBI's perspective?
Sure. Let me do my best to set a foundation to build off of what Young said. So, we know the primary blockchain analytic firms out there. I'm not going to say them here, but they're very well-known companies. When you look at the exchange, the virtual asset service providers, that's too broad a term, but I'll use it here today. they're relying on those blockchain analytical firms to essentially identify dirty wallets, et cetera, wallets tied to North Koreans, to criminal adversaries, so that those exchanges don't essentially process funds originating from those wallets. The timeliness of the intelligence in those blockchain analytic platforms is extremely important because of the speed of cryptocurrency. So after a theft or after money is used for nefarious reasons, the adversary's ability to launder that money quickly is very, very high, right? And so we have a distinct role to trace that cryptocurrency, but it's a niche job and it's a really complicated job. And it ties into these blockchain analytic firms because a lot of times some of the things we're identifying are being shared with these blockchain analytic firms to inform AML, KYC norms in these virtual asset service providers. It's just a very complicated problem that has a speed element to it that makes our job extremely difficult. There's been a lot of attention put on building relationships with these virtual asset service providers, and does that make a difference? I think at times it makes a difference, at times it doesn't make a difference. It really depends on the cooperation of the bridge or the virtual asset service provider and whether they essentially do or don't want to engage with us. As I would just say for the crowd, right, yes, it's a historic money laundering problem presenting itself through crypto. The velocity that adversaries can launder the money in the crypto space is very high, and that makes our job quite complicated.
Right. To go back to ransomware a little bit, Eric, I had wanted to ask you about the recent attack on Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, ransomware attack. It seemed like this was the first time that a ransomware attack specifically targeted stopping financial trades within the sort of plumbing of the financial system. And some folks viewed this as sort of a new frontier. What does that look like from your
Sure. So I'm not going to speak to an individual victim or the intent behind an individual attack. What I would say is, we have seen, by and large, ransomware campaigns, particularly by actors like Lockbit, like Clop, that affect innumerable organizations targeting very specific technology products that have very specific vulnerabilities. And those vulnerabilities are characterized by a commonality, which is that they could have been fixed before the product was pushed to market. And so from the point of view of CISA, even as we work urgently with our partners at the FBI to respond to victims, we are also recognizing that one way to reduce the prevalence of these intrusions is by taking away some of the opportunistic attack surface by working on the vendor side, on the product security side, to drive development of products that don't have vulnerabilities that we know ransomware actors are going to exploit. Just as one example of our work in this area, in the incident reporting law that was passed a year or so ago, a little-known provision had us create what we call a ransomware vulnerability warning pilot, where we work with partners like the FBI to understand what vulnerabilities ransomware actors are exploiting. We then scan the internet to find those vulnerabilities. When we see them, we go out and knock on a door and say, hey, you need to fix this device now before a ransomware actor gets to you. But then also, we go back to the vendor and say, this vulnerability is being used by ransomware actors. What can you do to drive remediation, and what can you do on your development side to make sure that you're reducing the prevalence of these conditions by design? That's one leg of the stool that we need to invest in to reduce prevalence even further.
Can I pile on to that? All right. I think what Eric said just is extremely well said, number one, but extremely important, number two. When you read the National Cybersecurity Strategy that was published, it is a focus on net defense and resiliency, and it ties and maps directly to what Eric just said. Another interesting data point, and please don't quote me on this because I would want to go read it again before it's fully disseminated, but if you read the first Cyber Safety Review Board report where the Log4j, Log4Shell vulnerability was studied, one of the findings in the back of that report is how the American academia system does not have secure coding by design practices ingrained in our education system. And I just think that's a really unique highlighted note in the Cyber Safety Review Board report that directly ties into what Eric just shared about some of the ecosystem problems that Matt talked about that have existed for 20 years, probably point to some of the core or the root cause reasons why. So I really think what Eric said is important. It's an ecosystem problem, it's a secure coding problem. We all have to rally around that.
So I think we have a few minutes for questions, if there's any audience questions. And while we get a mic out, I just want to see if you guys can go down the line and talk about, a year from now, what do you think the ransomware problem will look like? Do you think there's any one thing that might help turn the tide?
I mean, I think we'll all still be employed, right, because of that problem. And until there is a significant shift in the ecosystem that Eric just described, where ransomware actors are compromising mass vulnerabilities that are capable of being patched or remediated, and until our fundamentals are in place across America, right, phishing tests, these types of things, it's going to remain a problem. It's just the bottom line. And the reason is because it's worth the time for the criminals.
Yeah, well, I would agree. I think it gets worse.
Succinct.
I mean, while I don't expect that we will see the problem getting better, my optimistic hope would be that the slope of harm will begin to shift downward, both as organizations, enterprises, and vendors make the right investment, and as partners like FBI and DOJ continue investing in disrupting the ecosystem that these actors rely upon.
I just want to make one point about trends, which is I think ransomware is just the new technique that has happened over the last few years as to how cyber criminals can profit from their activities. But the common thread, it was started with banking Trojans, it's evolved over time, but the common thread is always there's some way in. The vulnerabilities will still exist. So the reason why resilience is important in this regard is because you're not just making yourself more resilient as against ransomware attacks, but as against all sorts of different types of ways, be they profit-motivated criminals or nation-state actors who try to exfiltrate your sensitive data from your companies. They're all sort of interrelated in that respect, and so generally trying to build towards more resilience is going to be the best path forward.
Are there audience questions? Yes.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Mike Wilkes. I'm the adjunct professor that asked the question earlier. I have an interesting scenario. In April of 2021, we learned about the DOJ giving the FBI permission to unhack the Microsoft proxy logon because these web shells hadn't been patched. And so that was a disruptive activity. But if this happened in 2024, all of 100 of those publicly traded companies would have to file a Form 8K listing the threat actor as the FBI. And so I'm curious if you could discuss the possibility of this happening again, because I do believe that General Nakasone and Director Ray said that they plan to do more interventions and disruptions.
I'll take that one.
Okay.
I don't know you, right? And I know you don't know me either, but I think the opening description of your question is factually incorrect because the legal standard we used was under Rule 41 search and seizure with a probable cause affidavit that underpinned that search and seizure warrant. And in every one of those cases with the Microsoft Hafnium web shell, we had very specific file paths because of our investigation and because of some private sector partnerships that allowed us under Rule 41, signed by a neutral magistrate judge in the Southern District of Texas, to give us the legal authority, and that affidavit is available for any of you to read on the internet, to do that work. And so I think I found myself more and more as I get into my job saying words matter. And definitions of words really matter. And this is a time where words matter. And in that case, a neutral magistrate judge found that we had probable cause under Rule 41 to conduct that operation. And we did not hack companies that would have in any way, shape, or form required them to report us as a threat actor.
And that's true with all of the court-authorized disruptive activities that we've done to date. That includes the snake takedown with Operation Medusa. It also applies to Cyclops Blink. We're not doing any of this outside of ensuring that we meet the legal standards that are set forth in Rule 41. I'm very proud of you for not being a lawyer and remembering it's Rule 41. But a judge said that was a legitimate use of our authorities, and we're going to continue to do more of that to protect the American people. And you're placed on notice because we provide notice to victims, and we also make available and publicly publish the orders themselves. So I think that's an important part of that as well.
Well, thank you all for joining us, and thanks for a great conversation.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for sticking with us to the end. That was a great way to wrap up, I think, what was a terrific day. I do want to thank 92NY for opening their home and being such gracious co-hosts to us. Also, once again, want to thank our sponsors who made today possible: The Record from Recorded Future News, OneSpan, Google, Insight Partners, PwC, Paladin Capital Management, Splunk, Coalition, Amazon Web Services, and Apple. Tomorrow you'll get an email with a survey. Let us know what we did right and also what we did wrong so we can make it better next year. And also if you want to find out information about next year's summit, that'll let you do that. Finally, a video will be available online. Please do share it with your friends. But thanks again for coming today. Thanks for making this a great event, and we look forward to seeing you next year.